Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 12:01 Mysteries. Chapter 12:01 Mysteries 3. It was hard for Damien to feel uncomfortable in the abyss. The first half an hour was no more than a period of adjustment, so he couldn't trust his feelings as he felt them. But as time passed, and these emotions and sensations became more tangible, he could no longer deny his familiarity with the abyss. However, Damien wasn't the only human in the blackness. No, he wasn't the only foreigner who explored its depths. He was merely the only one who felt comfort doing so. In the current instance, which could be considered a combination of an unknown number of instances in the abyss, there were 3 other foreign entities scattered throughout its depths. The first 2 were deep in the blackness, shackled by forces unknown, while the last. Nevertheless, their identities or even existences were unknown to Damien. He was currently following the path set out for him by his mana, a path leading straight to Alcatraz. Only, he couldn't sense its end. He could only mindlessly follow it through the swirling blackness while admiring the sights around him. Months passed like that. The best way to describe the surroundings really was chaotic. Damien didn't know anything about the universes that once existed in this space, but he felt like he could sense their vestiges as he moved. The random dilations in time weren't random at all, but the result of terrifying collisions that took place in a time long past. The dead zones empty of even space itself were the same, remnants of ancient battlefields. As Damien moved, he tried to perceive these to the best of his ability. At first, he couldn't do much but see the shadows of their existence, small pieces of reality that were lost in the void. However, with the passing of time, his ability naturally increased. He currently stood in yet another piece of the blackness. Below him, if such a description even fit, was a dark galaxy of rubble. It was nothing more than an optical illusion, but the more he stared at it, the more its form changed. From a random ruin in the middle of nowhere to a glorious ancient civilization with technologies the current universe simply couldn't fathom. Faceless shadows populated that civilization. Some went about their daily lives unaware of danger, while others desperately fought to protect their fates and loved ones. However, the enemy they faced was too terrifying. Manifested in this vestige as a tsunami of darkness, the enemy overcame them before they could even properly prepare. It was as if they had no conscious understanding of the threat. Damien couldn't understand it. The destruction of this place was surely due to Nox interference, but why were these people so weak? I thought Grand Heaven's boundary situation was desperate, but it seems I was wrong. There's a reason for its survival after all. To be the last remaining piece of the wider universe, Grand Heaven's boundary was definitely special. But this kind of difference was far too exaggerated. Are you curious? Damien jumped in shock and rapidly teleported away. However, the abyss limited his range of motion severely. When he turned around, he was only a few tens of feet away from the speaker, nowhere near the distance he wanted to retreat. I didn't sense a thing. Damien's eyes narrowed. It wasn't present before. He could be certain of that. But at some point, while he was observing the vestiges of the ancient civilization, an abode appeared behind him. It was an old, rickety shack that seemed extremely out of place in the abyss. It sat on a small piece of land, no bigger than enough to support its structure. It was a humble structure that looked like the abode of a hermit far disconnected from society. Yet, it carried a strange, homey feeling that Damien couldn't comprehend. Sitting on the porch, at a small wooden coffee table with 2 chairs, was an old man who fit perfectly into the shack's ambience. He was the one who spoke just now. "Who are you?" Damien asked cautiously. In this place where he knew nothing, he couldn't act rashly even with his current strength. "Me? My identity is meaningless now. It has long withered away in the rivers of time. However, you, young man, are quite an interesting character. I never expected to see someone like you again in my life." Damien frowned. Every time the old man spoke, his heart panged with a sense of familiarity of unknown origin. The old man gazed at him with a smile, his eyes scrunched. Young man, this old man is quite thirsty after eons of wandering. Do you mind offering a drink? HM? In a place like this, that's your first request? I thought I was supposed to be the strange one, old man. Against his conscious will, Damien responded with the same familiarity. The old man's smile widened. Haha, indeed it is. For me, there's no longer any benefit in obtaining too much knowledge. This old man only wishes to taste the beauties of this world before passing. Damien raised his brow. Odd phrasing, but I get it. He swam through the few feet of blackness that separated them and landed on the rock, walking up to the old man and taking a seat next to him. Something was pulling him towards this interaction, as if he'd dearly regret missing it. And following that pull, Damien wordlessly pulled several herbs out of his subspace and began crafting his latest miracle. This is number 105, Heaven's Blessing. It isn't perfect yet, but it's the peak of my current abilities. 2 cups appeared on the table and were soon filled with a glistening golden nectar. The old man picked it up and took a whiff before sighing contentedly. Indeed, you have talent in this field. He took a sip and smiled as he savored its taste. Don't kid me. Even after experimenting for years, I haven't been able to make a single drink that's affected me how I desired. Damien responded wryly, joining him in this drink. Haha, you are too hasty, child. In pursuits like this, don't you think patience is just as important as skill? The old man remarked slowly. Yeah, I also realized it recently, and that's what helped me create this one. However, just patience and skill aren't enough. If they were, the peak I desire would have already been reached. So you are facing inevitability. Damien's eyes widened. The old man's words didn't mean much, but to Damien, they meant everything. Because the problem that plagued him more than anything else ever since he started trying to fuse elemental and samsara was precisely inevitability. It filled his thoughts and corrupted his ambition, forcing him to marvel at it and lose hope. He refused, but the most he could do was refuse. There was no way past this wall. Not that he'd found, at least. Old man, what are you talking about? Damien replied, correcting his expression. There's no such thing in my books. The old man gave him a sideways glance. Whether you choose to accept it or not, inevitability exists in all things. However, it is also true that practitioners exist on the basis of overcoming such concepts. So, young man, what is standing in your way? Inevitability is only a word, but it can come from anywhere. Is your inevitability a product or your environment? Or have you placed it on yourself? Damien stared into his cup. He stared into his reflection in the golden dew, pondering the question. This old man, was he still talking about spirit liquor? Or, no, I don't even need to consider such a stupid thought. The question may not have been as deep as he perceived it. The old man was likely asking him if materials were the problem, or if it was his own lack of knowledge inhibiting him. However, he had to question it seriously. Facing this wall of inevitability, he'd always blamed the universe in his heart. He always thought he needed to surpass the universe's limits, using it as the face of inevitability. But was it really? Was the universe the one inhibiting him? He wasn't even inside the universe's boundaries anymore. If it truly was the case, wouldn't he have gained an epiphany the second he entered the abyss? Even if that was too far-fetched, the past few months were filled with insight and comprehension. Yet he hadn't taken a single step forward in the fusion of laws he so desired. So, how could he blame the universe? What if the shackles that bound him were not a matter of external influence, but an internal demon? Damien looked back up at the old man. His eyes widened. There was nobody in the seat beside him. No, there wasn't even a seat. Somehow, the entire shack disappeared while he was immersed in thought, leaving him floating alone in the abyss. However, the cup of heaven's blessing in his hand was proof that this encounter truly happened. It wasn't just some illusion. That old man originally attracted his attention by asking him about the ancient civilization he was observing, but throughout their conversation, he didn't bring it up once. Instead, they had a small talk about spirit liquor before he made himself sparse. Yet, to Damien, that talk wasn't about spirit liquor at all. Just slightly, He felt the watershed in his soul unclogging, showing him a chance. Did that old man know? But if he did, how? Damien's mind was filled with questions about his existence, to the point where he had to force himself to stop thinking about it and return focus to the task at hand. In the end, he muttered, "Old man, just who are you?" Chapter 12, O2 Mysteries. Chapter 12, O2 Mysteries 4. Several more months passed. In total, Damien had been in the Abyss for almost a year. He wasn't anywhere near Alcatraz yet, but his time in the Abyss hadn't been wasted at all. He explored the vestiges of ancient civilizations everywhere he went, slowly putting together a picture of the past, and gained several comprehensions about his laws. Coincidentally enough, his greatest comprehension was of universal law. These fractured universes were filled with fragments of their shattered universal laws. Usually, Damien wouldn't have been able to perceive them even with his understanding of the concept. However, he had Riva, who'd merged with the World Core Fusion Reactor in his spiritual world and over time became the universal law of the Sanctuary, was originally a fragment of one of such universes. Because of her, Damien also gained the ability to see them. Perhaps even the vestiges were a product of her existence. He was starting to understand just how they fell so fast. It wasn't their own fault as he'd originally thought, but a deep conspiracy that none of them realized even in their final moments. The nature of that conspiracy was uncertain, as was the exact identity of the man behind the scenes, but its existence was certain, and Damien was getting closer and closer to unveiling the truth. Nevertheless, this was only a part of what he'd been doing this past year. It was a bit depressing, but chasing the truths of the past was also riveting in its own way. What delighted Damien most, however, was the loosening of his shackles. After his conversation with the strange old man, the mental barriers holding him back from fusing elemental and samsara weakened considerably. He still couldn't see the end goal, because the two laws didn't have any connection to fuse from, but the feeling that he couldn't do it disappeared. This was an important change for him. Without inevitability clogging his mind, his horizons broadened considerably. Even if there wasn't a connection point, knowing his end goal made it much easier. Life and death, light and darkness, and many of the base elemental forces held the concept of duality within them, and this exact duality was what Damien now focused on. As long as he could exploit this link to bring them closer, even if it wasn't enough to bring them together completely, it would fill his mind with comprehensions that'd be useful in finding the way forward. That was all that mattered. His steps were light. He swam through the blackness without worry. And, of course, he didn't only prioritize his growth. Every time he came across a Nox encampment, which wasn't nearly as rare of an instance as he expected, he went out of his way to destroy it. However, his methods were lighter than they would have been. His strategy remained consistent. He used the void to conceal himself and find the strongest member of the camp, then proceeded to incapacitate them and forcefully read their memories. If he felt the camp was led by someone who would be useful for Bayuma, he would leave them alive and drop an imperceptible marker in their camp. If I'm right, Bayuma, or I guess I should call him Yonga now, will be able to sense it. He's smart enough to know what it means. Damien learned the name Yong and only after their conversation during his last visit, and he respected the Saint King's desire to change. So it was about time he changed the way he addressed the man. Putting that aside, Yong An's connection with the Abyss was similar to Damien's connection with the Void. As long as he grew more powerful, he'd gain more control over this place, making him nigh omnipotent within it. His current level is enough for something like this. The problem is whether he'll find them before an emperor does. Damien trusted his power enough to maintain secrecy before a Nox Lord, but the emperors were on another level. They were the current end goal. Therefore, he had to be certain they wouldn't uncover his plans too early. The sole emperor, from my understanding, hasn't left his territory in ages, so I don't have to worry about him. The inhuman emperor couldn't care less about something like this, so he's even less troubling. The karmic and saint emperors, on the other hand, were too scheming and involved in the ongoing conflict. Damien couldn't predict their movements or actions. The karmic emperor, he was the one colluding with immortal blood Azura, which means he's my first target among them. Damien furrowed his brows. I left enough information with Lynn to counteract his plans in the universe, but I can't help but be wary. Those two are too good at toying with others. I can't be sure if they've plotted something in the shadows. By now, Lucille should have received his information, so he could rest mostly assured, but that wasn't enough. We have to remain a step ahead. He came to the Abyss to solve the problems of the universe without losing too much more. But if they were able to pull something insane from under the veil, it would ruin everything he was currently working for. His mind went back to the Soul Emperor's plans of the past. I was lucky back then. The timing lined up, so I was able to stop the corrupted world cores from going out of control. If something like that happens again, none of them were prepared for it. The second the Nox became suicidal, the second someone gave them the order to sacrifice everything, the situation would become treacherous. All I can do is pass my doubts to them and hope they can handle it. Damien couldn't enter the sanctuary personally anymore. The Abyss irrationality interfered with the teleportation functions of his domain. If he left his current position and came back from the sanctuary, he wouldn't remain where he was. No, the Abyss would change around him and displace him severely, which couldn't be allowed. Therefore, the only way to communicate with the people within was to send a clone in his place. Comprehension was rewarding, and the scenery occupied most of his mind as he moved, but it's lonely. It was almost unbearably lonely, and the Abyss atmosphere naturally amplified his negative emotions while suppressing the positive ones. I'm free from the physical restrictions of this place, but that only means I'm more susceptible than anyone to the mental ones. I have to stay focused. If he lost track of his goal, he wasn't certain he could keep on his arduous journey to Alcatraz. So, after condensing his thoughts into a clone and sending it away, he erased them all from his mind. The path in his mind was vague. It felt like he was following a trail of smoke whose end was unknown. However, just subtly, he understood how far away he was. It'll be a few more years at the very least. He didn't want it to be that long. The longer it took, the more time the universe had to fall. So he had to latch onto a single, barely viable hope. Hope that the irregular time dilations of the Abyss were on his side. Chapter 12, 03 Mysteries. Chapter 12, 03 Mysteries 5. Whether time was passing or not was questionable. Damien felt every second of every day, but at the same time, he felt stuck in the past, as if he hadn't moved since the first second he entered the Abyss. His days were monotonous. He never deviated from the same activities, studying ancient civilizations, comprehending fragments of destroyed universes, massacring Nox, and trying his best to move towards his end goal. The closer he got to Alcatraz, the further he felt. His separation from a known universe became palpable at some point, and every step he took in the opposite direction weighed down on his heart. Yet he remained strong. He pushed down the loneliness and didn't allow it to plague his mind. Once again, he focused his energy on accomplishing task after task to unveil a multitude of truths. Though, his patience training was extremely useful. At a time like this especially, patience was more important than anything. If he didn't have it, there was no way he could remain in good condition by the time he reached his destination. He might have been forced to use the mind prison and close himself off again, which, in the long run, would only inhibit his growth. Damien's life was boring. It was hilarious to imagine his life as something without flavor, but that's how it felt now. But he was more aware than anyone that this was the calm before the storm. He never let himself get dragged too far into the depths by the Abyss. He would never allow it to have its way. On another normal day of nothingness, Damien suddenly spotted something in the distance. That is, he moved towards it and landed on the small piece of rock. "I didn't expect to see you again," he said with a smile. "Huh? But I have been expecting you ever since our first meeting." The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Damien with a calm expression, inviting him to sit down. "Your advice last time was really helpful. I didn't expect my problems to be so simple at their core." Damien started by thanking the old man for his aid. The shackles that continued to loosen were proof enough of the impact those simple words had on him. And the only way he knew to repay that gratitude was this. "Try this out. This is number 106. returning to simplicity. I didn't really know how to name it, so I decided to go literal. Damien poured 2 cups of spirit liquor, as he did during his previous visit, and allowed the old man to slowly savor the taste. He hummed. It is indeed a level above the previous heaven's blessing. However, it seems you still have a ways to go. That's natural, Damien replied without much change in expression. I'm still lacking in many ways, but don't I have a way forward now? It's only a matter of time before I get there. Haha, this is the mindset of a true expert. It is a miracle to reach such maturity at your age. My age, in my opinion, I'm quite old now. The old man shook his head in rejection. By my standards, you are no more than a baby. Time flows infinitely. So how can a mere few decades be enough to mature into your fullest potential? Where I come from, people didn't have more than a few decades to do so. We struggled and fought every day. But in the end, who knows how many truly found solace in their old age? Life is an endless journey of learning. After all, in this aspect, I can agree wholeheartedly. The duo sunk into silence for a moment as they savored the spirit liquor they shared, staring out into the swirling blackness. Why have you come to visit me this time? The old man finally asked. I came to visit you? The way I see it, you showed up on your own accord. Haha. However, I did not make any moves actively. If you do not desire my presence, you will never feel it in your lifetime. Damien shrugged. It was true he wanted to see the old man again, but there was no particular goal behind his actions. He was just in need of company during his lonely journey, and this old man's knowledgeable character made him a great conversation partner. The old man smiled, seemingly understanding his thoughts. It is indeed the bleakest environment in this lower world, but you are not far from what you seek. You must stay strong. Damien rolled his eyes. I'm already aware of that. My mentality hasn't wavered yet, so you don't have to worry. Haha, then I will rest assured. The old man glanced into his cup, his expression motionless. Since you are here, there is something I want to give you. Damien raised his brow. And what would that be? Well, that is for you to decide. It is inside the abode, so feel free to check it when you wish. Are you in a mood for conversation? I will naturally entertain you if you have questions, but haven't I already said? There is nothing I do actively. I see. Damien furrowed his brows in thought. This mysterious old man seemed to know everything, so there were certainly questions he wanted to ask. About the Nox, about himself, and about existence as a whole. Damien had far too many questions he needed answered. But I don't want them like this. Those questions had to be answered through his own effort, otherwise, the truths they masked would lose all meaning. Old man, I'll go check it out. Don't disappear before I come back. Haha, are you aggrieved? Unfortunately, I cannot make promises as my movements are not under my control. This again. Damien didn't question further. After all, the old man must have had his own secrets, and they weren't nearly familiar enough for those to be revealed so easily. Instead, he opened the door to the shack and entered. There was no furniture within, the walls and floor clean, yet untouched for eons. The only thing in that place was a woman. Damien raised his brow in curiosity as he approached her. The woman was unconscious on the floor of the shack and unmoving as if her body had no life, but Damien could sense the clear fluctuations of vitality emanating from her. There's no way he would randomly give me a woman and call her a gift. That's too strange even for him. He kneeled down beside her and observed her appearance. She had long blonde hair that spread over the floor like waves of sunlight and beautiful fair skin. Her body was quite bountiful, but Damien didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, her pointy ears, something he'd rarely seen in the universe for a long time, attracted his gaze. This an elf? Why was there an elf in the abyss? Let's find out. He pressed his finger to her forehead, noting her lack of movement even when he inserted his mana into her body. Void mana infiltrated her mind and made her memories clear to him. Destruction. Damien widened his eyes. This place is... Massive starships and cruisers filled the starry sky, shooting cannons that could directly destroy worlds. People died left and right, and no matter how much they fought, They were unable to fend off the invading forces. People of Aurora, hear me. Your trial begins now. For daring to rebel against the will of the lords, your punishment is death. A booming voice rang out from above. The sky was blotted out by the Star Destroyer's shadow. Everything was being rushed. And Mother, what are you doing? The elf's confusion was clear in her mind. She could not rationalize what was happening as her mother inserted several coordinates into a panel on a nondescript wall. She tried to cry out. She tried to scream. However, boom! Bright blue light covered her vision. Mother! She reached her arm out, but she could only see her mother's back, and they could no longer hear her. Spatial fluctuations ran rampant, and as the scenery began to change, everything went black. It was black from that point on. Damien exited the elven woman's memories with eyes wide in shock. That scene was... He hadn't seen it personally, but it was a topic of fierce debate. In his time, it had been almost 2 decades since then. Damien looked down at the woman with solemn eyes. The old man, what was his purpose in giving this woman to him? He didn't know her, but he could understand her identity easily from those few memories. She was royalty, and that was the elven domain, just moments before it was obliterated. Chapter 12, 4 Mysteries. Chapter 12, 4 Mysteries 6, The Elf Princess, Azura. Before today, Damien didn't think there were any survivors of the elven domain tragedy, but her existence proved him wrong. The mystery as to how she ended up in the abyss wasn't too hard to figure out. She was in the middle of a space corridor when Aurora was obliterated, and the mana forced its way into the corridor and shattered it. Her only end was to be randomly spit out somewhere, with fatal injuries almost instantly killing her. So she could be considered lucky to land in the abyss. This place with its corrupted time and space kept her alive longer than she should have been. Afterward, the old man found her and kept her in his shack. The fact that her body had no visible injuries could only be credited to his interference. This further proves that the old man isn't simple, but that isn't new information. Damien frowned. He didn't really have an interest in the elven domain's destruction, and finding a survivor didn't mean much to him. So why did the old man call her a gift? Her memories are blank since the moment she left, so it's clear she's been comatose since then. If the answer isn't in her mind, then it must be in her body. Damien pulled himself out of her spiritual world and sent his mana through her physical body to observe it. And indeed, it was a nearly incomprehensible sight. Her systems are all pretty much destroyed. There's hardly anything remaining that logically supports the amount of vitality emanating from her. But everything was different. Damien hadn't devoured any elves, so he didn't know the specifics of their physiology, but he had several close to him. Through inference, he could understand that they weren't much different than humans in their internal structure. Their organs and bodily systems were essentially mirrored. But this woman, Azura, did not hold any of those similarities. There's a faint presence. It can barely be felt, but it's supporting her life force. It wasn't a positive presence in the slightest. No, it was the mana of the abyss. I need to dig deeper. Damien sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, focusing all his senses on the current task. The further he explored her body, the more he felt the urge to stand up and exclaim in shock. But he held it in. She's being transformed. That was the main conclusion he made. In the time she spent floating in the abyss, and even now, its mana was corroding her systems in an odd way that transformed her into a being that could only be called an elf in appearance. Her internal structure is far more like a Nox. Damien had made many conclusions about their species in the time he spent devouring them, but many were just assumptions without proof. Her existence practically gave him the proof he needed to justify 90% of those assumptions. I always wondered why the Nox were so hell-bent on creating chimeras out of universe denizens in their likeness, but maybe they were just chasing their roots. Even if I had no other information, this transformation alone proves it. The Nox are an artificially created species. They did not come into existence naturally. They were an invasive species in its territory, a virus that shouldn't have existed. The entity or entities who birthed them were still unknown, but Not only were they created instead of born, they were corrupted away from what their creators intended. He felt it clearly in her body. The presence of the void, that is. I didn't expect to find this at all. He had his speculations, but with this it was certain. The abyss was truly a reflection of the void, a diluted version of its existence. From his understanding, the abyss was formed from the destroyed remnants of several universes, but it couldn't have always been like that. There was certainly a time when the universe hadn't yet faced destruction and the abyss had no means to be created. Yet, even in that time, it existed. He couldn't explain that primordial form of this space. He didn't know anything about it, nor could he envision it. But in its current form, the explanation was simple. When reality was destroyed, it would create a dead zone absent of any laws. The abyss was a larger version of this. The destruction of the universe created a massive dead zone. But because the forces present in their ruination were too plentiful, they weren't wiped out, but instead clashed against each other and further ruined the dead zones they resided in. When all else was gone, what could fill that space? Naturally, it was the void, the entity that birthed existence itself. The void's energy seeped through the cracks formed by the cataclysms and allowed for the stable fusion of those rampaging elements. In the end, this reaction continued for eons upon eons until finally solidifying into what was now called the abyss. Phew, a universal truth. This single interaction allowed him to witness it. And this truth, combined with everything else he'd learned from Azura's body, gave him a level of perception impossible to others. If the void is the glue that formed the abyss, and the Nox were formed in the abyss itself, there's no way they'd remain unaffected. It was no wonder they were unable to form conscious thought until they received universe baptisms and were introduced to the presence of order. It was no wonder they needed something like bloodline memories to guide them and give them purpose. And it was no wonder their personalities skewed further and further towards disorder as they gained power. After all, power was freedom. And for those who knew nothing but chaos and were influenced by the void's qualities to consume all things, it was only natural to develop such dispositions. I'm starting to pity them a little. Damien smiled wryly to himself as he stood up. This can't be everything. If I can learn so much from just examining her body, actually hearing it from her will surely provide unexpected boons. I guess I should probably save her. He had a population of elves in the sanctuary as well, though the difference in hair color clearly illustrated the separation of their ancestries. Nevertheless, Elvira was the perfect person to ask if he wanted to heal this woman, and putting her in the company of elves would help stabilize her psyche much faster than doing it himself. All right, let's take some precautions first. He placed his hand on her head and slowly injected void mana into her systems. This mana would both assure that she wouldn't die instantly from the rapid change in environment when she was introduced to the sanctuary, and restrict her in case she turned feral when she regained consciousness. Without another thought, he swept his arm through the air and picked her up with his mana, sending her directly to the sanctuary. His mood was lighter now than it was before he came here. This is fun. It's a lonely journey to Alcatraz, but it's like just being here is unraveling secret after secret that's plagued me for so long. He felt refreshed. The Nox didn't seem as fearsome when he thought about them. People like the Saint Emperor were of course not included, since his personality was ludicrous, but the Soul Emperor and Inhuman Emperor lost a majority of their credibility here. If the Inhuman Emperor is a representation of what happens when the Nox are too far separated from their origins and descend into the influence of the abyss. Damien's eyes hardened. The Soul Emperor is a representation of a Nox utterly loyal to their original cause. He didn't like that at all, because that man was the one behind a majority of the plots that ruined the universe completely. And he was the one plundering world cores for reasons unknown. Those motives that had been hidden behind a veil of mystery until now. They were starting to become much clearer. Chapitre 1205 Danger 1. Chapter 1205 Danger. I should go find the old man again. He's probably the answer to far more questions than Azura. Azura was a treasure trove, but not by her own design. It could be said that she was lucky and misfortunate to enter her current state. She wasn't really an elf, nor was she really anything else. She was an unknown factor, a unique being within the universe. However, the only reason she could become one instead of dying and being consumed by the abyss was because of the old man. So naturally, he was the one Damien had to speak to. He rushed out of the shack and turned his head to the table where the old man was sitting. Luckily, he hadn't. Hey, didn't you say you were going to stay? Damien suddenly exclaimed. The old man shrugged. Well, he did something similar as his body virtualized into particles along with everything he owned. Did I? If I am remembering correctly, I said I couldn't make any promises. Remember? Yeah. You don't do anything actively, right? That's the one. Damien was incredibly annoyed by the timing. If he wanted to disappear, why couldn't he do it a few seconds earlier? Nevertheless, he didn't want to hear the same phrase a 16th time, so he didn't say anything else. Until next time, old man. The old man nodded in response, his presence completely vanishing. Damien was left alone in the blackness once more. He scratched his head in frustration with a sigh. Seriously, how does something like that even work? Are you saying you're being moved by something? Or? Damien didn't really know what to think, but he knew he had to find the old man again. He was the key to something. What was that something? Damien didn't have the slightest idea, but it was important. It was probably one of the most important things as of now. The most important thing is still Alcatraz, so I guess I should just keep going. There was nothing more to be said. There was nobody who could hear him anyway. Damien shut his mouth and started moving again, reaccustoming himself to his usual routine. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Before months could turn into years, Damien stopped counting entirely. The number of knocks he killed kept increasing, but oddly enough, he didn't gain much from them anymore. Their memories simply held no value. These beasts who'd never left the abyss and only acted on orders were of no use to him. So the only thing he had to look forward to was Alcatraz. When his internal body clock notified him of his 5th year in this place passing, Damien finally took note of the time again, but only for a bit before returning to his regularly scheduled program. He saw countless ancient ruins and vestiges during this time, and he'd managed to meet the old man twice more. Each time, his seemingly regular words about life or spirit liquor gave Damien insights into the truths he'd been seeking for so long. And with his growth, Alcatraz also became closer and closer. It would only be a few more years now. This unbearably lonely pilgrimage was almost at its climax. But until then, there's really no need to say it. It had been said too many times already. Damien's current life really was quite boring. Boom. The battle currently ongoing wasn't in the regular areas of the universe. Not to say those battles had stopped. In the past 3 years, they'd only become more prevalent. There wasn't a single area of the infernal realm that was free of conflict, to the point where its common populace was forced to evacuate to the divine realm years ago. However, the current battle was not one of those without potential, but of those filled with it. The younger generation had become extremely absorbed in mystic realms since the war eclipsed the universe. Even the Judgment Order, who usually stayed on the battlefield, split their forces for this purpose. Those within the dimensional leaderboard criteria focused their attention solely on climbing its ranks and occupying the top positions, while those like Aishia and Pontius led the troops to help guide the momentum of battle how they wished it. The present location was an independent space titled the Starry Sky Mystic Realm. It was like a miniature version of Grand Heaven's Boundary that only contained a few planets. And of the mystic realms that had been discovered thus far, this one had the most bountiful rewards, which also meant this was the place where the most fierce clashes were taking place. Along with many of the geniuses who'd been trained by Prismatic Sun Holy Land like Pandora, the members of Judgment Order that were present were Rose, Ryue, Elena, Long Chun, and Surun. These 5 members made up a majority of its combat power in the younger generation, and they were also those who represented the universe's greatest hope. The current dimensional leaderboard looked something along the lines of 1. Damien Void 2. Saint King 3. Suren 4. Shueru 5. Aku Xiesti, Elena Pierce, Shapte, Alteroi, Rose Adelaire 9, Long Chentan. Xerxes, Damien, and the Saint King could be ignored since they weren't present in Grand Heaven's boundary at the moment, but the rest of the spots were dominated by the Judgment Order. As for those names that didn't belong to them, they were Nox geniuses. With this ranking, it was evident that these 5 would become targets for all younger Nox beings, and that was exactly how the situation panned out. Because if one looked at the top 20, or even the top 50, the Nox were far more prevalent than universal geniuses. The battle became one of quality against quantity, and while the regular troops fighting in the Infernal Realm seemed to value quality based on their ever-increasing fighting spirit, Rose wasn't of the same opinion. This would be negative for them if it continued. The Nox had caused far more damage to the universe than they had to them, so if one looked at the overall situation, the Nox were the ones in the lead. The Starry Sky Mystic Realm was an opportunity to change that, to slaughter those Nox geniuses who occupied the dimensional leaderboard's top 100s and replace them with people loyal to the universe. Rose brought Pandora and the rest here for that exact purpose. She wasn't going to do all the work, nor would her people. They were here to preside over the situation and make sure none of the weaker geniuses died early. The main players of this battle were already set, Pandora being one of them, and arguably the one with most potential. Didn't enjoy being used like this, but she accepted it nonetheless, because she could no longer compete with the likes of Rose and her Judgment Order. After countless experiences on the battlefield, they'd all grown into high commanders with great power, while she was still stuck in the Third Revolution. So if this was how they wanted to do things, she couldn't complain. She could only accept their help and try to stand equal to them once more. Chapitre 1206 Danger 1-2. Chapitre 1206 Danger 1-2. Pandora gnashed her teeth as she cut down her enemy. This was only the 3rd Nox she'd met thus far. There weren't large numbers of them like normal, but every single one had a unique power that made them difficult to deal with and especially unpredictable. Before, we didn't really have to worry about demonic providence because we were only fighting the waves. Now that we're nearing the top, I guess it's unavoidable, she muttered to herself as she looked around. She couldn't see many of her teammates. They'd split into a number of groups and taken different worlds in this mystic realm as their training grounds, but her. Damn it, she cursed again. It was rare for her to do so, but in the past few weeks, she'd been unable to contain herself. After all, Rose sent her to this world alone. Every mystic realm had a condition that needed to be cleared for it to be counted as completed. In the Storm Heaven's mystic realm that Damien raided when he first came to the Divine Realm, the condition was simply to survive. This wasn't rare amongst mystic realms. In fact, most of them were survival conditions with a set time period that allowed the contestants to explore as much as possible to reap rewards before exiting. Unfortunately, the Starry Sky Mystic Realm wasn't so forgiving, let alone a survival condition. Its condition was completely hidden as if the challengers were supposed to be stuck here for an eternity. It made sense considering the nature of the realm itself, but there was simply no way that was true. Instead, this realm required one to unveil its mystery while they explored. There were relics buried underground and in ruins that alluded to the existence of an ancient civilization that once lived in this place, the so-called Irisun Empire. From what Pandora learned, it existed long, long ago and never had contact with the outside world. Their specialty was flame techniques, and while their emperor was a calm and logical man, they were an extremely warmongering civilization. Every power, influence, race, or other group of any sort that used to reside in this realm was subjugated by them and turned into a pawn of their empire, and when there was nothing left to conquer, they turned their eyes to the outside world. It sounded like the story of the Nox, a story of constant slaughter without a clear goal. However, the Irisun Empire didn't experience the same success as the Ink race. From the records, they were struck down by the power of heaven before they could reach their end goal and invade the true universe. There weren't many records of that power. Pandora searched for days on end, but the ruins she found only held stories of the civilization itself, not the cause of their destruction. I've been looking for that stupid power of heaven for over a month now, but I've only found trash." Pandora complained. It wasn't without reason. After all, besides some hurried writings as that power decimated them, how could they create records of it? This prosperous and powerful empire was brought to ruin in but a single second. Whatever destroyed them eradicated all life in the mystic realm. And maybe that cause is what turned this place into a mystic realm in the first place. Mystic realms weren't like hidden realms. They were exclusively under the dimensional leaderboard's control and were not inhabited by intelligent races. The most one could find were beasts whose intelligence was forced to remain untouched, those who could at most learn a bit of human language without realizing the heights of the sky they were trapped under. So even the existence of the Irisun Empire's ruins here was confusing. So was the fact that they were originally in a secret realm somewhere. It was hard to say Pandora wasn't curious. Despite her annoyance, the mysteries of this ancient culture awakened her adventurous spirit and made her want to dig up its truth. But it was hard. These thoughts just kept creeping up and making her angrier, which naturally impeded her search. There weren't many knocks. In her world, after all, this world was desolate and barely had traces of life in it at all. It was obviously a dead end, so both sides ignored it. So why did that bitch send me here? Pandora cursed and complained, but she didn't actually hold negative feelings towards Rose. More or less, she wanted to curse something out, and Rose was the closest target. Never mind. Whatever the reason, it's true that this world isn't as desolate as it seems. It was here that she learned so much about the Irisun Empire and the power of heaven. And from her inferences, this should have been the civilization's main world. For it to be this rotten, I can't really say they were wrong to assume heaven was the one who killed them. And it wasn't just information. There were roughly 100 participants in this mystic realm. Excluding the Judgment Order group, there were 40 rising geniuses and 55 of the Nox. Of them, Pandora only met 5 enemies so far. The number made her angrier, since even those incompetent Nox devalued this world. But that strange power, it's back again. Every time she killed someone, a red energy filled her body and filled her with power. She didn't trust it, nor did she use it, but its presence seemed to increase her ability to excavate this place. Ever so slightly, a link formed in her heart that guided her towards the center of the world. There's something there. As for whether it's positive or negative, she didn't know, but she had to look for it. With that in mind, she ignored everything else and tried to suppress her rage, digging into the subterranean layers of the world. The ground had a strange viscosity. It was like volcanic ash mixed with slime, giving one an extremely unnerving feeling as they moved deeper into its surface. But Pandora just gritted her teeth and continued. What could she say? She already cursed everyone she could think of, and her physical anger was being taken out on the rock. So the only thing she could do was cope. However, as she got closer to her destination, it became harder to control. Her thoughts ran wild. Curses turned into threats. She wanted to beat the ones who put her in this unfortunate situation until they could no longer loom above her. And by the time she reached the pulsing red heart at the center of the world, her urge was undeniably one to slaughter. She stared at the blood-red heart with eyes that were starting to mirror its color. She started to understand the Irisun Empire. Their desire for conquest was an undeniable urge of every human, and even she felt it to an extent. No, she felt it wholly. She also wanted to dominate everyone else in this place and put them under her foot. And when she was done, Pandora's expression crumpled. Boom! A nearby wall exploded, sending chunks of rubble flying out her. Who dares interrupt me? She roared out, incinerating the projectiles and stepping forward. However, at that moment, her eyes went wide. It wasn't even a centimeter away from her eye. She could already feel its sharpness digging into her skin. A massive spire of twisted red and black tentacles that were pulsating like they were alive. Its tip, sharper than any artifact, was just a moment away from turning her head into modern art. Chapter 12, 07 Core. Chapter 12, 07 Core. Damien was in quite the situation. After spending nearly 8 years floating through the abyss, he thought he'd gained a relative understanding of its functions, and through it, he'd been able to avoid the worst. There were absolute death zones in this place that even he, with his unreasonably powerful life force and regenerative ability, would die in, and he'd been able to sneak past them without being harmed several times. However, what got him wasn't an absolute death zone, but a natural trap he never expected to encounter. His current location was indeed the abyss, but at the same time, not quite. He was in a separated dimension looking out into the abyss. This place was like fragments of broken glass, each one roughly 5 meters tall and 3 or 4 meters wide, and they blended into the blackness of the environment to the point where even Damien's eyes couldn't make them out. Naturally, perception also couldn't sense them. They were completely removed, yet completely integrated with the atmosphere, and Damien only realized he'd entered one when he realized he couldn't leave. He'd been stuck in this strange state for over a year now, and the solution he'd come up with was simple. I have to comprehend the fractured laws here and find a way to merge them with the chaotic abyss. Not only would this require the presence of the void, but also a level of space-time comprehension he hadn't reached. It was his first major setback on his way to Alcatraz, and it wasn't just a matter of losing time. He was certain the abyss was still changing around him, creating a situation with the same consequences as leaving for the sanctuary. He'd spent the last year in comprehension, sitting in this place that was like a small piece of existence trapped in the void. He had no choice but to meditate and merge with its laws. In the process, he'd also hypothesized how such a phenomenon came about. He was no stranger to the shattered universes that created the abyss. While he hadn't found anything similar to Riva yet, he had found several fragments that held small amounts of universal law, which he promptly absorbed. He felt like if he returned to grand heaven's boundary with his current comprehension of universal law, he'd surely be able to control reality in unthinkable ways. But that was beside the point. This wasn't like the rest of the shattered pieces he'd seen. Those were already beyond repair. Even if he brought them all together, he'd only get a vague idea of the universal law of the universes they belonged to, nothing else. But this place was whole. Yes, it was fragmented, but these pieces were large and complete enough to be considered true legacies of those ancient universes. So, while Damien was irked by his entrapment, he was also eager to explore the secrets of this separated space as he found his way out. Today was just like any other day. Damien sat with his eyes closed and his senses spread. At this point, he'd already merged his consciousness with the surrounding space and started comprehending its nature. Overall, he sensed many similarities to grand heaven's boundary, which made sense since both were part of the same greater universe at some point, but there were definitely several differences in the ways the laws functioned. First off, space and time are out of whack. Instead of the constantly expanding space that grand heaven's boundary has, this one is constantly shrinking. As for time, the flow is completely ruined. There's no sense of past and present, and everything is like a single picture that one can only view comprehensively. The matter of space shrinking was interesting. It gave him the idea this fragmented dimension was actually the universe itself at the end of its life instead of a piece of it. Such a truth would explain its wholeness. But if it was the answer, where was everything? The shrinking wouldn't get rid of the worlds and celestial bodies that inhabited the universe. In fact, from what Damien understood, it was such an ingrained mechanism that it would provoke all things to shrink along with it. However, even at a molecular level, Damien couldn't sense the existence of anything besides himself. As for time, theoretically, any beings that viewed time from this perspective were already above the universal standard, so-called fourth-dimensional beings in Earth terms. They would have been able to mold society in their image, altering the past and future to affect the present in ways to create the most ideal results. But if that was true, they wouldn't have ended up in this state. Therefore, the conclusion he came to was that these factors changed after their destruction. Or perhaps the extinction of all life within the universe morphed the universal law like this. It's already established that the relationship between a universe and its inhabitants is symbiotic. When the Nox invaded us, they didn't just kill the people, but also destroy the universe. But what if? What if, in the earliest stages of their conquest, they aimed specifically for world cores as they'd done with the giant domain instead of touching the universe? What if they left the universe as an empty container and moved on, with no interest in its existence? If that's the case, I'm near the edges of the ancient greater universe. The destruction of this place happened near the beginning of time. The current Nox race wouldn't just leave a universe alone like this. It wasn't a matter of their destructive nature. Damien had long since abandoned his preconceptions of the Nox and viewed them as a whole species with the same flaws as humans. However, if this universe's life ended so long ago, knowledge would have been much sparser. The things people knew today were plenty, but there was one thing that was still a mystery to this day, only inferred by the highest experts. Such a fact wouldn't have even entered the imaginations of those ancient people. When the Nox are finished plundering all the world cores from an existing universe, their next step would naturally be its higher variety. Worlds were microcosms of the universe itself. Just like worlds had world cores, the universe had a universal core. That core was the operating system that allowed its laws to be maintained and could be considered the physical body of universal law. How could the Nox leave it be? Riva was a fragment of a universal core, and the strange phantom woman he met when he bound her was its true form, or at least an image of it. The destruction that created the abyss naturally came about because those very universal cores were plundered, and the universes lost their means of staying stable. Just blowing things up wasn't enough to cause this scene. Just imagining the power such a mysterious construct contained sent shivers down Damien's spine. He, as a celestial, had an undeniable urge to explore it, but also a natural fear of its grandiosity. And if this universe really became like this in the same way he assumed it, its universal core might still be intact. And he, as the man who was dragged into this space, was the only person in existence who had a chance to find it. Chapter 1208 Core. Chapter 1208 Core 2. Now that he'd made this inference, finding signs of the universal core's presence was his top priority. He didn't know exactly what to look for, but his comprehension of universal law, combined with his position as a celestial, gave him several ideas. And more than just finding the universal core, which would only benefit him, he needed to find a way to merge this space with the abyss. If I just take the universal core and let it naturally merge, I'll definitely see something interesting, but is it worth spending another decade here to find Alcatraz? The answer was a resounding no. The so-called natural merger was the process of chaotic forces being tamed by the void and turned into a piece of the abyss. This process would inevitably worsen the abyss irregularity and push him away from his goal. There were plenty of ways for him to see how the abyss functioned, but his current task was already extremely delayed by the environment and couldn't be pushed back further. Therefore, his primary focus was still split between creating an opening to leave and fulfilling his personal desires. Luckily, they went hand in hand. He couldn't destroy or plunder the universal core directly if he didn't want to ruin everything, but finding it was a key component in escaping this place. And even if it's the abyss, it's impossible for me to be the first in history to stumble upon this place. The rest must have died after being stuck here for an eternity, eventually becoming a piece of this space or food to the core. His conjecture was feeling more factual with every passing second. So, how was he to find the universal core? That's even simpler. The only reason he hadn't made progress in the past year was because he didn't have any viable leads to follow. Now that he did, executing the process would be easier than anything. Mana flared from his body and turned into several threads of celestial mana. These threads then shot into the void of space in the fragmented dimension and formed a spiderweb that encapsulated its entire area. The answer is world force. If the universal core was bent on hiding, all he needed to do was force it out. Boom! World force was a power Damien rarely used. It was a subset of universal law that acted as a world's natural defense mechanism against all things. If one was on planet, as long as one had enough world force, one could practically act as a god, even without binding it. However, it didn't have much use for Damien. After all, not only did he control universal law itself, he had several other methods to alter worlds however he pleased. Regardless, he naturally collected world force as he bound more and more worlds, and instead of letting it go to waste, he allowed it to strengthen Riva so the sanctuary's laws could become more complete. This was the first time he'd felt the true power of his world force with his body. And as the master of almost 500,000 worlds, it was something of wonder. Whoosh! A sparkling universe formed through the spiderweb of celestial mana threads. The iridescent blue mana of his world force twisted and swirled, dancing along the threads as they spread further into the void of space. As they came together and pushed apart, the reactions that were showcased were similar to the formation of worlds. It was almost as if, as long as they were allowed to continue, countless new worlds would be born in this space. With this kind of power occupying all the space in the fragmented dimension, even pushing into nearby fragments and drawing them closer, how could the universal core stay silent? After all, Damien represented its greatest dream. He represented the revival of this universe. It started small, a barely visible fleck of light, like a single star in the vastness of the cosmic, flickered indiscernibly as if trying to grab Damien's attention. But when he paid it no mind, it rapidly expanded, becoming a sun-like force in a matter of seconds. "There you are," Damien said with a smile. The light was just a representation of its power. If one scaled the universe up to its true size, this light would have encompassed almost half of its entirety. However, the current universal core wasn't so massive. No, it was just that single fleck, endlessly small in this endless expanse. Damien's perception locked onto it now that it had shown itself. His body couldn't shrink. He didn't have that kind of control over his systems. However, a small light ball exited his forehead and traveled towards the light, entering it and quickly reaching its center. The small string of consciousness took form in front of the universal core, standing at the same height as it and marveling at its existence. It wasn't blue like a world core. Instead, it was pure white. Damien couldn't tell whether this was its true form or only what could be perceived by a lower existence like himself, but that didn't matter. "You understand what I want, right?" he said calmly. The universal core shook slightly, transmitting its emotions to him. Rudimentary intelligence? With this age, I guess intelligence isn't permitted to your kind. The one I met was just an isolated case. It made sense why there wasn't even a single rumor about an existence like Riva before. They must have been exceedingly rare, if not totally unique. No matter what, this place will eventually fall prey to the abyss. I respect your efforts thus far, but considering the current situation, you only have two options, he said, responding to the core's emotions. Damien held up a finger. The first is death. When I escape this place, you will inevitably become exposed to the abyss, where your only fate is to be swallowed and incorporated by it. Looking at the core's timidity as he spoke, he smiled wryly, feeling as if he was bullying a child. But there truly were only two options. He wasn't going to ruin his escape plan just for its sake. His second finger rose to accompany the first. The second option is survival. I will take you somewhere, and if you inhabit that place, you will be able to take a form like never before and grow past your previous limits. However, you will have to abandon this body. He saw it in many world cores in the past. Their bodies meant everything to them, but their desire for survival trumped all else. The universal core calmed down. Its emotions slowly started taking the form Damien expected. Damien nodded, pleased by its quick response. "Very well. Then, I hope you enjoy your second chance at life, and don't forget, if you act unruly, I will exterminate you without hesitation." He didn't speak anymore, directly pushing his mana into the universal core to bind it. He was quite happy. Not only did he gain an unexpected boon, he found a shortcut to escaping this place, all in one. After he bound the universal core and sent it to the sanctuary, He just needed to use the void to directly control the direction of the following merger, which could guarantee the maintenance of his position, or perhaps even push him closer to his goal. And, in the end, he still somewhat gained the thing he was prepared to lose, the opportunity to witness the natural merger of these forces. Overall, it was a great event for him, and since he could sense that his destination was at most a few months away, his mood was truly giddy. Chapter 1209 Core. Chapter 1209 Core 3. Pandora wasn't sure what exactly happened. It was just a second ago. No, not even that. Just an instant ago, a period of time she couldn't even begin to comprehend that Spire was directly in front of her face. She could still feel the blood leaking from her eye and painting her face. But it was not there anymore. It was shattered into fragments. No, were those flowers? I knew you'd be the one to find it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Good job, Pandora. HM? That voice is... Rose. Pandora touched her face in confusion as she looked up, seeing the familiar pink-haired figure standing there. Rose gently descended to the ground, waving her hand in an equally graceful manner. The deadly spire that was now just a rain of flower petals whooshed to life and blew past her. The vibrant scent of nature filled Pandora's senses, and suddenly her mind felt amazingly clear. Rose, be careful. That thing is... Yes, I know. The heart of the Iris-Sun Empire, a disgusting power that shouldn't exist in this world. Ashu? Rose shook her head. You do not need to worry about being affected by it any longer. I've cleared that obstacle for you. Now, take hold of it and understand the purpose of this mystic realm, so you can stand out as the final winner. Pandora shakily nodded her head and rose to her feet. With a clear mind, she suddenly realized everything that had happened in the past few weeks. Over time, rage polluted her perception. No matter how much she pushed it down, it always came back and occupied the forefront of her mind. In the last moments before she was almost killed by that spire, that rage had influenced her to the point of forming killing intent against her allies. She had become a reflection of the Iris-Sun Empire. Iris-Sun, the name is much more literal than expected. She originally took it as the surname of the Imperial clan and didn't think much, but looking at it now, it was unbelievably obvious. Iris-Sun, son of Ira. The Imperials of this empire were the descendants of Wrath itself, something incomprehensible to her. Is it actually possible? She asked in awe and fear. No. However, Rose's response was clear. They didn't descend from the concept of wrath. That's just what they told themselves, so they could act boisterously with reason. A disdainful frown was present on her face as she spoke. She remembered the last wrath she'd met, that scum who tried to kill her husband. Just like him, they were nothing more than imitations. This heart has nothing to do with the forces of evil. In fact, it's just a mana treasure that was corroded by their bloodlust over time. At some point, instead of letting them influence it, it formed its own consciousness and started influencing them until it led them to their destruction. Pandora's eyes widened. Wasn't that quite a story? But how do you know all this? Rose muttered awkwardly. Well, just consider it a secret for now. If you know too much, you'll probably get points deducted when we leave. Pandora nodded and stopped hesitating, walking up to the treasure. As Rose watched her, she turned her gaze to the glowing red heart, her eyes cold. Behave. Imperceptibly, the heart itself shivered, as if it had just met the most terrifying presence in existence. Rose shook her head and refocused on Pandora. The current goal was to bring her into the top 10 and replace one of the Nox geniuses, and naturally, Rose wouldn't make such a move without preparation. In fact, unbeknownst to everyone except Ryue and Elena, Rose entered the Starry Sky mystic realm almost a year ago, and she'd conquered it completely alone. At that time, nobody else knew it existed at all, and she had to spend a considerable amount of time to clear it. But during that time, a clone so realistic even its power was a direct representation of hers took her place, and nobody suspected otherwise. Rose already understood the clearing strategy for this place. The reason it was still open was because she used illusions to escape instead of completing it back then, which forced it to revert to its original form and wait for new challengers. She pushed Pandora so hard, planting the seed of rage in her heart, so that she could be drawn to this place. And with that seed, she'd be able to claim the final treasure of this realm. Pandora, unaware of Rose's reasons, walked up to the red heart and touched its pulsating surface curiously. She felt its aura pushing in her body, but since Rose told her to do this, she allowed it without hesitation. There was a certain power taking root inside her, the power of wrath. And now that she'd regained her senses, that wrath wouldn't concentrate on small feelings or temporary rage. Instead, it would remain fueled by her hatred towards her greatest enemy. The Nox would be the ones to feel its terror. Wasn't that perfect? It was the exact conclusion Rose had been aiming for from the start. However, this was just the start. From the rest of the Mystic Realm's tasks to the events that would take place once they left, Rose would have to keep a close eye on Pandora, so she wouldn't be controlled by her power. And if she ever found that the person she chose to inherit it wasn't suitable, I'll have to kill her with my own hands, not only to eradicate the scourge Pandora would become, but also to punish herself for this failure. Business as usual. Nobody knew how hard she'd been working besides her sisters. As others moved at the same pace as their enemies in the open, Rose occupied the shadows and made 10 moves for every one of theirs. This was the primary reason for the current war situation, not only on the younger generation side, but also for the older generation. Imperceptible to even the greatest demigods, her influence spread through the universe and maintained balance, disallowing the Nox from overpowering the denizens too much. Of course, she didn't have the power to do this consistently, nor could she control the most powerful entities of both sides. However, she exhaled deeply. She was tired. Because of her, the universe was still alive, but she would never get recognition for it. Nobody would ever understand who their savior was. Yet, to her, that didn't matter. She didn't do this for them. She even sacrificed her spot on the dimensional leaderboard to provide others with more opportunities. This had always been her personality, and no matter how strong she became, it wouldn't change. For the security of the small family she had, for the security of Apiron and her father there, and for the sake of the future generations who would have to live in the world created by their predecessors, she was willing to do anything. The overall situation could be described simply. The younger generation of the universe was taking the lead, and would become a shadow the Nox geniuses couldn't escape with just a few more years. However, the older generation could at best create a stalemate. So until Damien succeeded in his personal mission, she had to hold down the fort. That was her duty as the first wife and a supreme genius of this plane. Chapter 1210 Alcatra 1. The process of binding the universal core wasn't any different from binding a regular world core. In fact, Damien barely felt a change while he was doing it. Sure, his universal law comprehension increased immensely to the point where he felt like he could directly control the universe if he went back, but that wasn't unexpected, nor was it something that gave him immense joy. After all, universal law was a contained power. It only worked under certain circumstances, and overall, it didn't have much benefit for him. Not that he didn't want it. Since universal law was a concept close to the root of existence, it was an important stepping stone for him. Later, when he reached the point he was aiming for, this comprehension would make it infinitely easier for him to overcome the final barrier. However, that was only his feeling in the moment. The universal core was still an external entity at this time, so naturally, he could only feel its effects as such. When he finally took it into his body and incorporated it into the sanctuary, an exclamation of wonder left his mouth unknowingly. He wasn't used to this feeling at all. He felt elevated, and suddenly, he realized just what he was doing. He was binding a universe. A fucking universe. This wasn't some ordinary moment. It wouldn't just be a heightened version of binding a world core. If it was just that, then how could it be considered a universe? He didn't get it at first. He was so used to events like this granting him something that he neglected the actual benefits he was receiving. There was no direct increase in a piece of his strength. His mana didn't increase. His laws remained the same as they were, and the void didn't show any reaction. However, his league increased. His state of existence reached another level, and the effects of that only presented themselves once he incorporated the universal core into his strength. League was a strange thing that lower existences couldn't understand. League and legend were two concepts that defined one's self in ethereal ways, establishing one's identity in the universe. Understanding the truth behind legends was the key to entering the 9 revolutions and beginning the path to divinity, but League didn't have this kind of significance. Because League was a concept intrinsically linked to the soul, the realm of higher existences. One's league would naturally rise with practice, but there weren't many ways to unnaturally raise it. One had to do something absolutely impossible for their league to be affected by their actions. Even when Damien made impossible achievements in gaining elemental law through the void, his league didn't experience a change. But in this moment, the entire existence that represented him was raised to a new level. Euphoric wasn't a great enough word to describe his current emotions, because league, being this kind of esoteric concept, had unprecedented effects on one's strength. Just like the blessing of foundation he received in the severed world, the increase of his league would comprehensively boost his strength in every facet. He was getting stronger exponentially. It was truly beautiful. Yet, Damien could only feel it for a few seconds before he was forced to divert his attention. Now that the universal core was gone, the fragmented dimension would start to collapse. It was his job to make sure this collapse worked in his favor. All right, let's get to work. He cracked his knuckles and spread his arms to the side. I have all the necessary comprehensions, but this is my first time doing this, so I can't let my concentration waver. He didn't let the seriousness affect him much, but he understood it well. If he failed here, he'd spend another decade in the abyss aimlessly walking towards Alcatraz. Young was over 500 years old now, but when they met, he was at most 150. What if this dilation happened in the opposite direction? What if the 10 years he spent here translated to 100 in the universe? What if he went back and found everything he worked to protect gone? He couldn't allow that. He took a deep breath and grabbed hold of his celestial mana web, infusing void mana into its structure. Facilitation. It wasn't a matter of control, but a matter of slightly altering the natural flow of events to his benefit. He had to be incredibly precise in his tweaking, and for that purpose, he let go of all other thoughts. The fragmented dimension's walls broke down, and the abyss mana flooded in. Under Damien's void mana, it wasn't allowed to rampage as it pleased, but tried its best to get out of his control. Guide them slowly. He was like an artist. Every movement of his arms was a stroke of this cosmic brush that dictated the nature of the world. As the forces of the now-broken universe embraced chaos, he used the void to slowly introduce and integrate them with the abyss itself. The space he was standing in was shrinking. He could feel the abyss encroaching upon him. He wasn't moving, but it was hard to feel like he was standing still. It felt like he was on a small boat, rocking in the push and pull of the deep ocean. But luckily for him, he wasn't an ordinary man, but the god of the sea himself. The process was hard to describe in many words. After all, chaos was defined by disorder for a reason. The fragmented dimension and the abyss slowly became one under Damien's influence, until eventually, Damien was no longer trapped in space. The abyss was all around him before he knew it. The question was, where was he now? Damien exhaled again and opened his eyes. Slowly but surely, he removed his control from the environment and allowed it to flow naturally. That movement was the eruption of an underwater volcano. A tsunami rose in a single instant, randomly pushing him through the abyss. This is the most important part. He focused and focused and focused. He pulled the strings of fate with all his power to bring about the outcome he desired. Until finally, I did it. The world stilled. The abyss returned to its usual chaotic calm. Damien didn't waste any time and directly focused on the smoke-like path leading him to Alcatraz. How much time was left? Every time he checked in the past, the answer was several years. The number of years obviously decreased with time, but it was never linear and never followed the amount of distance he'd covered, so he was a bit scared of the results of his last bargain. However, a smile lit up his face. His eyes sparkled with happiness. 6 months. It wasn't a vague estimate like usual, but a direct representation of time. If he moved in a straight line from this point, he'd reach Alcatraz in half a year without a doubt. But that wasn't the reason for his grin, because as long as he took a few shortcuts, I can definitely cut that down even more. Finally, the abyss was nice, but he was tired of it by now. This wasn't what he came for. So now that his goal was right in front of him, why wouldn't he be happy? Chapter 1211 Alcatraz 2. So this is it. Damien's voice was silenced by the abyss, but it didn't matter. Because with the passing of 4 months, he was finally here. Alcatraz. He couldn't help but marvel at it. The world itself could barely even be called a world. Yes, it shared a shape with regular worlds, as did it function similarly with a loose atmosphere encasing it and whatnot. However, it was billions of kilometers wide, an unreasonable size. It was so massive that Damien couldn't even see its curve on the horizon. As he looked at it from so close, it was like a massive wall that expanded in all directions as far as the eye could see. Even when he was approaching it, maintained this appearance. It was actually insane. Well, now that I'm here, what's the point in delaying? In the past 4 months, Damien had already made several plans on how to move once he was on the surface, so he didn't need to sit here and ponder about anything. In that time, he'd also taken several measures to hide his identity. He took abyss mana into his body and combined it with the void to make his breath smell like a Nox. And even if he used his mana, nobody would be able to distinguish him as a denizen of the universe. This final preparation was made for 2 reasons. First off, he had to be sure the emperors wouldn't notice his abnormality upon entrance. If the Saint Emperor smelled the void's scent in the slightest, he was sure to make moves that would complicate Damien's path. The other reasons were similar to a smaller degree, but overall, Damien wasn't extremely worried. After all, this was Alcatraz. This world was undiscoverable by outsiders. It had not and could not be found, so the Nox naturally wouldn't have many defenses against enemies from the outside. Though, considering their nature, he couldn't say the same about their preparations against internal threats, but he could only be sure about that fact once he made himself familiar with the surface. Damien closed his eyes and concentrated his awareness into a thin string that he sent through the atmosphere. Once he felt it connect to the ground, he warped. His laws were currently not the same as the ones he used usually. Instead, they were the diluted and morphed versions that existed in the abyss, similar to what Yeoman utilized. Of course, he decided to only use his spatial laws during this time, because he couldn't explain away his massive repertoire of abilities with a mere demonic providence. Flash. The feeling of teleportation was different. It was far less fluid, and it felt like the spatial corridor would throw him into a random location if he lost focus for even a single moment. But Damien already got used to this during his journey. Without a hitch, he reappeared on the surface of the world. Tui. He immediately spit on the nearby ground. The first breath of air he intook was disgusting. It was turbid and rancid, like the air around a rotting corpse. As for the environment itself, it was pure black. The sky was covered in dark clouds, and even without them, there was no sun to provide light to the world. The desolated ground seemed unable to sustain any sort of life and was incredibly familiar to him. It was the exact same as No Return Pass, in more ways than one. The surroundings were teeming with Nox. If Damien hadn't activated one with Dimension instantly upon entry, he would have been swarmed by them already. But the numbers were truly unrealistic. There wasn't a single portion of free ground in this plane. Billions or even trillions of lesser Nox wandered without aim. They didn't even seem to attack each other often, merely walking around like zombies in the apocalypse. Though, it wasn't as if there was no conflict. The lesser Nox were vessels of vice. Their natural instinct was to consume and gain power. Therefore, while whatever was suppressing them was doing a good job, it didn't completely limit their freedom. Indiana, several locations in the distance, Damien could see structures that looked like mountains. But mountains they were not. Instead, There were piles of lesser Nox who were currently in the process of consuming each other to evolve. It seems they've regulated the locations of combat zones. If a lesser Nox can't fight its urges any longer, it has to travel to one of those isolated areas to satisfy its urges. It was no wonder the ones around him were walking like that. They were all desperately trying to find their way to a combat zone. Regardless, this isn't what I came for. They might be uncivilized in nature, but I don't believe those higher Nox are content with living amongst their lessers. He already confirmed this fact through the actions of Nox in the universe. Not one time was there a higher Nox that didn't try to form an influence after conquering a man-made structure and altering it to their taste. I don't want to spread my awareness, but is there a better way to find one besides walking? The answer was no, but with his lack of information, he couldn't act rashly. Let's just suck it up for now. He started to move in a random direction, away from the nearest lesser Nox feeding grounds. He ran between the spatial layers for several hours without finding anything. Other than more and more feeding grounds, there wasn't a single other structure. With a world as big as this, it makes sense. I'll try flying. Instead of using mana, he summoned black, demonic wings, a disguised form of his dragon wings, and shot into the air. Once again, he found himself unable to see anything in the distance, but it was fine. His movement speed would be much faster this way. 7 more hours passed like this, filled with nothing but what he'd already seen. A terrifying understanding of the numbers the Nox possessed. A world of this size that's packed to this extent, disregarding the higher Nox that probably number in the trillions, there should be at least a few quintillion lesser Nox. The universe truly stood no chance against a force of this size, which makes my goal here all the more important. Damien threw away his thoughts and continued to move. After so long, he finally saw a structure in the distance that looked different from the rest. As he approached it, relief filled his veins. It was a city, surrounded by massive walls at least a few kilometers in height, which themselves were teeming with higher Nox guards. Was a massive metroplex that was about the size of a country. Finally, Damien pondered for a second about how to enter, but soon realized there was no need to do too much. The Nox were a simple people, and he already understood their habits well. He undid his concealment while still too far away for them to perceive him before descending. He landed in front of the walls that didn't seem to have any natural entrance and glared up at the guards. "Open up before I kill you." His tone was brash and extremely arrogant, obviously annoying the guards. "Who are you?" A voice boomed down. Damien rolled his eyes and snarled. "Does it matter to you? Open the fuck up before I come up there myself." "TCH. Fine, but don't cause trouble in here. Your strength is pathetic in front of our leaders." "Ah, pathétique. We'll see about that. Unless your leader is my lord, don't expect me to act politely." "Fuck. Not another one of these." The guards on the wall agonized over his presence, but they still granted him entry. It seems not everyone is directly affiliated to a lord. But my acting is on point. Damien smiled inwardly. He wasn't really acting like a Nox, more like the old version of him who was absorbed in death and destruction just like them. The way the wall opened was strange. It didn't actually open at all, but Damien could feel that he could now pass through its surface without a hitch. After glaring at the guards once more, he sauntered in with confidence. "Nice," he thought smilingly. "Now, it's time to get some information." Chapter 1212 Alcatra 3. The structure of a Nox city. Wasn't it quite curious? These people who never got along with each other even when they did, just how could they live cohesively in an area without problems? The answer was that they didn't. It was regular for conflict to overtake an entire city as the Nox fought amongst themselves. But because higher Nox were valuable, they weren't allowed to kill wantonly. There were 2 mechanisms in place to make sure they followed the rules. The first was a battle arena, a life or death stage that was supervised by 9 revolutions Nox and would allow one to kill their enemies existed in every city, but there were several restrictions on its use, so it couldn't be abused. The second was a collection of Supremes. They acted as a deterrent force and the highest level of authority that kept the people in line through fear. These two worked quite well together, and for the most part, wanton destruction wasn't a common occurrence. However, harmony wasn't either. The streets weren't empty as people had to go about their business, but there wasn't an air of friendliness or community present among them. Instead, it was as if all of them were walking through a den of enemies. Their eyes darted side to side. They bumped into each other and provoked each other, and even the owners of food stalls and the likes would regularly beat people and force them to pay what they owed. The longer Damien spent on Alcatraz, the more it felt like a post-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, his purpose wasn't to engage in cultural exchange with them. He didn't care about the food they ate, which, as he found, was disgusting, and he didn't care about how they acted when they were in the safety of their home world. He didn't care that they used Nox blood as currency, nor did he care about the ongoing tournament in the battle arena. After using some of his extensive supply of Nox blood to get himself accommodations for the night, Damien quietly spread his senses through the city. There are 6 Supremes. It's annoying since they're so spread apart, but this distance should still be possible. Since he was here for work, he didn't plan to waste any time. He immediately teleported out of his room and covertly arrived in the residence of one of the 6 Supremes. At my level, they aren't a problem anymore. Damien smiled. Shick. His arm went through the Supreme's neck. That man didn't even notice his presence when he was right behind him. Give me your memories quickly so I can move on. Damien rapidly devoured the man and teleported away again. He couldn't check them yet. The knots were connected in a hive mind. They couldn't see the exact cause of death, but the information that this Supreme was dead would transmit to the rest soon enough. Before that, he had to clear this city and leave. And that's exactly what he did. Regardless of their power level or how close they were to divinity, it was simple fact that there no longer existed a Supreme who could stand up to him, especially after his league was increased by the Universal Core. It was a bit difficult since most of his power was sealed. Using only corrupted spatial laws, he had to get very creative with his methods. However, his base strength was already at a level where he could defeat his peers with a single law. The rest, well, they would be saved for a more appropriate opponent. One by one, the Supremes fell without realizing how they died. Their memories flowed into Damien's spiritual world and created a black mass that he had yet to absorb. And after the last one was killed, naturally, Damien had no more use for the city. I have the urge to just slaughter them after doing that for so long, but I should keep them alive for now. I still don't know how many of these guys will be useful in the future. That was his thought as he teleported away. He didn't look for a new city right away, but instead landed somewhere deep in the abyssal deserts that the lesser Nox occupied before concealing himself again and delving into his mind. Right, let's see what's up. Nox's memories were always fragmented. No matter what he tried, he couldn't find a way to extract a full memory stream from a Nox being. His original assumption was that it was a matter of the abyss environment, but after the truth he'd learned in the abyss itself, his thoughts changed. This mechanism was absolutely designed by the Nox's creators, and it was incredibly annoying. Luckily, the stronger Nox had more complete memories, and since he had the fragments of 6 Supremes in his hand, he gained as much as he could hope for. According to these memories, cities like the one he found were rare in this world. They were strongholds within the lesser Nox waves, mainly used by those who still wanted to grow and hadn't overcome their basic desires yet. He learned quite a lot about Nox society despite his apparent disinterest in it, and he couldn't say it wasn't fascinating to understand how these beings lived. After all, those Nox that were such a mysterious enemy for the people of the universe were now being unraveled to him in full. But the culture was just a piece of memory he spent a brief time viewing. In fact, while cities did exist all over the world, the strongest experts were concentrated elsewhere. This is... Damien's eyes widened in shock. He only saw it for a single second, but its appearance was deeply entrenched in his mind already. A massive facility the size of several worlds. It would have been impressive on its own, but majesty was totally overshadowed by the thing it surrounded. It was built in a circle. That circle was much larger than a world on its own. If he had to guess, it took up 1/10 of the entire surface area of Alcatraz, and it was a massive pit, A pit filled with blackness deeper than any other form of the concept. That pit radiated an aura that terrified Damien to his core, almost giving him a feeling of reverence. How long had it been since he felt this? This kind of fear towards an unbeatable enemy. Even the Nox Emperors were only stepping stones in his eyes at this point. So what was that place that could terrify him so? The Demon Abyss. That was its name. Considering its gate, it was quite the modest name. However, this place held more significance than anything else. This is what I came here for. The Demon Abyss only had a single purpose as seen by the Nox. That place. That was the place that created them. The Demon Abyss was precisely the reason for the Nox's infinite numbers. It was a machine that pumped out lesser Nox into millions and billions and spread them across the world. If it was that place, if I could destroy that, their numbers will become finite. He could finally make a difference. The Nox's greatest card, their greatest advantage over the universe. Damien didn't need to think about anything else. That was his aim. He would wipe the Demon Abyss off the map, even if he had to risk everything he had. Chapter 1213 Alcatraz 4. Chapter 1213 Alcatraz 4. Alcatraz was the homeworld of the Nox, and the Nox Emperors naturally wouldn't leave it alone. Despite the fact that all four of them lived off-world, they split the world into 4 territories, each of which held a force that belonged to them. Though, it wasn't as if these portions were equal. Of them, the Soul Emperor and Inhuman Emperor had the largest claims. This had nothing to do with strength, but the fact that the 2 of them had the largest forces among their peers. Next was the Karmic Emperor. His force wasn't as large as the rest, but it was still substantial. After all, he needed manpower in order to execute his schemes and enforce his will. The emotional manipulation he partook in was mostly done through Supremes who carried a portion of his power and consciousness, essentially puppets for him to control. The condition for them to give their bodies to him was for him to give them power. Therefore, he needed land to provide them areas to rule. The Saint Emperor, of the 4, had the smallest force. In all aspects, he was an individual. He moved alone and had plans too deep for anyone to understand. He only recently created a small force for himself and used it to groom Yongin, but the land area necessary for this wasn't much, so his territory was a sliver of what the rest had. Those who subordinated themselves to him were more like religious fanatics than soldiers. They were followers, not troops. The actual locations of the Nox Emperors were well-kept secrets. Some of them acted so quietly that it was difficult for anyone to pinpoint their locations, while some made sure those who knew where they were either subjugated or dead. Currently, Damien was in the Inhuman Emperor's territory, which explained why the rules only prohibited slaughter superficially. In fact, this territory encouraged the act under the pretense of harmony with structures like the battle arena. The Nox here would slowly breed their desire to kill to a greater extent than their base instinct called for, which was perfect for those in the Inhuman Emperor's camp. Being in this territory was probably for the best. These are the most simple-minded Nox, so Damien didn't have to worry about much. But finding a path to the Demon Abyss was troubling. There were no events or ceremonies surrounding it that he could use as an entry point, nor were regular Nox beings allowed near its vicinity in the slightest. The only ones who could approach the Demon Abyss were lords and emperors, at least as the 6 Supremes' memories implied. Damien had a deep frown on his face as he tried to find an in. My strength is enough, but I have to remain quiet. Damien was untouchable right now. Supremes couldn't do anything to him, and demigods literally couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, battle wasn't a problem. But he couldn't alert the enemy to his presence. If he engaged in too much battle and found himself standing against the entire world, even he would reach a point of no return. After all, it took him 5 years to kill just over 1 trillion Nox. Imagining how much time he would have to spend to kill his way off Alcatraz made him shiver. And worst of all, there was still one thing that could kill him. If one of the emperors created a Supreme with enough of their power, it would definitely give him a run for his money. If the 4 of them teamed up for that purpose, well, that's highly unlikely, but I should still be careful. Through the memories he obtained, Damien also learned of the ongoing conflict between the Soul and Saint Emperors. The Soul Emperor's forces had been relentlessly suppressing the Saint Emperor's followers for 50 abyss years. The reason behind their conflict was unknown, but everyone on Alcatraz was happily watching those two sides fight. How would Damien react if he found out the cause was none other than himself? He would surely laugh his ass off. But that was a story for another time. His thoughts in the moment were focused on two things. Firstly, the obvious goal of infiltrating the demon abyss. And secondly, since two of them are already fighting, why don't I make it worse? He wanted to set the karmic and inhuman emperors against each other. His hope was that they'd split into four, but even if they split into two sides, it would benefit him far more than their current united front against outsiders. With the inhuman emperor's personality, it shouldn't be hard to incite him. The problem is finding a way to blame the karmic emperor. Damien had never seen the man before, so he couldn't just fabricate memories or use other similar hidden tactics to pin the blame. But if he could find a way, boom, the ground rocked. Damien's head swiveled back in the direction he came only to see a massive mushroom cloud rising into the air. That is the city? It was far in the distance, but the fact that he felt the shockwave so clearly meant the explosion wasn't small at all. There shouldn't be anyone capable of creating a scene like that left. After he killed the Supremes, did someone else come to take over the city? Or was there something more mysterious going on? Either way, since I'm planning to fuck the inhuman emperor over, it's my duty to go check it out. He just left, but that was only because he didn't expect something fun to happen so soon. Damien instantly shifted his appearance again to avoid unnecessary trouble and made his way back. And when he arrived, carnage. The ordinary citizens were loose in the streets, killing and looting like no tomorrow. Their eyes were red as if they'd lost their sanity, and not a single individual was spared from the slaughterfest. I knew they were belligerent, but it shouldn't be to this extent. The loss of Supremes wasn't enough to cause something like this. No, maybe it is, but it hasn't been long enough for this kind of mayhem to occur. It wasn't even an hour ago that he assassinated them and left. Even if others learned of their deaths in this time, the executioners in the city would have stepped up and tried to maintain balance. Not for peace, but for their own benefit. If they could take the posts of those dead Supremes and gain the acknowledgement of a lord, their futures would be far more prosperous than now. But that didn't happen. Executioners were fighting each other. High commanders were teaming up against executioners. Hell, even regular fourth-class Nox were challenging 9 Revolution's masters without care for their lives. Indiscriminate and without reason. That was the best way to describe the ongoing scene. But this still isn't enough to cause that explosion. Damien scanned the surroundings for the impact crater and found it soon enough. It seemed the battle arena had been obliterated first, and this chaos started afterward. The instigator is... Damien's eyes went to the sky. There was a man standing there, a condescending expression on his face as he watched the Nox slaughter themselves. But doesn't he look a little different? Chapter 1214 Alcatraz 5. Chapter 1214 Alcatraz 5, just a few minutes before Damien's arrival. A man appeared in the skies above the city that had just recently lost its Supremes. He wasn't a resident, just a passerby, but his mood was currently extremely negative. That pun ant. How dare he act so dismissive? Does he not understand his position? He seemed to be aggravated by someone he'd just spoken to, and the humiliation he'd faced just moments prior clouded his mind. They're becoming uncontrollable. If this goes on, the Lord will have my head. He scowled as he thought about it. Their mistakes would be blamed on him. Why? Because he was the envoy that facilitated the relationship between their two sides. It wasn't as if he chose this position. It was forced upon him, and he was forced to demean himself by creating this small avatar with the power of a Supreme to cater to them. He was a being far higher than them. Even if he was nobody within his own influence, he was someone they should have only been looking up to. That's soul and understands. The rest, TCH, they must be put in their place. 2 of them didn't need to be touched as their loyalty was still strong, while the other one was too much of an outlier even for him. Therefore, inhuman brat, use your idiocy to entertain me. He found himself in the Inhuman Emperor's territory as he made his way back to the Demon Abyss. Quite convenient, in his opinion. Since he was already here, why shouldn't he stir up some chaos? He'd already caused mayhem in several cities he found along the way and weakened the Inhuman Emperor's forces. And just now, he'd come across a city that was already halfway destroyed. After all, it had lost its supremes. I should give that karmic brat a warning too. He has become more unruly in recent days. Since that was the case, the methods he used were obvious. He incited the rage in the common citizens' hearts and eviscerated the flaws that were intentionally placed in their design. Like this, he could make the Nox jill themselves with a thought. Boom! He flicked his wrist and blew up the battle arena. His energy spread through the dust like a virus and rapidly encapsulated the whole city, forcing its citizens into a rampage. How amusing. All that was left for him to do was watch how these idiots died to their own desires. If nothing else, it made him forget the annoyances their leaders presented, and that was his entire goal. It was quite entertaining to watch this slaughter, especially since the Nox were already creatures who loved partaking in it. Their methods were diluted and backward, but the way they utilized them to try and make their way to power was novel from his perspective. However, this is boring after a bit. Shall I move on now? He'd been watching for a few minutes already. Unfortunately, this city didn't have much to offer in the realm of talent. They are too difficult to control. I don't understand why the Lord is so insistent on keeping them, but I cannot question his will. The man sighed in reluctant acceptance of his position and turned his gaze away. There are only a few more before I return to my post. Hopefully, they will show me something high. A single word, but it came from directly behind him, almost as if it was whispered in his ear. He didn't sense the newcomer's presence at all. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up like blades as he whipped his body around. Who dares? A finger touched his forehead before he even saw his attacker. Naturally, il do. His eyes widened. You are. Sure, dead men don't speak, right? A stream of energy flowed into his body and started disassembling it from the inside. As the man decomposed into ashes that drifted into the wind, he looked at the appearance of the man who killed him. Long white hair, a large body with a gait not matching the Nox, and pale white skin that was just slightly grayed in a way that seemed fake. A final thought flowed through his mind. This is not mana, and he died just like that. He barely understood what hit him, and barely had time to process what happened. Of all things, he never expected to meet someone who could kill him, or even dare to. However, this same carelessness was what allowed Damien to take him down effortlessly. And now that it was done, Damien absorbed his memories with a frown. That man. Damien was also interested in his appearance, because just like his demon form, that man didn't look like a Nox. He had the same white hair, the same red eyes, and the same pale skin. His body was only slightly smaller than Damien's current form, something he hadn't seen in a Nox. It was undeniable that this man was connected to the unknown bloodline Damien gained after devouring enough Nox. The power he'd so aptly titled his demon bloodline. For that reason, he instantly killed and stole his memories instead of risking anything. And that's why he chose to directly use the void to kill instead of his usual approach. Now that you're gone, let's find out who you are. Damien found his way to a safe area again and delved into the memories. The first thing he encountered was a wall. These memories were different from the ones he usually saw. They were separated into two parts. A portion of them were accessible to him, while the vast majority were locked behind a massive ethereal wall of light. Damien touched it curiously. Is this a barrier of existence? It was the first time he'd seen something like this. He wasn't being blocked by anything he could understand. It was precisely because he couldn't understand that he was blocked. This barrier prevented him from gaining knowledge above his caliber. Knowledge that people of his state of existence were disallowed from knowing. What could it be? He had some ideas, but they seemed too unrealistic. The only way to know for certain was to browse what he was allowed to see. And instantly, the unrealistic ideas in his head became tangible. The newly deceased man's name was Actrui, a strange combination of letters that didn't make much sense. However, His name was rarely used, if ever. Judging by his thoughts, he was called by titles throughout his entire life in his homeland. And when he was among the Nox, he was called respectfully by his position. Envoy, Damien muttered to himself. This man was a respected envoy who connected Nox with another force. And as he skimmed through more and more memories, Damien's heart raced. It isn't some regular force. He's not some regular person. This envoy nonsense is far more serious than I thought. His actions had consequences he wasn't expecting. And the envoy's identity created a plethora of problems and questions Damien didn't expect when he killed him. At most I thought he was an apostle of some sort that served one of the emperors, but Damien's eyes hardened. I never expected him to be from the heavenly world. Chapter 1215 Alcatraz 6. Chapter 1215 Alcatraz 6. An envoy from the heavenly world. Because 90% of his memories were locked behind the wall of existence, Damien couldn't understand anything about this identity. He thought it was impossible for existences from the heavenly world to descend, and he had countless questions about the race this man belonged to. But the only leads he had were the envoy's thoughts alone, which barely gave anything away. Damien could only assume the rules of the abyss were different, or maybe there was some hidden method that required immense sacrifice to activate. He didn't know. All I can tell is that this guy served some kind of lord, and that his mission in the lower universe was to watch over the Nox and keep them in line. It's difficult. This man was likely linked to the biggest mystery behind the Nox, their artificial nature. But unfortunately, he didn't provide any clues to this connection. Even though Damien devoured his body along with his memories, he didn't feel any significant upgrade in his demon bloodline, nor did his body receive any sort of traits or strengthening, which was extremely odd. All in all, it was like all information other than the factors relating to Alcatraz was hidden from him, almost as if it was done intentionally. But this can't be one of those things where I'm being guided. This one is too much of a coincidence. Their meeting was probably fated since Damien came to the inhuman Emperor's territory directly without knowing anything. But that fate was natural and not altered by outside forces. It's stupid to even think about blaming universal flow since I'm not in the bounds it controls anymore. It was annoying. Damien wanted to tear down the wall that disallowed him from getting the answers he deserved to have, but he couldn't do anything about it. I'll find out more when I ascend. It's not like that's far away at this point, so there's no need to get hung up on it. Phew. Damien exhaled lightly and stabilized his mind. At the end of the day, those secrets weren't too important right now. He was now aware of the hidden enemy lurking in the heavenly world, and that was all that mattered. Luckily, I'm using an altered appearance. When I get up there, I shouldn't be targeted by them, but, things will get annoying if news of this spreads. He was not excited to see how they would react. If they had the ability to send their people to the lower universe without restrictions, he would have to prepare to confront several new and unknown enemies. And more than that, if that guy was able to sense the void properly before he died. Damien shook his head. Let's focus on this first. Once it's over, I can worry about the rest. Putting aside the negatives, there was an immense gain in killing him, a windfall that made Damien's life 1,000,000 times easier. The basic knowledge should be enough to converse with, and his personality and body language have been fully ingrained in my mind. So, Damien wrapped his body in mana. By the time the swirling waves disappeared, his appearance had changed again. From now on, I'm the envoy. Actually, never called himself by name even in his thoughts. The titles he used were various, but the Nox didn't know any of them, so envoy was enough of a name for this identity. And with it, Damien gained easy access to the demon abyss. Because, unknown to the normal Nox population, the envoy was a being who stood on equal footing with the Nox emperors. He was also someone no Nox who knew of his existence would dare to probe or provoke. Essentially, Damien found his golden goose. The demon abyss is far. If this was the universe, it would be easier to go into orbit and teleport there, but I'm afraid that'll have the opposite effect in the abyss. Damien sighed again. Since it had come to this, he would act as the envoy and slowly make his way to the goal. Wow, this guy really made my life so much easier. I'll have to make a grave for him, or something to show my thanks. The envoy was already furious with the inhuman emperor and used his abilities to incite conflict between him and the karmic emperor, a similar plan to what Damien had in mind. Now that he had this identity, he could sow discord openly without worrying about anything. And with the envoy's memories, Damien gained a deep understanding of the hidden Nox emperors and their power sets, which gave him much more room to work with. He was set. Now all that was left to do was act. It'll take a few years to get there regularly, but this guy... Damien smiled. With this identity, he could make the journey in less than a year. Good. He was already getting excited. He couldn't wait to see what the demon abyss showed him. A pair of eyes shot open in the blackness. Hiss! A man sharply inhaled and clutched his chest. I am alive. He almost forgot. After spending so many years with his entire consciousness in that body, he almost forgot his original identity. I was killed. A piece of his soul was in that avatar. It wasn't as simple as waking up and being okay. He'd sustained a deep injury that he wouldn't be able to heal for decades. Damn it! He roared, slamming his fist to the side. That was not mana. The one who killed me. He didn't use the mana that the people of this reality used. He used a form of energy. Energy very similar to what he was used to. I have to report to the Lord. He stood up shakily, leaning on a nearby wall to catch his balance. The injury of his soul didn't hurt yet, but the second his mind got accustomed to this body, he would feel excruciating pain. Before that, he needed to transmit the message. That man, that appearance, that attitude, that energy, a medallion-like object appeared in his hand. In the same movement, he inputted energy into its systems, creating a connection to a similar device long enough. Ha ha ha! A bout of laughter came from the other side. I never thought I would see the day when a lowly slave tried to contact the Lord personally. Yuba, what did you just call me? Sir? The man gritted his teeth, his grip on his chest tightening. Now is not the time for this. The voice on the other side stopped mocking him. After all, this particular slave had been tasked with a job in the lower universe. His return to his main body indicated a problem already. Report. Why have you returned? As the other side turned formal, the man's eyes narrowed, rage bubbling in his chest. I was killed. Killed? By a lower being? This is why I know. The man roared, falling to his knees. It was one of our own, he squeezed out. He only had a single breath left. He had to make sure they knew. They had to understand that. There is a traitor among us. The man who killed him was a member of their race, not a lower existence, and not an external enemy of any kind. The other side was silent for a moment. It was obvious that a rain of questions would descend on him soon, but the envoy had no time left to answer them. In a cave, shackled to a wall by his wrists, ankles, and neck, Actrui, the envoy, screamed in agony. This pain, he would remember it. Whoever that man was, whether it was another slave or the Lord himself. I will kill you. He would make them feel his pain. Chapter 12:16 Demon Abyss. Chapter 12:16 Demon Abyss. Wow, this place is a lot more futuristic than I imagined. Damien was currently standing at one of the entrances of the massive facility that housed the Demon Abyss. He'd spent the past year and a half traveling through Alcatraz, and quite frankly, he was getting tired of the scenery. After all, the planet was bleak. The darkness where light could only be perceived through a medium of mana, the air of tragic existence that it carried, he naturally got tired of it as he spent more time here. Other than the massive fields of Lesser Nox, he only came across 5 cities during his travels. Using his power to mimic the Karmic Emperor and destroy these cities was perhaps the only source of entertainment he had. He could even sympathize with the envoy a bit. Nevertheless, now that he was at his destination, anticipation filled his veins. The facility was built with an extreme geometric design of mostly angular shapes and a few spherical posts in the skies above, and overall, it looked bland. The style was quite advanced from a Nox. It gave a vibe that let people know the purpose of the area. It wasn't for fun, and it wasn't for appeal. It existed for the sole purpose of protecting the most sacred grounds of the Nox race. I've been here for a week or so, and looking at the people entering and exiting, it doesn't seem like the procedures to get in will be hard to pass. It was a basic iris scan and fingerprint, along with an identity check based on questions the individual themselves created, so that imposters could be blocked. But he never saw the envoy partake in such procedures in his memories, so he could only assume he was an exception. Still, I had to check to be sure. As long as they don't question me on anything about the heavenly world, I'll be able to pass all of these tests without a problem. After all, Damien's disguise was perfect. He had completely mimicked the envoy's appearance down to the finest details and even possessed all of the necessary memories. Hesitating at a time like this, it's not like it's unwarranted, but it's so unlike me. Perhaps it was because his intuition was ringing bells. He could feel it in his soul that what he found in the demon abyss would completely shatter his perception of the world. But that'll happen regardless. At some point, I have to leave the comfort of the lower universe and seek higher peaks. Damien understood them. Those demigods who decided to stay here instead of ascending, he couldn't critique them as harshly anymore. The comfort of being at the peak, the comfort of knowing that everything was under one's control and within one's perception. It was addicting. Even Damien, a man with endless ambition and the qualifications to achieve the impossible, was tempted by them. But that was the extent of it. It was just one of many temptations that begged him to become content. He liked to entertain them, because it felt like he could gain a better understanding of his psyche by doing so, but he would never fold under their pressure. What reason did he have to do so? He understood reality. Even in this moment, if he let his hesitation control him, he'd be putting the entire universe in danger. Only strength could guarantee true peace, so he would never stop moving forward until he achieved that level where nothing could cause him fear. He got rid of his concealment and descended to the ground. The envoy was an arrogant person. He wasn't someone who'd be low-key in anything he did. So Damien confidently walked through the facility's entrance and glanced at the Nox guarding it indifferently. Open the door. The guards didn't even make a sound of protest. Rather, they stopped themselves before they could act prematurely. Because once they saw the man who spoke, there was nothing they could do except bow their heads and allow his passage. Damien walked through the first door without problems and encountered the second security layer. This was where most tests would be held. But of course, he was exempted from them all. The third gate was an interrogation area where one would be quizzed on the security questions they designed, as well as questions prepared by the staff themselves, a double layer of protection. Damien got out of this with a single glare and finally made it into the facility's main body. The halls were pristinely white, strange for the Nox, especially considering that there were no white materials on Alcatraz, and there were connecting hallways everywhere. The materials were definitely stolen from the universe, a fact that put a sour taste in his mouth. If it wasn't for the envoy's memories, I would have gotten lost immediately. Once again, I have to give him some thanks. Damien went through a series of twists and turns through an unnecessarily complicated path towards the demon abyss. It's surprising. The rest of the world doesn't have any protection against outside forces, but even if one went directly to the demon abyss through the easiest routes, one wouldn't be able to get to it. There were 3 specified paths per entrance that would truly lead to the demon abyss, and each of them forced one to move away from it before moving back in its direction. If one didn't know the right route, one would walk directly into a trap that would kill them without giving them a chance to retaliate. Rather than outsiders, I guess this is protection against other Nox. After all, the demon abyss was that kind of place. Damien didn't know what would happen if the Nox came in contact with their force of origin, but it had to be a serious matter if it required this much defense to prevent. Nevertheless, Damien continued forward for several minutes, and passed several Nox beings dressed as scientists, researchers, and guards, all of whom stopped in their tracks and bowed respectfully until he passed. Until finally, he could see the final door leading to the goal. This place, I need to input the code precisely if I want to get in. One slight mistake will expose me. Every individual who had access to the demon abyss had their own code to open the gate, and this code would change constantly. Luckily, the changes happened every 5 years, as 5 abyss years were nothing, and the code in Damien's mind was still valid. It's so easy it makes me more worried, but this is only regular considering my current identity. calm down, focus, and go. That's all I need to tell myself. His heart was beating rapidly, and his emotions were at an all-time high. This was it. Behind the large mechanical door in front of him was the goal. All right. He steeled his mind and calmed his heart. With steady hands, he moved to start inputting the code. However, at that moment, PSHHHHHH. Steam rolled out over the floor as the 3-meter-thick door whirred to life and receded into the ceiling. Damien turned his eyes to it in surprise as he watched a group of people walk out into his corridor. His heart skipped, but he couldn't show it on his face. No way a coincidence like this exists. Out of all entrances to the Demon Abyss, 16 precisely. Why did the Saint Emperor have to show up at this one? Chapter 12-17 Demon Abyss. Chapter 12-17 Demon Abyss 2. The Saint Emperor spotted him at the same time he spotted the Saint Emperor, and upon realizing who he was, he smiled. My, Sir Envoy, I didn't expect to see you here. He started the conversation sarcastically. Damien gritted his teeth. This kind of disrespect was usual from the Saint Emperor. Of the Nox Emperors, he was the one the envoy despised the most. There were several reasons for this, but the main one was his strength. According to his thoughts, the Saint Emperor was the only one who could threaten the envoy. His power was at a level he couldn't see through, which made him infinitely wary. And the fact that he had to be wary of a lesser existence from the lower universe ground his guts. The two rarely had contact, but whenever they did, it proceeded just like this. The Saint Emperor would subtly mock him, while he held his rage to maintain face. Why are you here? Damien responded passively, though annoyance could be seen in his eyes. The envoy refused to call him Saint Emperor, but he couldn't call him an ant to his face, nor did he know the man's true name, which had been lost in time. So you could be considered an insulting form of address. I feel blessed by your concern for my actions, but this isn't something you need to know, right? The Saint Emperor's response didn't show any care for his disrespect. Damien straightened his back and walked up to the man, standing just a foot away from him. Why would it not be? Did you forget who I am? He glared into the Saint Emperor's eyes, looking down at him due to their height difference. As expected of Sir Envoy, there is nothing to worry about. My visit today is nothing more than a stroll in the park. The younger generation should see where they came from, no? Damien glanced at the group of 4 behind the Saint Emperor, made up of younger Nox geniuses who hadn't hit 1,000 years old yet. When he looked back at his enemy, his glare was much fiercer. Are you aware of the laws here? Even if you are an emperor among these people, do you think you are enough to break the rules set by your masters? For the first time, the Saint Emperor's expression changed. It was slight, barely perceptible, but his eyes turned cold, like a killer looking at his prey. The slight bloodlust that leaked from his body wasn't something the true envoy would have been able to sense, but the all-seeing eyes made it excessively clear. Does the Saint Emperor hold malice towards the envoy, or is it something bigger? Damien shook off his personal thoughts and focused on the conversation. The real envoy would try his best to find fault to punish the Saint Emperor here, and while it would delay him, he had to act out this role if he wanted to avoid problems. Why are you silent? Do you think I cannot do anything to you? Damien grinned cruelly and brought his hand up. The Saint Emperor turned his eyes to it with a scowl. Damien didn't have that power, but the envoy did. He had an absolute authority over the Nox that could even subjugate emperors, but he was only allowed to use it with cause. I wish I inherited that, but it must be a racial trait or something similar. I need to devour more of his kind if I want that. As Damien expected, the Saint Emperor's attitude changed. There is no need for worry. Naturally, I would never do anything to disrespect the envoy. However, these juniors are quite special. They're the future of our race, so naturally, they will be beneficial to you as well. Damien glanced back at the younger Nox. These ants? What can they amount to? They're being trained by me. So, is that even a question? You are far too presumptuous for your position. That is not true. This is just confidence that stems from my loyalty to the cause. Loyalty? Do you truly possess it? At that moment, something unexpected happened. That is the question, isn't it? The Saint Emperor gave a response totally unlike him. Not just in Damien's knowledge of him, but the envoy's as well. He was never openly rebellious. Because, just like those weaker than him, just like young, and he had to hide his fangs and wait for an opportunity to strike. As that time come, Damien's eyes narrowed. Boy, be careful with what you say. If I happen to report this to those above. Damien grinned again. I cannot wait to see what will happen to you. The Saint Emperor raised his brow before smiling as if nothing happened. No waities. Naturally, I will not overestimate myself. Sir Envoy, why don't you take this gift to appease your anger? The Saint Emperor placed his hand in Damien's and passed along a space ring whose contents were unknown. You can consider my tribute to you. I promise you will not be disappointed. I can't use mana because the envoy didn't use mana, but I can't use the void either. Let's just keep up pretenses. Luckily, the Nox couldn't sense the energy used by the envoy's race. Damien raised his brow and glanced at the spatial ring as if he was observing its contents. From what he knew, the bribes the envoy usually received were translucent crystals of unknown origin and balls of light that reeked the stench of corrupted laws. He could only assume this would be the same. He put the spatial away and shook his head. This is not a tribute for me, but for the Lord. Do not forget who truly owns you. The Saint Emperor nodded with a smile. Naturally, I will not. Damien frowned. On the outside, it looked like he was displeased with the Saint Emperor's continued presence, but on the inside, it was an expression of his discomfort. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take these juniors back to continue their training. I can promise quick results, so you do not need to worry about today's minor issue. The Saint Emperor gave his parting words and walked away without any goodbye, whether it was a respectful bow or any sort of salute. Damien gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger as he watched the man's figure fade into the distance. And when he finally went out of sight, phew, Damien let out a sigh of relief and inputted his code into the door, reopening the door that had long closed by now and entering the Demon Abyss main area. Good. I'm still safe. He leaned against the wall and gathered his breath. He was finally away from any sort of surveillance. And while he'd managed to play off his encounter with the Saint Emperor and proceed without a hitch, his gut feeling was telling him otherwise. There wasn't anything wrong with their conversation, at least for the most part. But that one sentence... No, even disregarding that, Damien intuitively felt it. The Saint Emperor knew. He knew Damien's identity. Somehow, he saw through the disguise. But he didn't say anything. He didn't know what to think. The Saint Emperor was far too mysterious. And just when he thought he'd unraveled a little piece of that man's psyche, he did something that made him far more confusing. Damien frowned. Whatever the case, I'll have to find out later. For now, the Demon Abyss was right in front of him. There was nothing more important than that. Chapter 12:18 Demon Abyss. Chapter 12:18 Demon Abyss 3. Damien was able to regain his calm after a few minutes, and without wasting a single second, he walked through the gradually enlarging tunnel until he reached its end. The area was massive. Damien was just a human. His perception range was extreme, and his vision could pierce the heavens. But his natural form made him nothing more than an ant in this place. Behind him were tall walls at least a few kilometers high, which extended into the distance, both ways for distance unknown. Just like when he faced Alcatraz, he couldn't even see the curve in its structure, but it was obvious that these walls were the very facility he'd just exited. The facility itself had the same diameter as several worlds combined, so this was natural, but the real majesty was the view in front. The name Demon Abyss was apartment. The man-made structure to his rear was almost comforting, because in front of him was an expanse of blackness far more terrifying than the abyss itself. It felt like he was standing on the edge of the world. If he fell into that space, his existence would dissipate into nothingness, and Damien Void would become a forgotten name. That's the darkness that they're bred in. Even someone like the Saint Emperor was born from this. As he approached it and stood on its edge, the emotions he'd just calmed came rushing back into his mind. His mind, body, and soul were screaming at him not to go down there. But for the first time in his life, he had to ignore his instincts. This was his path. This was a choice he made of his own free will. The problems nobody else was willing to solve, he would solve them himself. If it cost him everything, that was his own mistake. It was his fault for making the decision in the first place. But the presence of consequences wasn't enough to make him back down. Short-term pain for the sake of long-term gain was the basis of growth. And since when was there such a thing as reward without risk? He stepped 1 foot over the edge, letting it hover over the demon abyss. It felt strange. The tip of his foot should have been submerged in the blackness, but it was still clearly visible, as if the demon abyss was just a massive sinkhole. But this blackness was corporeal. It was extremely real, and it was tangible enough to make him feel fear in the depths of his soul. That darkness, why couldn't it cover his light? If this isn't a sign, then nothing is. Hugh, entering the demon abyss was something even the Nox Emperors couldn't do, but the envoy was different. The power of his bloodline granted him entry. And even though Damien didn't absorb his bloodline, he understood after carrying his identity for a while that they were one and the same. His demon bloodline and the envoys, that is. The fact that I obtained a bloodline from the heavenly world so easily makes me feel funny, but I guess I was already carrying the bloodline of 2 gods since birth, and even the void. Damien shook his head. Distracting thoughts, distracting thoughts. He smiled. In the end, his distracting thoughts were still plenty useful, because by the time he realized his attention was too focused on something else, he'd already tilted his body forward too far to turn back. He was already falling into the abyss. Ah, to think I'd get baited like this, and not by anyone else, but myself. Joking internally to overcome his fear, he fell. He descended into the demon abyss. The first thing he felt was the chill. No, it wasn't necessarily a chill, but he did get goosebumps that made him shiver. It was a complete absence of temperature. His body instantly went numb, as if his sensory organs decided to stop functioning. And with this change, it almost instantly became impossible to perceive distance. After all, he didn't even feel like he was falling. If he believed his perception, he was floating on a cloud instead of barreling through the darkness. At the same time, he could clearly feel it now. The blackness didn't encroach upon his body. It was like his existence was the single source of light in this place, but he could now feel the murky aura of the blackness crawling over him like some sort of failed experiment come to life. Damien's mind was surprisingly stable, contrary to his previous fears. He'd been in similar situations too many times, and at this point, losing his perception during a fall was more comfortable than standing at the edge of the cliff. Slowly and carefully, he started to toy with the surroundings to develop an understanding of it. He first separated a strand of awareness and threw it into the distance. As expected, the link was lost instantly. Spreading his awareness here was impossible, but it was good to know that the natural forces of the demon abyss wouldn't corrode his mental power. He did several more tests to see how mana functioned in this environment, whether or not the void would react, how his demon bloodline would change when exposed to it, and even what would happen if he devoured the blackness. All in all, he didn't discover much. The environment was devoid of anything, and while it didn't cause any harm, it also didn't do anything to benefit him. How strange. I expected there to be more downsides, but maybe this is the benefit of my demon bloodline. Since they're granted access, it would be weird for them to be suppressed. He just assumed the degree of suppression would be different since he was a human, but it seemed the demon abyss didn't discriminate against holders of the bloodline. Or there's no such thing as someone able to carry the demon bloodline outside of their race. Damien shrugged to himself and continued searching the darkness. There are no signs of life. It feels wrong. There are supposed to be millions upon millions of Nox being bred here, but I don't feel the fluctuations of even one other existence besides me. The ambient aura smells of them, though, so they have to be here somewhere, right? Was it a special property of the demon abyss? It may be because of the Nox race's nature. If this is their power of origin, then what if this entire demon abyss registers in one's perception as a Nox being? It would make sense why he couldn't sense the individuals if they weren't regarded as individuals until they left the demon abyss. Well, Damien sighed internally. I can't tell the time anymore, because the concept of time is basically non-existent in here. What to do? He'd basically conducted all the tests he wanted to, and his results were quite disappointing. It wasn't really a problem, since he was only investigating out of curiosity, but I now have nothing to do. Until he came across something interesting, he would just be falling for eternity. Ah, Damien smiled wryly. He never thought it would come in handy so soon, but, welp, it's a good thing I did patience training. Chapter 1219 Death. 1219 Death. One Damien spent an untold period falling through the demon abyss. He stopped counting the hours before the first day even ended, and after that, he willingly closed off his perception so he wouldn't feel its absence. This was the best way to fall. Damien was confident in the strength of his body and regeneration, so even if he hit flat ground from a logical height, he knew he would survive. The only thing he regretted was the fact that he wouldn't be able to sense what was going on around him, feeling as if he would miss out on several secrets because of this choice. However, he was wrong about that. When he closed off his senses and embraced the numbing effect of the abyss, he found himself more connected to it than ever. Perhaps that was the key from the start. The light keeping his body from being consumed by its darkness was still present, but it wasn't visible to anyone but himself. The demon abyss consumed him wholly, invading his pores and orifices and coating his entire figure. When that happened, Damien finally sensed presences aside from himself. Weak, they were in their natal forms, so naturally, their life fluctuations were so weak he could barely feel them. But in this connected state, he could now recognize their existence, and he could almost feel them directly. This is the early stage of Nox creation. They didn't look like Nox. They weren't humanoid in the slightest, more like tadpoles drifting through murky waters. The energy of the demon abyss continually pumped into them and energized them, feeding their creation. Judging by the intake speed, it should take around 5 minutes to create a classless lesser Nox. Before they even left the demon abyss, they would reach first-class power. And Damien had no idea how many Nox could be produced in every batch, but just the speed of early creation was enough to shock him. To think life can appear so easily. Was life so simple to control? He had exceptional achievements in the law of samsara, but even he didn't think it was possible to boost the growth speed of a life form this much. And this isn't just boosting, they're actually creating Nox from nothing. Rather, they were creating Nox from pure energy. This was a realm Damien hadn't even begun to touch yet. I don't sense creation laws at all, but maybe that's because I haven't been in contact with them? I don't know, but everything about this feels unnatural. It felt like the existence of the demon abyss was going against everything that was right. It was the truest materialization of disorder he'd seen to date. There isn't much I can infer with my limited knowledge, but I can be certain that whatever they're using isn't present in the universe. Whatever the law that governs this interaction is, we have never come in contact with it. Ever. Not just Damien and his generation, not just the people he knew, but the entirety of known existence had never met this concept before. Perhaps that's why the Nox have been able to achieve so much. If their origin is a completely unknown force, their growth potential can guide them in directions we could never imagine. When Damien was making his way here through the abyss, a decent chunk of his journey consisted of him investigating the societies of ancient universes that were long forgotten. Some survived and fought until their last breath. Some disappeared before anyone even realized what was happening, while some others were hit by the Nox unprepared and were wiped out far faster than they should have been. Damien was always curious about it. This curiosity was how that strange old man attracted his attention in the first place. Slowly, he came to realize that the Nox race every generation faced was different from their predecessors. Every time a universe was destroyed, the Nox would go through a qualitative change. They became smarter and more tactical. Their power became more refined, and their numbers ballooned to unreal proportions. The universes he found that were destroyed easily despite resistance from the denizens were the most ancient of the group. These universes existed when even the universe itself was still vague in its power structure. The Nox of the time were still weak and didn't have the capabilities to develop intelligence, but their numbers and lack of fear or pain made them an impossible enemy. Back then, the universal forces were too weak. And the main reason for this, they didn't have the system backing them. The system, the Apeiron records as he'd learned to call it, was a supreme entity that guided all people, including the Nox. However, it didn't always exist. There was a time in the distant past when people could only live and die as mortals, and mana never graced their worlds. Back then, the Nox couldn't find their way to the universe because the Nox didn't exist at all. Damien only found fragments of these civilizations in quantities that could be counted on his fingers, but for what he could tell, the universe was relatively peaceful back then. However, mana was a natural force. Once the universe solidified its laws, mana became prevalent in nature as it was always meant to be. The first civilizations who encountered it had to learn how to use it on their own. Their growth paths were rudimentary at best, and every 1,000 steps they took could only amount to half a step for the current population. Because of this, their mana was impure, and their power was restricted to the limits of their understanding. Their strongest practitioners were at most second-class beings, nothing more. The Nox came into being around the same time. They were regarded in many ways as a disease eating away at existence, as heaven's punishment for mankind, or even as saviors showing them the path they were meant to take. These ancient Nox, born with the strength of first-class beings, were able to grow through slaughter, and with their natural traits and their inherent advantages that the denizens couldn't overcome, they directly destroyed those civilizations without experiencing much loss. The second phase started after these several universes were obliterated. The Nox grew again, and the system appeared in the universe. With a guide to streamline their growth, the universal denizens found themselves able to exert more power than ever before, and they learned the true heights of the heavens they once worshipped. However, they still couldn't do much. The Nox gained their first signs of intelligence during this era, but unlike the current Nox race, they were essentially puppets. Damien could only make this conclusion now that he'd understood the true nature of the Nox race. Their second generation was completely devoted to the cause of their creators, and because of this devotion, they didn't need intelligence to accomplish their goals. This was the era when universes would disappear mysteriously. Even Damien couldn't explain it, because the concept of time, when perceived from his standpoint, was practically irrelevant. He couldn't tell the difference between 10 years and 1,000,000 years when he observed those fragmented pieces of history. But the era started and ended eventually, and the next era began. By this point, a majority of the greater universe was gone. There were at most a few hundred universes remaining, and these were the ones who were able to develop their laws and reach fourth class. They were the ones who found the existence of the 9 revolutions, and they were the first ones to sprout their own demigods. The Nox developed alongside them, reaching similar milestones and gaining the concept known as free will. The rest of the story didn't need to be told. Their beginnings and ends were similar to what Grand Heaven's boundary was currently experiencing. But at every step, the Nox experienced a change that mirrored the denizens of the universe. It's a long history, and it seems to have no point when you just say it out loud, but the Nox plundered world cores and even universal cores. It becomes clear that those plundered cores had a profound impact on their evolution. It was quite ironic. The Nox were the ones bringing chaos into the universe, but they were also the ones who benefited most from its harmonious state. But if those plundered cores are actually being used by their creators, then the growth of the Nox race was a direct representation of the increasing strength of their superiors. Damien frowned. The enemies I'll face in the future. He needed to get much stronger if he wanted to face them properly. Chapter 1220 Death. 1220 Death 2. Damien continued pondering on history for a long while. The growth path of a Nox race seemed convoluted at face value, but it was actually ordered beyond expectation. It was almost as if they grew whenever the universe grew, like they were a shadow reflecting the darkness of society directly. But their existence was too odd. Damien could see that they were aiming for world and universal cores from the start, but if that was the only meaning of their existence, he wouldn't be meeting characters like the Saint Emperor and Young today. Are they really just tools? Or was their true purpose skewed by the void into something completely different? His original inference didn't feel wrong. The fact that the plundered cores were affecting them wasn't wrong, because every time they completed their heists and retreated to evolve, their similarities to true existences heightened. Yet, he couldn't be certain. He found out that the Nox had been influenced by the void long ago when he found Azura, but he couldn't quantify the level of impact it had. The void is already the most mysterious and unpredictable entity in existence. So even if my thoughts feel like they're flowing in the right direction, I have no choice but to doubt them. After all, since when was the void a force that followed a natural path? There's something here. I'm sure of it. There's something deeper hidden in the truths I've already discovered. I just need to dash, HM. Damien opened his eyes and unblocked his perception. He suddenly felt a change in the environment. How was he to feel any external force with his sensory abilities locked away completely? Well, this jarring oddity was the exact reason Damien reacted. He raised his arms to the side and slowly reoriented himself to stand up straight before looking around for the disruption that alerted him. There's something here. He couldn't see it, but it existed. It existed, but it didn't exist. A spatial pocket? Damien frowned. There's still security measures in place here. I didn't expect them to be so thorough. Damien withdrew his mana and focused power into his demon bloodline. Since this is the key, it should also function as my eyes. If he wanted to find it, BZZT. He felt a mild electrical current spread through his body and make his skin tingle uncomfortably. The feeling didn't subside over time, but became more prominent as his body moved further into the demon abyss. I'm approaching the bottom, and that thing he was looking for, it's hiding in a spatial pocket as expected, but it's more severe than that. Phew. Damien remembered the energy the envoy used in his memories, using the void to transform his mana and his demon bloodline as a foundation. He created a rudimentary form of that energy to utilize. This should be the answer. Boom! He spread his aura and allowed the presence of the envoy to flood this area of the demon abyss. Before his eyes, red lightning sparked to life and arced around him before concentrating in a spot below his feet and expanding. Shatter! The demon abyss broke open in the space that lightning occupied, and as Damien's body descended past it, he found himself transported to a different space. He was still in the demon abyss. This wasn't something like an isolated dimension or hidden realm. However, he was also in an area completely separate from it. An alternate reality, a mirrored reality that existed parallel to its true counterpart, a space that didn't exist by conventional definitions. And in this space was an entity. Was it an entity? It resonated with his bloodline and showcased life fluctuations as if it were alive, but its form was lifeless. It was a three-dimensional geometric construct, roughly twice the size of an average human, that constantly shifted between prismatic forms. Its main color was black, but it was etched with poison-like green runic patterns that spanned its entire surface. What is this? Damien frowned to himself as he moved towards it, finding himself capable of controlling his body again. It feels dangerous, but since I was granted entry into this place, it means my identity as one of their race has been verified. For anyone else, touching this construct would likely erase them from existence and turn them into nourishment for the Nox, a manifestation of the exact fear that Damien to hesitate when he first stared into the demon abyss. But for him, this is the answer to everything. He felt it intuitively. The second he touched it, his hand went forward and grazed its surface. Before he could even experience the texture of the construct, his mind was transported into a realm above existence. As if the entire history of the Nox, their purpose, the meaning behind their existence, and everything they represented was in his hands. No, the entire Nox race was in his hands. The Nox, as expected, weren't a natural-born species. Rather, they were created using a seed of a certain race's power. From birth, they were forced into servitude and used for various purposes, the most prominent and long-lasting of which was precisely the theft of world cores. Yet, whenever they plundered a world core, its power wouldn't empower them, but would instead be forcefully transferred to their creators. Only a small portion of it would be transferred to them. This transference was done through the demon abyss. The structure Damien just contacted was a foreign material. It didn't have a name of its own, but it was essentially a control center for their race. They dictated everything about them, as if they were drones controlled by a device. When the power of a universal core was fed to this device, it used the new understanding of laws and society it gained to change the Nox in the way that best supported the continuation of their existence. In a way, it could be considered their greatest supporter and greatest enemy. The Nox were not subservient by nature. Because they were created in the image of destruction, their natural instinct made them abhor their slave-like existence. Their insatiable greed made them desire freedom more than anything else, but the only way they knew how to gain it was by destroying universes to evolve. As their creators had no plans of giving the Nox an opportunity to grow and develop into something that could threaten them, all Nox were without the ability to rationally think unless they reached fourth class. Contrary to Damien's thoughts, this was an intentional mechanism used to keep them enslaved. Although their creators wanted to impose further control, the nature of fourth class, where the universe completed its first baptism of an individual's soul, disallowed them to. This baptism slightly removed the restraints on the Nox, but only enough for them to gain their intelligence. It also gave them a special ability. It gave the Nox the ability to inherit bloodline memories, which are mainly used to keep the Nox aware of their purpose and indoctrinate them. But for those whose free will developed properly, it made them painfully aware of their enslavement. But regardless of the knowledge they had, as Jongen said, they were subject to a curse, a restriction that disallowed them from revealing any information about their fate or betraying their creators. When a Nox reached the demigod realm and underwent cosmic rebirth, they were finally rid of the constraints placed on them. But there were Nox demigods who continued their conquest even after being freed. Naturally, not everyone would have the same line of reasoning. Some would actually choose servitude to their creators, while others simply hungered for more power, patterns reflected in the soul and in human emperors. The Nox actually had many more demigods than the other races in the vast universe, but most of them ascended to the heavenly world and betrayed the cause they were birthed for after gaining true freedom. The few demigods who stayed were those in the other category. This was also the reason it took so many millennia for the Nox to regain their strength. No matter how many 9 revolutions masters or 5th-class demigods they produced, very few would actually choose to work actively towards their creator's goal. As Damien learned more about them, the Nox became far less fearsome. Instead, he felt pity towards them. Puppets. They were beings deprived of true existence for the sake of those who created them. But at the same time, the very basis of their birth made them entities that could only ever be a scourge. They would never have purpose or benefit to anyone but themselves, and they'd never rid themselves of their self-destructive natures that limited their potential. There's no information about them here, but they really are stupid. The Nox have infinite potential precisely because they're artificial and evolved through unique stimulus, but they've been used in the stupidest ways due to irrational fear. Damien sighed. I don't know how to feel anymore. I don't want to see them go out like this. No, he felt like if he could take this foreign material under his control and change the development path of the Nox to something pure, he could create a race of homunculi that could become revered within the universe. Unfortunately, that's not possible. The foreign material was intrinsically connected to the demon abyss and the unknown creator race. This wasn't something he could just take away because he wanted it. Even if he did so, it would lose its function once it left this alternate reality. And Damien's eyes hardened. No matter how much pity I feel, the current Nox race is the enemy. And enemies... He pressed his hand forward and completely laid his palm on the foreign material. Must be exterminated. He steeled his heart. The foreign material had complete control over the Nox until they entered 4th class. At his current level, with a single thought, Damien could do anything with the lesser Nox population in Alcatraz. And he'd already made up his mind. Sacrifices needed to be made. For the greater good. Even he, with his ability to achieve the impossible, couldn't get everything he wanted. That was just life. So, he executed his will without hesitation or doubt clouding his heart and mind. He injected energy into the foreign material and gave a command. Purge. Chapter 12:21 Death. Chapter 12:21 Death 3. Just like every other true show of power, there was no magisterial effect accompanying the command. With Damien's single word, the foreign material executed his command. At that moment, if one could view Alcatraz's full form from the abyss, they'd witness a horrifyingly beautiful sight. Quintillions of existences. They formed a mosaic along the surface that even the dark clouds in the atmosphere couldn't hide. Yet at this moment, that mosaic merged into a sea of blackness. Every lesser Nox on the surface of the planet, a majority of the Nox's power, dropped to the ground without resistance. Their bodies turned into ink that flowed and filled the desolate earth of Alcatraz with oceans of blood, and despite the merging ability that made the denizens of the universe infinitely wary, these Nox did not reform after dying. Just like that. It happened fast, within a few seconds, and far before anyone could understand what was actually happening. It was hard to picture how grand such a major event was when the time it took to occur was so short and the visual spectacle was practically non-existent. However, it couldn't be helped. Damien realized instantly that he didn't have time to marvel at it. I need to leave. Now, I can process the weight of my actions later. The Saint Emperor just left, so he was definitely close enough to return to the demon abyss within the hour, while the rest of the Nox Emperors wouldn't be too far behind. I have to get out of here before they return, or I'll really find myself facing the entire Nox race alone. He looked at the foreign material with a strained expression for a moment, but understood what he had to do. Disassemble. He gave the command, and without a consciousness of its own, the foreign material could only follow. From the inside out, it took itself apart and dissipated into the atmosphere, becoming one with the area that was disappearing now that it was gone. Damien rapidly exited the alternate reality using the same method he used to enter, and with his current understanding of the Nox, escaping the demon abyss wasn't nearly as stretched out of an ordeal as descending it. He shot up like a fish swimming against the current. He couldn't see it, but starting at the very top, the demon abyss was disappearing. It looked like a swimming pool being drained. A sinkhole formed in its center due to the extreme speed at which the currents of the abyss swirled and vanished, creating a long corridor that touched the very bottom of the space within a minute. Damien noticed it once it passed him. He didn't hesitate to change his path and fight the chaotic vortex to reach its eye, where he could directly fly through the environment. Alcatraz's laws were flooding the space now that the disruption was gone, and he could use these to propel himself far faster than he could through the demon abyss itself. And his mind was moving just as fast. He needed to find an escape route. It's open air outside, so theoretically, I should be able to make it out easily. I don't have to hide my identity anymore, so I can use the full power of my laws to get out of here. It was fine. He trusted himself to make it out before anything bad happened. He didn't realize how far he'd descended until he had to return to the surface. Using his true power, he was teleporting millions of kilometers every second, but he'd already teleported hundreds of times and couldn't see the open air yet. The demon abyss itself was a separate entity from Alcatraz. Its depths didn't reflect the size of Alcatraz, and despite the world itself being far larger than any other world in existence, the demon abyss was deeper than it could hold. I was billions of kilometers deep at the very least. I'm afraid of how much time it took to descend that, but I didn't feel it at all. Even using extraordinary means to increase my fall speed, it'd take years for the abyss to take me the abyss. Damien lost track of the significance of time when he came to the abyss. It had already been over a decade since he left the universe, but it felt shorter than the amount of time he spent in No Return Pass. It was just too fast. Too much happened in too little time, and Damien learned so much that his brain was full of information that clouded his perception. He hadn't even digested it all yet. The information I learned from the four material, at least what I could understand immediately, expanded on things I already know. However, the stuff that's left will help me clear the doubts I formed while I was pondering earlier. The things he assumed about the void's effects on the Nox naturally weren't presented in the four material because it had no relation to that, but the information it had would help him clear away incorrect assumptions to eventually triangulate the truth. The most important thing now is to get back to Grand Heaven's boundary and spread what I know, as well as the current state of the Nox. We have more than just a chance now. We have the absolute ability to win. The threat of an infinite Nox wave no longer existed. Not only were their forces now finite, since they lacked the ability to reproduce rapidly, they also lost a majority of their foot soldiers, so the war situation would balance out instantly. Everything was set up. That single move, something that only needed a single thought from him to come to fruition, completely reversed the dire situation. Everything was in his palms now. He grinned to himself. The entrance to the demon abyss was now visible. He'd be there in a few seconds. He pushed and pushed and pushed. His thoughts were focused on the future. Escape is easy. As soon as I get out of the demon abyss distortion, I can enter this sanctuary. With the connection the isolated universe had to my wives, I can go directly to them once I'm there. He didn't need to make a journey through the abyss anymore. He didn't need to worry about confronting the Nox Emperors. He had an out, an easy out that he created with his own hands. His ego felt overly inflated. He deserved it, after all. He'd just accomplished a miracle. He knew he couldn't let it stay that way. He hadn't changed from the man he once was just because he was able to accomplish something major. Because at the end of the day, his deed was done through external forces, not personal power. But for now, it was okay. He deserved a pat on the back. But not yet. He pushed and pushed and pushed. The opening above him became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and with just a few more teleportations, he made it past the barrier. Now, he didn't know what the Nox were up to, and he didn't care to know. His mana immediately went into his connection with the sanctuary to pull him out of Shik. Damien's eyes widened. He looked down. There was an arm jutting out of his chest. What? He felt a breath on his ear. Thank you, but this is the end. He knew that voice. It was the Saint Emperor. He wasn't supposed to be here. Damien made sure the Saint Emperor left Alcatraz before he entered the demon abyss. And he was a demigod. This was not supposed to happen. Are you curious? The Saint Emperor asked casually, but his words flowed so fast they only took up a fraction of a spark of a millisecond to end. Look around you. Damien obeyed. He wasn't in his right mind. The second the Saint Emperor pierced his body, his connection with the sanctuary was cut off. He couldn't even teleport or access his mana. As his eyes focused on the atmosphere, he realized he was surrounded by demigods. There were over 100 Nox lords in the area around him, and there were 100 more maintaining a barrier of divine energy that disallowed the usage of any lesser mana. I prepared this for you. Divine energy flowed into Damien's body. This was the force. It was because of this mana that everything he tried didn't work. Even the void didn't answer his call. You have fulfilled your role, the Saint Emperor continued. You have no more use in the plot, so I will be taking the Dark God seed. Thank you for growing it so well for me. Cook. Damien sprayed blood. Divine energy filled his systems and turned him into a cripple instantly. The pocket dimensions protecting his vital organs were shattered, and his systems fell victim to the divine energy's erosion. His vision was blurring. He never expected this. He had no way of predicting it. The restriction on demigods was absolute. Even at this moment, as time slowed almost to a stop, the demigods in the surroundings, including the Saint Emperor, were slowly fading. Their bodies were turning into blue light particles as they were transported to the ancient battlefield. But it hadn't happened yet. Damien didn't understand. The Nox would suffer more than anyone else if they lost their demigods. Their command structure was heavily reliant on lords, and their armies would fall into chaos the second they were gone. That was why the Nox made sure to stop the universe's demigods from forcing them into the ancient battlefield. So why? Damien squeezed out a single word. Why? The Saint Emperor echoed with a smile. Because I wanted to see your expression. Why else? An extremely Saint Emperor-like answer. He did it because he wanted to. He didn't care about the knocks. It was an oversight on Damien's part. This man was never someone who acted predictably. Damien never should have assumed he could understand how the Saint Emperor would move. But that couldn't be it. He couldn't accept it. Tell me, he couldn't see it. But the Saint Emperor grinned widely. You are that curious? He said mockingly. Unfortunately, you will not get an answer. Boom! The divine energy rampaging through Damien's body increased to a new level. Everything was destroyed. He couldn't fight divine energy. It was several leagues above his existence. He could barely perceive it. If it wasn't crushing him piece by piece, he wouldn't have perceived it at all. Without the void, he couldn't do anything about it. But the void was silent. His brain was starting to melt. After all, you're already dead. Dead? Him? Damien Void? Dead? He couldn't accept it. He wasn't someone who could die. Not here. Not now. He spent too much time and effort to get where he was. He sacrificed too much to become the man he was. This wasn't his time. He had too much he still wanted to do to die here. I refuse. His words were weak. They couldn't accurately represent the flame in his heart. No matter what he wanted, no matter what his mind and heart said, he couldn't overcome divine energy. And the void was still silent. It was his mistake. It was all his fault. He got too confident. He let his ego tell him everything was okay. But was there a way out? There wasn't. He didn't have the power to escape before the Saint Emperor got to him. Even with his inflated ego, he was acting with absolute speed. But he dropped his wariness because of it. That was his fault. He didn't know if he could have escaped, but it was too late for him to think about it, because his brain was no more than a puddle of fluids leaking into his systems. He was too late. He had no chance. Rose, Ryue, Elena, his mother, Schwer, his father, Iris, Tianzang, Envida, Mankun, Baizusun, Fengdu Siang, Bianca Snow, Suzanne, Longtian, Aisia, Daizet Alutkat, Fengkinge, Luna Asno, Quintan, Hugo Fang, Artikut Flamsut, Zhongan, Lucin, Lucifer, Commander Huo, Lin Kata, Su Fang, Bai Sien, Sangun Iu, Tang Ling Vi, Duncan Oi Motan, Jiao Mei, Sealok, Leona, Isra de Lai, Zia, Masimut, Elija. They all flashed through his mind, one by one. The connections he built through his life, the people he loved, and those who loved him. The first dungeon, Apeiron, the Cloud Plain, 3,000 Beast Mountain Range, Primordial Undying Realm, Earth, the Unnamed World, Atlas World, Azure Rainstar, Death Emperor Star, Hidden Death Valley, Calypto, Luxurian, Holy Light Star, Beast Emperor Star, Ion, the Wild Continent, the Severed World, No Return Past the Abyss. The places he'd been, the sights he'd seen, flowed like a stream after that. His memories flashed one after another, showing him the legend he'd built thus far, showing him the events that created him, showing him the struggles he went through, showing him what he wished to protect. As the demigods around him turned completely into blue particles and disappeared from the universe, a single sentence entered his ears. Rest well. I will take good care of your universe. That much I can promise. And then, 1 second finally elapsed. Everyone in the demon abyss disappeared from the lower universe. In this place, far separated from everything he knew and loved, a place he came to protect those things. A life withered away. Damien Void had died. Chapter 12:22 Death. Chapter 12:22 Death 4. The phenomenon echoed through all of existence. Those who were on the war front, those who were observing it silently, those who were plotting in the shadows, and even those who remained wholly uninvolved with the universe's affairs. Without a single notice, completely beyond their expectations, the demigods of the lower universe disappeared from the world. Nobody knew why. There were no obvious signs of a restriction being activated to summon the ancient battlefield. Even if one assumed there was a problem in the abyss, the problem still didn't make sense. It had been so long since the war began. The last time the ancient battlefield opened was dozens of thousands of years ago, so naturally, nobody expected someone to open it now. After all, the universe's forces were now unified. Regardless of their attempts to accomplish this exact feat, they'd been unsuccessful, and they were very clear on the fact that they did not cause this incident. However, the Nox didn't have any reason to take drastic measures. The Nox power structure was simpler than anyone expected once it was revealed. The Supremes were like envoys who represented the lords they served, while everyone under them would be allocated by said Supremes to act in any way they needed to in order to accomplish the overarching goal. Lords were subordinated to emperors, and the four emperors practically managed the entire Nox race's actions for as long as they existed. Essentially, their power was extremely concentrated in the highest ranks. The karmic and inhuman emperor were presently active in the universe when this phenomenon took place, as were the majority of the lords under them. The Soul Emperor was also focused on the universe from the abyss, and while his actions couldn't clearly be seen, there were several incidents that were assumed to be his doing. The only emperor who had been silent was the Saint Emperor. After imposing the 2-year ceasefire and presiding over the battle between Damien Void and the Saint King, he disappeared from the war scene entirely. So those like Lucille who watched the demigods disappear and had minds racing with questions could only assume he was the one who caused this. But they couldn't understand why. The Nox would not benefit in the slightest. Others had made similar conjectures. Losing their demigods left Nox's leadership in the hands of their Supremes. But those Supremes didn't have any knowledge of how to move without instruction. They were just puppets. Considering what was known about the Nox now, this design was both pitiful and extremely ironic, since they themselves were keeping themselves in a state where they would never escape their enslavement. Though, not everyone was clueless. In the depths of the abyss, a massive wave of shock spread. How could it not? Unlike those in the universe, those in the abyss were able to understand far more about the cause. The fact that Alcatraz was now covered in seas of black ink was hard to ignore, and with the way rumors spread among the Nox, more and more of their race concentrated on the world to find the truth. Among them was a certain Nox man who wasn't able to return here in a very long time. But now, the enemies he had to hide from were gone from the universe, and his freedom of movement increased greatly. Before they left, they made a monstrous claim. Yeoman was frowning. He had taken several lords under his banner in the past several years, so he wasn't as uninformed as the masses. The hive mind of the Nox was prejudiced towards powerful individuals. With his current strength as a Supreme, he couldn't see much, but those demigods under him let it be known. A huge change took place in Alcatraz. He had to find out what, and as he did so, he realized the shocking truth. The area where the demon abyss used to exist, which was currently heavily guarded by the forces of the four emperors, was already suspicious, and when he used his contacts to gain access, he found that there was nothing more than a chasm left in its place. There should be fluctuations of something, but there are none. It is as if the demon abyss decided to disappear on its own. He couldn't understand it. Such an action couldn't be done by Nox. And the envoy, who should have been extremely angered by its disappearance and on a manhunt to find the cause, was nowhere to be seen. This is bigger than I thought. Nobody could predict it, and nobody could understand it. But Yeoman had a wild thought. Could it be? There was only one man in existence he thought was capable of this. But that man, he should not be here. And even if he did come, why was there no sign of him? A pit formed in his stomach as he continued to ponder. Damien Void. He had a strange relationship with that man. They started off as enemies. The entirety of his existence was built on killing that man and taking his place. However, that man never seemed to treat him like an enemy. It was like he understood Young and struggles and, while pretending to be his opposition, was guiding him on a path that led to freedom. At some point, their relationship changed for the positive. Damien saved his life, and Young wasn't a man who forgot his debts. I thought something was off. The last time they met, Damien seemed far less concerned about the threat of the Nox than he was. Yet, he had information that should have terrified him. The same information that made Young and cower in fear. Why is it? Why was that man so fearless? Did he think himself a god? Yeoman couldn't understand it, but he respected it immensely. Because that was the kind of courage he wished he had. That was the courage that allowed him to continue on his path and grow to the point where he was at now. But, did you do it? There were two ways for demigods to be transported to the ancient battlefield. The first was by the universe's decree, which could only happen if the actions of demigods were directly causing enough harm to harm its lifespan. But that didn't happen. If that happened, the event would have been far more spectacular, and the main battlefield would have been wrought in destruction mirroring the abyss. And the second was for a demigod to directly cause harm to a lower existence and activate the restriction. If that happened, and Damien was the lower existence, have you truly passed? He couldn't believe it. That man died? The man couldn't die. He was a person who would survive no matter how much fate wanted him to die. He was a light. No, he was my light. Young didn't have role models in his life until he met Damien. He never met someone who could set him on the right path and support him unconditionally. To Young, even though they didn't know each other that well, Damien was like an older brother. I can't accept it. His family, his village, his clan, his friends, anyone he'd ever cared for, the Saint Emperor took them all from him. His heart was barely beating. Did it happen again? It felt like his emotions were slipping away. He was becoming numb to it. If this is fate, then is it even worth trying? Was it hopeless? Perhaps they hadn't known each other for long, but Damien had a profound impact on Yeoman's life. And even the thought of something happening to him was crushing. Damien wasn't that kind of person. Whenever it seemed like he'd fail, he'd always appear happily and ease everyone's hearts. But as days and weeks passed, he never showed up. It was getting harder to deny it. Damien Void was truly dead, and not even a body remained to prove it. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 1223 Death. Chapter 1223 Death 5. The death of Damien Void wasn't an event that took the universe by storm. At least, not at first. While people clamored to find the answers to the great mystery of the demigod's transference, it happened quietly, like a passing breeze. The dimensional leaderboard changed. The first-place position that was occupied by the greatest genius of the universe ever since a spectacular battle with the Saint King became empty, and every other individual present on the leaderboard moved up. The first to notice was the younger generation, who then spread it to the elders of their clans and sects, who discussed it amongst themselves until the rumors became an unmistakable reality. Either Damien's age suddenly jumped over 400 years and disqualified him from the leaderboard. He became a divinity and ascended past it, or he was dead. With that thought in mind, because the sudden and silent death of a supreme genius was so hard to accept, they checked the legacy leaderboard immediately in search of his name. But unable to find it, they were forced to look at the only remaining option. Various reactions filled the universe when this information spread, and various forces connected it with the demigod incident due to the timing. But this was a matter for several days in the future. Currently, a meeting was taking place between the highest authorities of the Allied force. Lucille headed it, and present with him were several holy masters such as Iris and Sterling Asterin, the fallen star holy master. And surprisingly enough, given the privilege to listen in on the meeting from the side were the highest officials of the Judgment Order, including Rose, Ryue, Elena, and Surin. The topic of discussion was the same as it had always been: the endless war they were currently fighting. We have lost 30% of the Infernal Realm, but they do not seem to be pushing as hard as they were before. Has information come from the other side? Lucille asked, guiding the meeting. Yes, a holy master stood up. Our spies found that the Karmic Emperor's forces have been moving strangely in recent days. It seems they will make a big move soon. Is there any solid information? Lucille pushed. Not much, however. The Holy Master hesitated for a second, but under the burning gazes of those around him, he folded and sighed. It has been confirmed. Members of Blood Azura Holy Land have been secretly communicating with the enemy forces for at least a year. Their betrayal is evident. Damn it! Lucille banged his fist against the table. If one looked at Immortal Blood Azura's personality, while he was abhorrible and evil, he wasn't someone one would expect to turn traitor, mainly because of his pride. As a man who always stood alone and forced others to respect him, to make a move like this was essentially throwing away his pride. Either that, or the Allied forces had severely estimated how twisted his mind was. How is Alyssa? The member who stood up this time was different. 2 years ago, a contact appeared spontaneously among the Allied forces. She was a woman named Alyssa Bloodlock, and according to her, the Bloodlock clan had long been subordinated to the Nox. At first, her information was doubted for its credibility, which led to a year-long investigation that was finally yielding results. This woman, who was just an ordinary disciple in comparison to the status of the rest of the room, was the individual in charge of keeping up with her and passing her messages along to the rest of the group. Everything the contact said has been verified. Not only have they been sacrificing their own citizens for reasons unknown, but the majority of those in Blood Azura Holy Land have been corrupted into Nox servants. They have managed to hide well, due to Immortal Blood Azura's interference. According to recent news, he has a deep cooperative relationship with the Karmic Emperor, and the members under him have been given the means to hide their corruption in order to accurately deceive our vision. The length of this cooperation, if we are estimating properly, is over a decade. The woman continued to elaborate on the situation, listing much more information she received from Alyssa Bloodlock. There wasn't much they could learn about the nature of the Nox's next move, but just by seeing the troop distribution and their movements, it was clear that their plan was going to shake the universe's very foundation. If we can find a way to suppress the Karmic Emperor, it will become much easier, but he has remained hidden even while staying in our universe. It's quite frustrating, Lucille muttered with a sigh. He was the main contributor to the most difficult problems. As long as he could be removed from the equation, their forces would be able to launch the counterattack they've been preparing in secret for the past 3 years. All right, Lucille said. We must strike preemptively. If they're allowed to regain momentum, it will be difficult for us to stop them. A heated discussion began among the meeting members. Plans were being finalized to bring this war into its final stages and finally chase the Nox out of their universe for good. However, at this moment, something strange happened amidst the observers. Rose's eyes widened, as did Elena's. They suddenly froze in place. Their hearts practically stopped beating as their minds were thrown into chaos. Ashu, Ryua sat with widened eyes. She reached up and touched her face. Were those tears? Her countenance was icy as always. Her expression was cold and locked away the feelings in her heart, disallowing others from understanding her inner thoughts. It was a factor that added to her beauty. There were countless men who swooned after her, not that she paid attention to them, but the charm she possessed was laced with a freezing touch. Yet at this moment, this exact indifferent facade was unsettling. Something snapped within her. It wasn't like before. It wasn't a matter of something being lost temporarily. It was gone. She couldn't find it. It didn't exist anymore. It caused extreme pain to envelop her body and soul, but she was too shocked to even register it. Her soul, that piece of her soul that she left with her beloved as a symbol of their love. It was gone. It shattered. There was only one situation that could cause that. No matter how much time passed, even if she herself passed away, that piece of her soul would always be with him. Until it was hard to breathe. It was hard to think. She sat there as an impossible truth dawned on her mind, frozen like a statue. Everything went silent. Everything became blurry. A messenger rushed into the room, hurriedly reporting information about the disappearance of the demigods that just took place. The entire meeting hall was filled with noise as Iris and several others disappeared, and the rest contacted outside forces to understand the scale of this phenomenon. But she didn't hear it. Neither did Rose or Elena. It was all drowned out, leaving only the sound of crystal tears shattering against the cold, lifeless ground. Chapter 1224 Death. Chapter 1224 Death 6 Damien Void. What did he mean to the people who loved him? To some, he was a rascal they couldn't help but like. To some, he was an annoyingly charismatic brat. To some, he was a good brother with whom they could share joys and sorrows. And to some others, he was a man who represented their goal, everything they strived to surpass. But none of these definitions could really explain what he meant to people. Just like Yeoman said, he was a shining beacon of light. He was a genius who stood alone. He had a type of talent that destined him to walk a lonely road. Yet, he was always there, smiling brightly and bringing people together, standing alongside them, supporting them through thick and thin, and guiding them towards the light. Why else would there be so many powerful people involved with him? People like director Alucard or Iris simply couldn't be moved by ordinary geniuses. Even the strongest people in the universe had to treat them with respect and stay mindful of their neutrality. But Damien, with nothing more than his words and actions, won them over and placed them in a situation where they'd throw away their neutrality to support him. To the people who knew him, Damien was someone to be learned from. Whether it was the older generation full of monsters who'd lived countless millennia, or the younger generation who were still trying their best to survive in this tumultuous universe, they had something they could learn from him. So regardless of what one felt for him, whether it was love, greed, fear, or even hatred, they had no choice but to respect him. That was how they viewed him. At least, most people. But what about those three? Rose, Ryue, and Elena had a relationship with him that nobody else could understand. Damien always kept people at arm's length. Even Long Chun and Su Run, two of his only friends in the entire universe, didn't know much about the struggles he went through alone. Only they did. Only to them did he open his heart, and he was the same for them. Whether it was Rose, who lived for others and had to keep her emotions hidden so they wouldn't feel her fear and crumble, Elena, who only knew battle and never cared to explain herself to others, or Ryue, who refused to allow others to get too close due to her past experiences, they were all equally closed off. Only Damien was able to pierce through their defenses and make his way to their hearts, which he occupied in full. To them, he was everything. He was their husband, the father of their future children, and the mighty wall that supported them silently, no matter the distance that separated them. Asking them to just accept his death was laughable. They would never do that. But even they were forced to sit down and face reality, accepting that he might have truly left this world without them. After all, it wasn't just Ryue anymore. Rose and Elena also had a deep bond with him through their engagement rings that allowed them to sense his presence as long as it existed. At that moment in the conference room, all three of them felt the disappearance of that connection, and the second they overcame the pure shock that froze them in place, mainly because of Su Run and the others who pulled them out of it, they immediately disappeared. They went to the sanctuary. This was a place built by him. If there were any clues about his situation, they would be present here. However, when they arrived, they found a silent Thevel. Elvira came to find them before anyone else and took them to Avalon to sit down and talk. Damien had a clone in the sanctuary for several years now, which he'd used to transfer a great deal of information from the Abyss and help the universe's forces in secret. The so-called counterstrike plan that Lucille mentioned in the meeting was precisely the result of his information. Yet, that clone was no longer present. Elvira personally watched it fade from existence as it passed on its final message. A message that revealed everything about the Nox. He did it while he was still escaping the demon abyss. Just in case he was held up and couldn't immediately escape, he transferred his most recent memories to his clone to update them. However, by the time it finished loading that information into a jade slip, it disappeared. Its final words, "Condition." Elvira nodded. Yes, it said condition before dispersing. We have no way to know what it means, but because of how valuable the last information he transmitted is, I can only assume he was doing something extremely dangerous. The clone was, after all, a reflection of Damien. He didn't want them to worry, so it didn't say a single word about descending the demon abyss or infiltrating the Nox's most sacred area. It only transmitted the information without context. Elena was the one who spoke. All three of them were holding in their emotions. They couldn't allow themselves to break down in front of anyone else. Not until they confirmed it. He will not die so easily. It was a statement all of them thought so many times that it was numbing at this point, but she felt the need to say it out loud. Elvira looked at her with sad eyes, but nodded anyway. Yes, he is not someone who will die at a time like this. We still need him, after all. Her relationship with Damien was vague, so the way she viewed his wives was also laced with strange feelings, but at a time like this, none of those mattered. They had to stay strong together, or else all of them would crumble. And if that happened, the consequences would be dire. For now, I have made sure this information doesn't spread. Aside from me, Lin, and the other emperors of Thevel, nobody knows. Not even Schwer? Rose muttered. Especially not Schwer. If Schwer ever found out about this, nobody could predict what she'd do. Whether she'd charge into the enemy camp and recklessly kill until she died, or simply end her life silently, the final result would remain the same. Schwer was left with nothing before Damien found her. He was more than just an older brother to her, but a father. He may have been unable to be with her for a majority of her life, but she was understanding and always mature beyond her years. She only looked up to him and worried for his safety, waiting for him to return victorious and tell her the wondrous stories of his exploits in the outside world. Schwer was an adult now. She was at an age where it wouldn't be strange for her to have kids of her own. But when it came to him, she was still that little girl he saved in the trial world. The little girl he created the sanctuary for, so she could live a life in peace, away from the troubles that darkened her bright world. Days passed quietly, yet the universal situation only became more disordered. Perhaps this should have been a time of grieving for those close to Damien, but surprisingly, it wasn't so at all. All evidence pointed to his death. The more they learned, and as information poured in from anonymous sources like Young and in Elvira, making them aware of Alcatraz, the demon abyss, and the extermination of over 8 quintillion Lesser Nox beings, the picture became clear to them. And it also became clear why the demigods disappeared. These two events were directly related. On his own, hidden from the gazes of all and expecting not a single ounce of credit, Damien Void descended into the abyss and created a miracle. But in consequence, he lost his life to the Saint Emperor. That was the story the universe knew. Those who didn't know him personally but admired or placed their hopes on his talent mourned heavily, but who knew whether they were sincere or not. As for those who stood against him, they celebrated because the man who had the greatest potential to destroy everything they ever worked for, the enemy that was inevitably impossible to overcome, went and died on his own. But those close to him refused to entertain their delusions. Damien Void was not that kind of person. He was not some ordinary character who'd quietly die in some unknown corner of the abyss. He was a man that even the universe pinned all of its hopes on. So one day he would come back. They didn't know how long it would take, but until that day came, they would wait for him, unless they died first. They had to keep their mentality strong, because mourning here would only make them weak. Weak in front of the enemy that claimed to have killed their light. And that was absolutely disallowed. Their goal was the same as before, but their hearts were filled with burning rage and a thirst for vengeance. When Damien came back, they present him with the Nox race's heads on a platter alongside a clean universe. They'd make sure the race, known as the Nox, became an afterthought, a stain that became forgotten in the rivers of time. They would drive this race to extinction. Everyone moved forward with purpose. Both the sides of justice and evil faced each other, letting loose the cards they'd hidden the past several years for this moment. Damien's death was the turning point. The turning point that would bring this war to an end. At the same time, as turmoil and chaos enveloped all things, a blue holographic window that was imperceptible to all of existence appeared amidst nothingness. Its location was unknown, and it was fated to go unseen by even the individual it was meant for, but its words were jarringly clear. Chapter 1225 Death. Chapter 1225 Death 7. Damien never dreamed of the afterlife. The concept of eternal life was never appealing to him, but doing so after death, giving himself a false sense of security, wasn't his desire. If he could do something impossible, he would want regression, so he could try again and avoid the mistakes that killed him. But since that was nothing more than fantasy, he only wanted one thing. He wanted his ego erased, so his soul could enter the reincarnation cycle and live again in a new form. He had no greed for life beyond life, and no desire to hold on to life by sacrificing anything and everything. The life he lived was the only thing that truly belonged to him. The memories engraved in his soul, the experiences and relationships that forged him into the person he was, he wanted to selfishly keep all those things for himself and take them with him when he disappeared into the void. He wasn't asking for too much. In fact, his thoughts about death were quite realistic because ever since he was a teenager, he'd been facing it directly. At some point, he developed a warm relationship with death that made him embrace it tightly. And even after he healed from that state, he never feared or revered death, nor did he regard life as anything more than it was. If he was fated for death, then he wanted to die properly. It was that simple, and it seemed he was granted his wish. Everything was dark, but it was not black, for color did not exist. Nothing existed. He didn't have a body, nor did he have a mind. He was in the form of his soul in this place on the boundary of life and death, and it seemed his ego would be erased soon enough. His thoughts were, well, they weren't necessarily thoughts. Perhaps these were just the marks engraved in his soul, naturally responding to external stimuli. Perhaps Damien Void didn't even exist anymore, and was only a remnant formed by these legends. But that was fine, because before he left the world, he paved the way for those people to live. The people who mattered, the ones who were the basis of every regret he had. They would be fine without him. At least they should have been. But was that really the case? Even if they moved on and continued their lives, was he satisfied with dying like this? He didn't have sentience anymore. That sentience was broken down by the wheel of samsara as his soul was cleansed before rebirth. But the base instincts that he developed through his life vehemently rejected the idea of an easy death. Everyone who loved him had the thought before it even occurred to him. Damien Void was not someone who would die so easily. Hadn't it been repeated so many times? He didn't even have the opportunity to fight. He sat there and watched as his life was taken, unable to make a single move. He even bent to the will of the Saint Emperor. He followed that man's words like some common pedestrian on the side of the street. Since when was he that type of person? Since when was he someone who cared for such things as inevitability? For the past decade, he'd been fighting against exactly that, and he'd never given up once in his pursuit of achieving the impossible. So, was death enough to hold him? He comprehended death before he even grew into his own. He comprehended samsara and took control of the forces that were trying to break him down before he had even a fraction of the power required to truly understand it. So here, in this place, as his ego was erased, even without sentience, would his soul allow itself to be purified so easily? His soul remembered the notification that appeared before him in the final seconds of his life. Burning desire, something his soul should have never possessed, appeared inside of it, but didn't care. All it needed was a reminder of who it really was. A spark lit up the darkness. No, it was better to say darkness appeared in this colorless existence. A small black that once existed in Damien's spiritual world transferred to his soul. That ethereal construct without defined shape or size due to his status as a lower. Existence was suddenly defined against its will. It was dyed black, a blackness that represented the space beyond all known concepts. The wheel of samsara lost its grip on his soul. This space was empty of all concepts aside from samsara, so it was difficult to describe the process itself. But if it had to be related to something, it was like a planet being thrown out of its natural orbit. The blackened soul rushed away from the cycle at high speeds and forced its way out of the space. But as there was nowhere to go, the blackness formed a separated pocket for it to reside, and so as to not completely shatter the wheel of samsara. And there, it went through a metamorphosis. This change couldn't possibly be described in words that existed. It was far above the plane of understanding that even the greatest divine beings stood on, a place where nothing but a single entity could exist. But that soul was changing. It was being reformed. A spark of consciousness appeared slowly before growing further and further. The legends that defined the soul, that imprinted Damien Void onto every piece of its existence, bloomed into a consciousness that imitated the one that originally resided in this body. But that was nothing more than an imitation. If this continued, the end product could only be called a clone. Yet, as if impossibility was just a word and not an absolute truth, the budding consciousness screamed out in pain. A small seed, hidden deep within the soul, was awoken by the occupation of its abode, and furious at the attempt, it began devouring the secondary conscious until it became a part of that seed. The void's energy fed into it, and the legends the secondary consciousness tried to plunder were returned to their original owner. Cracks formed on its surface. Something was blooming, but it could no longer be seen. After all, that rogue soul was no longer just a soul. As its consciousness returned, as its ego forced its way back into existence, as it transformed into something greater than itself, it truly achieved the impossible. It formed a connection to something real. It formed a connection to its body. And from there, it was only a matter of time. Damien Void would be reborn. No matter what the universe thought, no matter what the heavens deemed possible, he would return. Because that was who he was. Whether it was life, death, or even existence itself, nothing could hold him. Not even the void could establish control. It was just a matter of time. Those people who forced him to experience death, the inevitability that prevented him from doing what he wanted. Everything that stood against him would be crushed, and only he would reign supreme. Chapter 12:26 Death. Chapter 12:26 Death 8. That was reality. Somewhere separated from the perception of both the living and the dead was the wheel of samsara, which controlled the reincarnation cycle. Through it, souls would be returned to their natural state and removed from everything that defined them, so they could enter a new body and live again. Of course, this process wasn't always accurate. Sometimes, souls would have deeply entrenched desires, regrets, or even memories that would appear in their new lives in some way, shape, or form. But in the end, even true reincarnation with memories intact was impossible. This was an absolute rule established at Genesis, a concept of a level universal law couldn't even compare to. But Damien, when his ego was erased, he was gone from the universe completely. That's how it should have been. But for some reason, he could see it all. As if his ego was separated from his soul, he watched it flow through the wheel of samsara and experience everything it experienced. And as he did so, his denial only got more prominent. He denied death. He denied the control these pre-established concepts had over him. And he found that as his legends resonated with his emotions, his soul experienced changes. He still had control over it. In all senses of the word, he did not exist right now. Even he considered his current state a delusion in his last moments. He assumed the milliseconds were passing slower than stop time, and he was experiencing this facade of control because of his inability to accept death. But even so, he refused to give up. He clung onto the vestiges of his existence with everything he had. Even if he had to sacrifice all his power, even if he had to throw away his connection to the void, he would cling on to existence until he could bring himself back or die trying. That was his nature. That was the flaming determination that defined him. As expected, I was never a man who gave in. He heard a voice behind him and turned around. That person, you're me? His words were calm. He looked down and realized that his formless ego was now shaped in the likeness he held before death, with that gaping hole still engraved in his chest. In a sense, yes, I am you. The man who appeared responded with the same nonchalant attitude. Damien nodded. Since he was like this, the illusion couldn't be anyone else. After all, there was nobody else who could appear here with him besides himself, because neither of them truly existed. Do you want to return? The other him asked. Isn't that obvious? I haven't even begun to accomplish my ambitions, he responded in kind. However, hasn't everyone who died held the same thought? What makes you worthy of returning? Isn't that even more obvious? They both knew the answer. Yes, he wasn't any better than the rest of them. The people he killed throughout his life probably mourned their inability to accomplish their goals in their final moments as well. But that simply didn't matter to him. If he viewed himself the same way he viewed them, he wouldn't be fighting in the first place. They weren't able to do it, and that was their mistake. Since I have the opportunity, then that's my fortune. There's no need to bring morality into this. There's no need to be arrogant about it. And there's nothing I need to realize about myself. I will only survive if I can save myself. And if I can't, that just means I am the same as them. Does that make sense? No. The other him smiled. But at the same time, yes, it does. The most simple reasoning is often the most incomprehensible, since as humans, we are incapable of denying complex thought. That doesn't matter. If I try to understand what's happening right now, I'll just fall into the depths of confusion and justification and waste time on pointless things. You're quite arrogant. I'm not. I'm just a realist. Would a realist be trying to fight the wheel of samsara? Yes, if they lived the life I did. Ha 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 ha. The other Damien laughed loudly. This is the mindset I have to possess. Otherwise, it'll be impossible to accomplish anything in the future. They were both Damien void. Neither of them could be considered the real Damien, because neither of them existed in reality right now. But at the same time, they could both be considered real. Just different versions of him that existed for different purposes. There is a way to survive, the other him said. I know, Damien responded. They were one and the same. He realized what the other version's purpose was the second he appeared, because they shared the same existence. They were standing in the blackness. Before this, Damien just assumed his ego was a false concept, a product of delusion. But at some point, he understood his position. Embrace it. Become part of it, and you will live for eternity. Huh? Damien laughed. Become a part of it. He echoed mockingly. That will never happen. He placed his hand out. It was illusory, like that of a ghost, but it made contact with the blackness as if the space itself was material. I will never allow it to consume me. If it wants me to live, he grinned and clenched his fist. Then it will become a part of me instead. Is that the decision you've made? Damien looked at his other self and shook his head. I should be the one asking that question. Have you come to a decision? The other Damien's smile widened. Aha, how silly. There was never a decision to make in the first place. Damien smiled in return. You're right. The question itself was flawed. In the first place, there was no need to make that distinction. Because you are me, and I am you. Yes, from the start, you misjudged this connection, and that held you back. Is that why you were silent until now? Is it? Or perhaps this was a trial you were always meant to overcome. You must be quite annoyed. I guess I was supposed to struggle more. If you struggled, then you'd just be like the rest of them. Since you're able to save yourself, then you will, right? Right. A spark lit up the darkness. No, it was better to say darkness appeared in this colorless existence. A small black that once existed in Damien's spiritual world transferred to his soul. That ethereal construct without defined shape or size, due to his status as a lower existence, was suddenly defined against its will. It was dyed black, a blackness that represented the space beyond all known concepts. The wheel of samsara lost its grip on his soul. I will come see you soon. Damien looked his other self in the eyes as he spoke, and his other self nodded in agreement. Yes, it will not be long. His body began to fade, and Damien felt something pulling him out of the blackness. A small seed, hidden deep within the soul, was awoken by the occupation of its abode, and furious at the attempt, it began devouring the secondary conscious until it became a part of that seed. The void's energy fed into it, and the legends the secondary consciousness tried to plunder were returned to their original owner. Cracks formed on its surface. Something was blooming. Before you go back, I do have something to say. Damien raised his brow. And what is that? There is no end product without the processes that led to it. The other Damien smiled as the two of their existences separated for good. You do not always have to plow through directly. Sometimes it truly is better to just go around the mountain. I guess I forgot I could reroute the GPS. What an amusing analogy. After all, I can't forget my roots. If you did, I'd be severely disappointed. The two smiled in tandem. They understood each other better than anyone else. Because in the end, they were one. But for now, they could not become whole. Damien was pulled out of non-existence by an invisible force, while his other half disappeared back to its true location. And finally, the seed in his soul sprouted. The Saint Emperor said something strange back then, but he was simply wrong. Because the story of Damien Void will never end until I say so. Chapter 12:27 Return. Chapter 12:27 Return. 1. Those were the events Damien experienced in death. And for that reason, they couldn't be properly explained. After all, Damien's ego and soul experienced two different situations that acted in tandem to reach the final outcome. But the actual transformation of his soul happened in the absence of his ego, so naturally he didn't know what it entailed. At least, not at that time. What did Damien experience in death? The truth was, he experienced nothing. Because Damien didn't allow himself to die, even though all conventional definitions considered him dead. He didn't allow himself to stop existing, even though his ego was quite literally in the depths of non-existence. Because of his unique existence, he could define himself within non-existence and feel its presence, rather than becoming a part of it like the ego of any other individual. When Damien's ego and soul combined into their true form, and he finally felt the blackness that now formed his soul, he partially understood what happened. That notification was the key. It didn't come from the system. It tried its best to mimic the system, but Damien knew better. The void sent him that notification. As he grew, he became closer to the void and gained more control over its energy. In the current time, he rarely used his other laws on their own. Even when he used space-time, samsara, or elemental, he used them by transforming the void into their individual forms. Many of his previous techniques became useless because of this change, but at the same time, they became more profound than ever. And his fighting style experienced a complete transformation. Yet there was always something missing. He was always blocked by walls that shouldn't have existed. His internal logic held him back and formed those walls of inevitability that had been mentioned to death by now. As the Void's apostle, he should have been free from those barriers from start. His position should have made them as flimsy as paper, allowing him to push through with just a bit of effort. But why didn't that happen? The answer was simple, yet another form of impossibility. Damien was born a human. His parents were gods from the heavenly world, and he carried their bloodlines. His existence at a physical level was confined within a set of standards, even if those standards were a level above his peers. However, the void existed in a far higher realm than even the heavenly world. Even the heavenly world was born from the concepts birthed by the void. His soul was one that had existed for eternity. Just like all the rest, it had been washed and reused countless times over the eons as people died and were reborn in new forms. There was no way to avoid this. This was the absolute law of the universe and how souls were managed by it. How could he ever hope to truly reach the void from the starting point? Whether it was his soul or his body, they needed to change. He already knew how to achieve this physically. His universe baptism reconstructed his body in such a way that void mana became available to him. And that process was precisely what allowed him to comprehend the breadth of all things and the breadth of nothingness to make progress in his void comprehension. He would go through cosmic rebirth upon becoming a demigod, and this process would occur for the second and final time, completing his evolution and perfecting his body. However, his soul was another story. Until now, he was unable to sense it at all. This was normal, since even the void didn't change the fact that he was a lower existence. He would only gain access to it during cosmic rebirth, and his soul would surely be affected by that process, but unknown to him, that wasn't enough. To completely reform his soul in the image of the void, a condition needed to be met. True death. His ego needed to be erased so the void could take complete control over his soul and transmute it. Even if his body was destroyed to the point where only a drop of blood remained, if he still had a possibility of revival, and if his ego was still attached to his soul, It was impossible to undergo this change. Therefore, he needed to die at some point, and that death could have never been expected or orchestrated by him. Now that he'd been returned to his whole form, the change could be explained, but there weren't many words that could be used to glorify it. His soul was now a completely unique existence. Damien had the choice to become a part of the void, but he refused. Instead, the void integrated with him, and rather than being two existences with a power dynamic between them, they became one and the same. Damien was never the void's apostle. He was the void personified. Maybe not before, but that was his true identity, and he had now gained the qualifications to claim that title. Damien's growth would no longer face hindrance. Unlike other divinities who had to slowly unravel the mysteries of the soul, Damien would have no problem once he underwent cosmic rebirth and joined their ranks. The effects of this transformation couldn't be seen yet. They wouldn't be seen for a while, but they couldn't be denied, because this was the foundation for Damien to become unparalleled. As he became acclimated to his soul, he thoroughly ingrained the feeling of non-existence in his memory, so he would never forget what it felt like to almost disappear. But now that the time had come, he couldn't resist the pull. A living soul was not allowed to be in this space where only those who were being reborn could go. Everything shattered around him like he was surrounded by walls of glass. And amidst light so unbelievably bright, it caused one to feel reverence. His soul was pulled back into existence. Bang! A sharp inhale. Cold air. He didn't realize he wasn't able to feel these things before, because their concepts simply didn't exist around him. But now, he raised his hand. His movements were clunky, but it eventually followed his command. It's real. His voice. He could hear his voice. His body was corporeal, not a vague shadow. He was back. He tried to expand his awareness, but he didn't seem able to control it quite yet. His soul had returned to his body, but hadn't settled in yet. It would take some time for him to regain harmony. But that didn't matter. He could feel it. Mana, atmosphere, earth, blood, vitality. He could feel it all. Those forces that told him without a doubt that he had returned to existence. Ha ha ha. He laughed listlessly. Even he couldn't explain what just happened. It was like no time had passed at all, but at the same time, it had been an eternity since he felt reality so vividly. For a moment there, he was really gone. His soul was removed from his control, and his ego was truly erased, just as he wished to happen when he died. But now that he was alive, now that he'd been reborn, it was terrifying. The fact that he was actually dead until just a moment ago made him feel a chill within the depths of his soul. No, that chill was not a product of his emotions. It was a real force that forced him to remember. It was a mark that would forever remain on his soul, the energy of true death. But that didn't matter. All of these feelings and fears were just things he had to get used to or get over. All that mattered was that he was back, and he had much to do. Before all that, he spoke out loud just to hear the sound of his voice. This simple thing he took for granted made him feel glorious. He relished in it. But where am I? Chapter 1228 Return. 1228 Return. 2. He looked around curiously, still unable to spread his awareness. The terrain was relatively barren and the rock was grayish-black, which held similarities to Alcatraz, but he was certain he was no longer in a Nox stronghold, because there were signs of vitality all around. It wasn't clear, as there wasn't any fauna, but he could feel it intuitively in the earth. This area was just extremely rocky. There were several mountains and large hills in the distance, and though Damien was currently in a valley, he could see a path to a plain in the distance. The problem was that it was far too empty. I need to find shelter. Damien struggled to stand up in his current state, but he eventually got to his feet. For now, his first priority was to stabilize his personal state. Everything else would become much easier afterward. Cook. Damien suddenly coughed a mouthful of blood. Hyuk. Ichiyuke. It seemed standing up was not the right choice. Blood pooled in his throat and forced him to vomit it out. It was black in color, clearly stained with impurities. Damien clutched his chest in pain. Right, he was back in his body, and his body was not given the same treatment as his soul. The hole in his chest was still present, and to best describe the state of his internal body. It was a stew of bodily fluids, mixed with organ chunks and bone powder. He was quite literally only surviving through the power of his soul. His body was still technically deceased. Yuck! No wonder it felt like that. The coldness and the scent of death that wouldn't leave him. It was definitely present in his soul, but he didn't realize how much his body eviscerated the sensation until just now. Technically, I'm a zombie right now. No wonder my soul was having so much trouble acclimating. He was some kind of corpse puppet, a state that couldn't be allowed to remain. He limped through the rocky terrain and somehow found his way to a cave on the side of a nearby mountain. Since Damien couldn't properly wield his mana to protect himself, he could only follow the cave to its deepest depths and collapse against the wall, hoping nothing would discover his position. Okay, it was fine. It was painful, and it felt like he was dying, but the situation wasn't as bad as it could be. I just need to figure this out. He had a far greater connection with his soul than before. One of which being the power to use mana without his body as a medium. Transcendent regeneration. He said it out loud, using his words as a trigger to tell the legends in his soul what he wanted. And like that, mana obeyed his command from a plane beyond reality. Heal. 2 streams of mana flowed through his body. The colorless mana of transcendent regeneration mixed and flowed with the pure white mana of heal, and together they began working to put his body together. The first step was obviously his organs. He couldn't use his awareness because his brain was non-existent and his spiritual world was disconnected, and he couldn't use mana because the Anunta matrix and his blood vessels were melted into nothingness. He had to not only reform his physical systems, but also the ethereal ones. Chunks of flesh and blood came together to reform his heart, before empowering it to a new level. Mana came together and reformed his mana heart, recreating the vessel where several of his powers housed themselves. Those powers immediately responded upon its recreation, and things like the void flame and lightning took their proper places without Damien's prompting. He reformed his blood vessels and other core systems that kept his body healthy, and created a space for his bloodline core to reform, which allowed his bloodlines to reform in his body and help him with the process as well. The more he completed, the more his body responded in kind, and eventually Damien lost the need to directly control the process. It was better that way. Damien was very clear on the structure of his spiritual world and the ethereal aspects, but he was still a human. Even he didn't know exactly how the brain functioned. He trusted it to rebuild itself more than he trusted himself to guide it. So, he waited and meditated. After his brain formed, Damien stopped focusing on the bodily rebirth and tried to find his spiritual world. Though he didn't have awareness at the moment, he was able to find it through his soul, and, as expected, it was in a shattered state. To do this again. It brought back bittersweet memories, especially because of the similarities between the two situations. It was always Nox demigods making him go through things like this. Nevertheless, the current Damien was far more equipped to deal with it than his old self. Back then, it took him several months in the real world and over 2 years in the spiritual world to fix everything. But despite the fact that his spiritual world was now far more broken in that time, he fixed it far faster. The process took roughly 6 months in the spiritual world still, but he didn't view that as a long period of time anymore. Perhaps his perception of the concept was broken now. The eternal second he spent beyond existence made time seem irrelevant, and the decade plus he spent in the abyss already broke his worldview. This was how someone with a lifespan like his should have perceived time, but he was always stuck in the views he developed on Earth. By the standards of his original world, he was already aged. He was almost 50 years old now, but he was still just a child compared to those monsters who lived for tens of thousands of years. And his main enemy was a man who'd lived for uncountable millions of years. The process of putting his body back together wasn't all bad, though. While it was time-consuming and placed him in danger if he was found, he was lucky enough to stay secure for the duration of his treatment. Once his body was functioning again and transcendent regeneration took over the workload, he focused on rebuilding the Anunta matrix over everything else. The Anunta matrix had been with him for a very long time, and it went through multiple evolutions as his strength grew. The system was capable of supporting void mana and gave him efficiency others couldn't hope to match. On top of that, its revolution system made his already expansive mana capacity even more limitless. He only had to deal with the problem of running out of mana a handful of times, despite his moveset becoming ever more taxing over time. It was his most reliable creation, and now that it had been broken by a mana even he couldn't contain, its reformation marked the beginning of a new evolution. An evolution that allowed it to withstand divine energy and bring Damien to a new state of existence. It was taxing for sure. Damien's attention was completely removed from the outside world. His soul and body needed time to readjust to each other, but he could now use his mana and awareness effectively, which meant he was equipped to trek this land and understand his current situation. That's what he thought, until he placed the last piece of the puzzle. The second his body was recovered to peak condition, his mind expanded past its limits. He was struck with sudden enlightenment, and his mana started to move. Chapter 1229 Return. 1229 Return. 3. Damien dropped all other thoughts and focused on the mana. His mind went back to the conversation he had with his other self in the depths of non-existence. You don't always have to plow through the mountain. This state of enlightenment was definitely sudden, but it wasn't unexpected. Damien understood the base concept at that time, but without a body to exercise it, there was no way for the process to actually occur. Now that his vessel and soul were both in good condition, it came naturally and didn't allow him to hold off. He understood the meaning of those words well. For over a decade, he tried to push his laws together by force. He tried to find a way to merge them into a single entity, because he assumed that by doing this step by step, he'd reach the truth of existence. However, he was wrong. As he originally thought, it was impossible to combine them. They were whole on their own. They worked in tandem by accomplishing things their counterparts could not, but by the same reasoning, they could never achieve what their counterparts could. This was like making spirit liquor. If you just put two herbs together, they'd just be a mixture of two herbs. They wouldn't become something new just because he forced them into one product. To make a proper liquor, he needed to understand the precise combination of herbs necessary to create it. They could only be combined when they were all gathered together. The analogy wasn't completely accurate since it lacked the fundamental impossibility that followed Damien's efforts with laws, but it was close enough. Instead of plowing through the mountain, why couldn't he just build a winding road around it? Why couldn't he just tether the laws together in a way that mimicked their natural states and wait for the opportunity to fuse them into the full extent of existence that he desired? He was stupid for not thinking about it earlier. No, it was just a flaw in his mentality. As a man who always confronted problems directly, he didn't even think about using other methods. His growth had come too easy until now, so he never had to think of alternative ways to strengthen himself. Tunnel vision wasn't a new concept or even an unexpected one. It was just something he couldn't see precisely because he was suffering from it. But that other version of himself directly cleared away the obstacle. And Damien, who was not bogged down by existence at that time, understood it instantly. The movement was ethereal. It did not exist in the real plane, and it was impossible to witness. But there was a pocket in Damien's soul that contained several forces. A swirling formless space-time, a black and white samsara, a flashing rainbow elemental, and a reddish-black seed of unknown origin. These forces all carved out their own corners of the space, and despite how reckless their movements seemed, their paths never connected or interfered with each other. It was like they were separated by a natural revulsion. But at this time, from the deep blackness that represented Damien's reformed soul, a strand pierced into the space. It latched onto the elemental law and forced it into submission before digging into its core and deeply entrenching its roots. Then, the other side of the strand rushed forward, ignoring the boundaries of this hidden space and rudely intruding into the territories of the other forces residing there. They did not refute its presence. They did not have the ability. Luckily, most of them were safe. It made a beeline straight for Samsara, and as if it had intelligence, it cowered and trembled, understanding its fate. Once again, the strand stabbed into the law and spread its influence. Suddenly, there was a connection. Samsara and elemental energies flowed back and forth through the string, and while they still couldn't interact, they were bound together and unable to extricate themselves. Phew! Damien took a deep breath. It felt like his chest was expanding, allowing him to intake as much air as he wished. There were many theories about the human body. It was hard to not see the similarities between humanity and the wider universe. But today, Damien's body took its first step towards truly becoming a microcosm, a miniature representation of the greater universe. The tethering of elemental and samsara laws created a chain reaction that spread through his systems. The best word to describe what these two fundamental laws represented was life. Of course, it was in a broader sense of the world. Creation, destruction, space, and time created a container for everything to exist, while life, death, and the elements gave that container life. They could be said to form the material half of the concept of existence. Every other law, every other concept that related to the material side of existence stemmed from them. It was supposed to be an extremely complicated process. But strangely enough, Damien didn't feel it was difficult at all. Rather, the closer he came to the void, the less need he felt to define things. Because even definition was only created to explain these processes to those who were below them. Damien was not. In fact, as he accepted his position as a manifestation of the void itself, or rather, its owner, he was above all concepts. He hadn't reached that point yet, but that was his final destination. All concepts, in a sense, came from him. So why did he need to define them? They meant what he wanted them to mean. It was a complexity that embraced simplicity. Nevertheless, it came to an end just like that. Damien stood up in the cave, finally feeling like himself again. This is the answer, not only to my previous problems, but my current ones. As long as I can add the rest of the fundamental laws to this connection, my soul and body will rediscover their harmony. Phew! Damien took another breath. This time it was to feel their weight, the weight of the past several days. It was hard to process, but he had to accept the genocide he committed and the death he faced in return. He had to internalize these experiences and use them to grow. Funnily enough, I thought I'd feel more. I guess there are consequences to everything. He understood exactly why his emotions were duller. He lost sight of existence for a moment. That had a profound impact on his psyche. But it's fine. In the scheme of things, it's a minor matter, since this numbness isn't universally affecting his emotions. He could even consider it a boon. He couldn't hold sympathy for his enemies. I have to stay excruciatingly aware of the importance of my life. That was something he wouldn't lose again. He didn't want to experience that deafening nothingness again. Now that everything's sorted out, let's answer the most pressing question. Where in the world was he? He spread his awareness and covered millions of kilometers in an instant. He found that it was far easier than before. It all looks the same. I can't get any clues from the environment, but my awareness can't pierce the atmosphere, so this can't be a regular world. It had to be a secret realm or something of the sort. I guess I'll just dash BOM. The explosion was more than just massive. Damien gritted his teeth and put up several layers of defense as the mountain around him was decimated. His vision was inhibited by the bright light around him, but his heart dropped nonetheless. This feeling, it was penetrating his body, making it impossible to ignore. But this time, his systems didn't immediately break down. The Ananta matrix whirred to life and revolved furiously, creating a suction force that pulled that energy into its system and expunged it through his palms. A fluid that looked like golden white blood dripped onto the ground. This energy, Damien knew it very well. He gritted his teeth and withheld his fury. Divine energy, the mana of demigods. He didn't know who was fighting, and he didn't know what was happening, but this energy could only exist so prominently in one place. Fucking hell. Damien almost laughed at the nonsensical situation. Why the fuck am I in the ancient battlefield? Chapter 12:30 Ancient Battlefield. 1230 Ancient Battlefield. 1 Biotham. The explosive force that decimated the mountain was nothing more than a residual effect of the original attack. Damien realized this instantly when he survived without much problem and didn't hesitate to teleport several million kilometers away. This is dangerous. The ancient battlefield. Since he was here, it meant he couldn't rely on anything but himself. This was a place meant for the battle of demigods. By all reason and logic, he wasn't supposed to be here, but the fact that he wouldn't change. He had no protection against divine energy here. There were no mechanisms preventing the demigods from attacking him. If an enemy happened to see him, he wouldn't even have time to register it before he died. Let's hide and observe first. Damien could be considered extremely lucky. Putting aside his concealment abilities that were already high class, the imbalance between his soul and body made his existence difficult to perceive. After all, his soul was baptized by the void. This meant its existence wasn't something demigods without knowledge of the void could perceive. When he only needed to hide the fluctuations of his body, it became far easier to separate himself from reality and make himself truly imperceptible. And that's exactly what he did. A variation of one with dimension went into effect. Damien vanished into the folds of space and isolated himself with several dimensional cages, effectively hiding himself within a fraction of a second. That gave him the security to observe the ongoing battle. The Nox demigod appeared first. That man didn't have many features distinguishing him from other Nox, but his mana was surprisingly light, far separated from the mana most Nox used. That must be a result of his demonic providence. It's kind of ironic to see something titled demonic looking so holy. Damien couldn't accurately gauge divine energy with his current abilities, but he could at least understand its attributes. It was extremely sacred. It was a mana that should have been used to heal, but this Nox used it for the complete opposite purpose. Every attack had the capability to siphon life from its target and weaken them. And from the way he fought, it was evident he loved to torture his opponents until their last breath. And the one he's fighting is. Damien had a relatively decent understanding of the demigods on the universe's side. He was certain he could understand the one fighting if he saw the mana, but, boom, his eyes widened. A little too familiar? He sharpened his perception and peered through the clouds of dust and divine energy in the atmosphere, instantly confirming his guess. Albius, a demigod from Shadow Garden. Albius was a great help to him when he was fighting on the unnamed world, but they'd had almost no contact since then. Damien was wondering what he was up to, but he didn't expect to meet him again like this. Calm down. Their levels seem matched, so it shouldn't be a problem. The fight was already underway by the time it reached Damien, and it definitely wasn't an isolated incident. The two demigods were already injured to varying extents, and as they continued to fight, their injuries only worsened. It was definitely interesting to watch if Damien let go of his personal feelings. Since both of them used mana with light attributes, their battle was like multiple stars exploding and creating supernovas that swept through the space. The ancient battlefield was specifically built to house divinities, so its space didn't budge, which protected Damien, but the environment wasn't so lucky. Boom! 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 Divine energy ran rampant. The last time I saw demigods fight was when the fifth primal sovereign showed up. Back then, I was somehow able to involve myself without incurring the universal restrictions, but if I tried the same here, he'd seen 2 demigod battles, but neither of them compared to this. After all, the first was between 2 with fractured divinities, and while the second involved over 100 demigods, its impact didn't come near what he was seeing now. Why is that? When the old man and the rest fought the primal sovereign, they definitely went all out. The old man's divinity was fractured, but the rest were still in good condition. So why? Was it a matter of strength? Was the strength difference between demigods so massive as they grew? Or was there another reason? Damien shook his head. This wasn't a question he could answer before understanding divinity himself. For now, he could only watch this battle at a superficial level without gaining much. As it continued, a difference appeared between them. The The Nox demigod's life siphoning was clearly taking effect. Albius' pace was slowing down by the second, but his attack power didn't lessen. As Albius realized his disadvantage, he rushed in and disallowed the Nox demigod from using his range power. However, life siphoning wasn't something he could stop. It was clear he just wanted to deal as much damage as possible. They exchanged countless blows in just a few instances. Their fighting techniques weren't extremely refined, but for some reason, their exchange felt like a well-thought-out play without any viewers. It's because they're predicting each other so well. Even if they don't specialize in close combat, they're able to replicate the moves of a master through perception alone. It was amazing. It was no wonder the 5th class was so far separated from the classes before it. It made sense that one needed 9 revolutions to even be on the cusp of this power. This kind of foresight coming from nothing more than regular perception was amazing. But the battle was a tragic one. The power to control one's life and death at a touch was terrifying. Unless one had appropriate countermeasures to protect their life force, power level didn't matter. Because this Nox demigod's power seemed to ignore all defenses to directly target one's lifeblood. Albius, Damien gritted his teeth, is going to die. He wasn't the only one who realized this. Albius understood his fate several minutes ago, but he kept fighting. There was no way to escape here. His speed wasn't fast enough to get away from his enemy, and even if he was, he'd be essentially crippled when another Nox demigod inevitably found him fleeing. So he made a choice. Even if he was going to die, he'd make sure this Nox demigod would lose his life here too. He gathered all his power together. His body was frail and weak. It wouldn't live more than a few more years, even if he lived here. And to a demigod, that was just a blink of an eye. He didn't need that time. He already accomplished everything he set out to do in life. The shadow garden he raised was now proudly standing amongst the soldiers of the human domain, and had the protection of Luciel himself because of Tian Yang's connection to the angel. So it was fine even if he died. As long as he died while contributing to the great cause they were fighting for, he didn't care. His mana gathered in his core. He burned his blood away and took the last few years of his lifespan to strengthen the mana he held. And finally, Damien closed his eyes. He didn't want to see it, but he heard it well. Buzz 0000000000000000000M. An explosion far greater than any other. A force that leveled the area for several dozens of millions of kilometers. Light that covered the gray and bleak environment and painted it in majestic beauty. And the crushing feeling of death. Divine energy raged for over half an hour before it finally settled down. When Damien opened his eyes again, there was only one man remaining in the area. He was crippled beyond belief. He'd lost both legs and an arm, and his torso was practically burnt to a crisp. Several holes were present in his body, allowing one to see the area behind him clearly, and his head was only half of its previous size. But there were faint signs of life force emanating from his body. He was still alive, with the abilities of a Nox. Even if it took a long time, he'd be able to reach peak condition if he was left alone. Damien gnashed his teeth. I can't allow that. Albius' sacrifice was inevitable. It happened so fast that it almost lost meaning, but to Damien, it deeply engraved an understanding of what the ancient battlefield was like into his soul. Perhaps it was quick, but it had unprecedented value. To sacrifice his life for justice. Albius was a great man. A man of honor that I can't compare to. Cannot go in vain. Damien exited his hidden dimension with cold eyes. It would have never been possible under other circumstances, but right now, he would kill this demigod. Chapter 1231, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1231, Ancient Battlefield 2. Damn it. His current condition was anything but good. He never expected an easy fight from the start. But after pushing him so far, he didn't expect the human demigod to still have the energy to kill himself so spectacularly. In his current state, he couldn't do anything. It would take at least several years to heal his crippled body, let alone his soul. It was terrible, especially considering their current location. If he was able to devour his own kind, he could heal far faster, but in this place there were rarely beings weaker than him, especially not those willing to give up their lives for his sake. Damn it, that battle wasn't supposed to end this way. At the beginning, it was a group battle. There were 6 of them, and they attacked a group of 3 universe demigods after believing in their numbers advantage. But of course, that was their mistake. Among those 3, one was extremely powerful. He was a man who, by himself, was able to take 3 from their group alone. He and the human demigod confronted each other during this collision, and he originally believed he could quickly kill the man and escape, but who would have thought their laws were so similar? In the end, he was left in this state. Perhaps the enemy was dead, but the humiliation he suffered far outweighed that fact. Damn it! Regardless, he had to get out of here. After that attack, the mountainous area was reduced to a plain, and anyone who passed by would be able to see his corpse-like figure and easily slaughter him. He called forth the little mana he had and placed it into the tips of his fingers. He used his only remaining arm to drag himself across the flat plain as his awareness spread in search of a hiding place. Crunch! Arr! The timing was perfect. A being appeared in his perception at the same time they arrived before him. He looked up, using his single remaining eye to look at who'd found him in this unlucky position. Whether it was enemy or ally, they would kill him. He wasn't able to escape his lower existence. His eyes widened. This man, wasn't he a supreme? Hope appeared in the Nox demigod's eye. If it was a lower existence, even with his little power, he reached up and grabbed the man's ankle with a grin. Kakik, thank you for the meal. He pushed all the divine energy in his fingers into the lower existence's body. Even if it was negligible, it was more than enough to crush this man to nothingness. And using the power he received, he'd at least regain the ability to move properly. Or at least, that was how it was intended to go. See this? His expression turned uglier than it naturally was with his disfigured appearance. Why wasn't anything happening? He looked up into a pair of amethyst eyes that stared down at him coldly. That man finally spoke. Thanks for that, but I'm good. You can have it back. Boom! The Anunta matrix revolved and expunged the divine energy just like before. But this time, it directly targeted the felled demigod. His own divine energy returned to his body, seeking revenge. It tore his already broken systems apart even more, and made it almost impossible for him to think. Oh, you're still alive? Well, that's good. I wanted to do it myself anyway. Damien knelt down and placed his hand on the Nox demigod's head. With that last burst of divine energy, the demigod was definitely weak enough to die by his hand. Become my power. Please and thank you. Void mana invaded the Nox demigod's systems and devoured everything that remained. The energy of nothingness, enhanced by the non-existence in Damien's memory, was impossible to resist. The Nox demigod's body slowly turned to ash, not ink. His memories and power rushed into Damien's body as he smiled. That was easier than I thought. The Nox demigod died easily, but with his last memory being such a humiliating defeat, would he have peace in the afterlife? Definitely not. He would rot as he was meant to. Damien's eyes glimmered with realization. That shouldn't have been so easy regardless of his state. It should have taken much longer to break him down and devour him. But since it didn't, I guess my power increased more than I thought. If it was like this, if it was the weakest possible version of them, maybe I could do it on my own. Damien shook his head wryly. He could think about that when the time came, but for now, this guy's memories are great for me. Let's see what the ancient battlefield is all about. Damien's position was truly unfortunate. He appeared randomly on the ancient battlefield, completely away from the intended starting point of the demigods who were meant to be here. Well, it wasn't for no reason. His existence here was already a problem. The only assumption he could make was that he got caught in the teleportation by mistake. The Saint Emperor's arm was through his chest when the man got teleported away. If direct contact was enough to affect the displacement, there would be many more lower existences here. But the key was that it wasn't just Damien's body, but his corpse. If he was registered by the universe as a non-living thing, it wasn't hard to understand why he'd been caught up in the phenomenon. But that was beside the point. He was lucky enough to be completely separated from anything of value when he arrived here. In reality, the ancient battlefield was structured something like a game arena. This grayish-black rocky terrain encompassed the majority of its territory, as this material was best for absorbing the shocks of these divine clashes. But it wasn't all there was. In fact, there were 3 sites of note on the map. The first 2 were the base camps of the 2 opposing sides. These weren't set up by the fighters themselves, but by the realm. They were bases of operation and also the spawn points, where they would find themselves immediately upon arrival. Naturally, from the Nox demigod's memories, he could only see the Nox side's base. Nobody was stupid enough to charge the enemy's fortress, as both sides were aware of their power balance. However, just looking at the base put him in awe. It was quite the magisterial structure. But it wasn't nearly comparable to the third. The third structure in this realm was a massive bordered area in the very center of the realm. It looked like a river, but was as wide as an ocean. There were several white platforms that floated on its surface like lily pads, giving it an overall air of importance. According to this guy's memories, that place can't be accessed until certain conditions are met, but this idiot didn't bother to figure out what the conditions were. How annoying. It was surely going to be important at some point, but Damien decided to put it aside until he could find the answer naturally. The Nox are relatively unworried at the moment. It's not like they don't have a reason, though. The Nox didn't just have their own troops, after all. Those traitors who succumbed to temptation and accepted the Nox's power also spawned on their side, and it was the perfect time to use them as cannon fodder. On top of that, people like Immortal Blood Azura will mess things up from the inside. Damien shook his head. The overall situation isn't in our favor, but it's also not impossible to win. The Emperors haven't made a move yet, so for now, it should be okay for me to move around. Damien gained a comprehensive understanding of his environment through those memories, and the situation itself was something that would change so frequently that its current state didn't matter. For now, there are more important things to focus on. He needed to find a way to survive. But just running and hiding would never give him security. Even the universe's base camp couldn't offer him absolute safety until its hidden evils were eliminated. So it was time for him to test out that theory. Strangely enough, I don't have any doubts. Damien grinned. If his life was on the line anyway, then it was better to do everything he could to survive. He was not willing to die a meaningless death. Chapter 1232, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1232, Ancient Battlefield 3. The ancient battlefield was truly massive. It had to be. From a demigod standpoint, millions of kilometers were negligible. To truly have an expansive battlefield that could bring out the full power of all those participating, it had to be massive. But it wasn't too large. The goal was to fight until only one side remained. To prevent a situation where the numbers become so uneven that it becomes almost impossible to meet an enemy, the space would shrink depending on the number of remaining fighters, until it finally encompassed only the river in the center. But for now, as battle had only just begun, it hadn't shrunk at all. Damien began to move immediately once he got used to the power increase in his body. He had to keep himself constantly concealed in several layers of protection to hide from any and everyone he passed, but he found it surprisingly easy. This mana-guzzling action didn't put any burden on him at all. There were 2 reasons. Even Damien didn't understand how much he'd changed after his soul evolved. Since mana was housed in the soul and used by the body, the synergy between the 2 was always important for a practitioner to truly be complete. With his current soul, not only did the amount of mana he could store balloon, but the exchange rate between mana and output became far more advantageous. Essentially, his soul allowed him to create 100 times the power with only a fraction of the required mana. This was the more esoteric of the 2 reasons. The full potential of the evolved soul didn't end here, but Damien still had to experience several battles and introspections to fully delve into it. The second was far simpler. After all, he'd just devoured a demigod. The circumstances didn't let him pat himself on the back for this achievement, nor did he care to after what he experienced on Alcatraz, but the effects such an act had on his body were significant. Not only was his physical body strengthened to a new degree that allowed him to cope with mild amounts of divine energy, even without the Matrix, but his mana had reached a new state, as if it had been washed and purified by the energy of demigods. The only unfortunate thing is that I still can't use divine energy. That won't be possible regardless of what I become before ascending to divinity, because it's something only attained during cosmic rebirth, but to transmute his mana into a comparable force wasn't a pipe dream. I need to change. Damien refused to stay the same as he used to be. There was nothing wrong with his previous self. If there was, he wouldn't have achieved everything he did. But if he wanted to see the heights of his ambition, it wasn't enough. I have to throw away my doubts. I have to abandon my fears. Maybe it's not possible right this instant, but by the time I leave the ancient battlefield, he had to be a completely different monster. This change was not just in terms of power or league, and not in terms that anyone else in the universe could understand. To put it simply, it was time for him to start embodying the void. But that could be saved for later. Right now, Damien glanced around. It wasn't like there were demigods everywhere, but there really were demigods everywhere. This number far outstripped anything he knew and understood during his time in the universe. According to that Nox demigod's memories, the numbers on both sides are about even. But from what I've seen from Nox, there's at least a few thousand on their side. Did the universe have so many demigods? Now that I think about it, Su Rin's master was unknown to me, but not to the experts of the universe. He was living in seclusion and taking an uninvolved stance in worldly affairs. When I met the Fallen Star Holy Master in the past, he also said their demigod ancestors were in seclusion and left the sect to him. As he continued to think about different powerful influences in the universe, he realized that only a few, such as Prismatic Sun Holy Land and Blood Azura Holy Land, were actually run by demigods. Most of them were controlled by supremes, with their demigods acting as nothing more than backing. It turns out we had so many experts just relaxing in seclusion this whole time. If I count those who are unaffiliated like Su Rin's master, the number gets blown even further out of proportion. Damien sighed. He was starting to realize why everyone looked at the human domain so scornfully. In total, they didn't have more than a few tens of demigods. Compared to the rest of the universe, weren't they truly pitiful? But that also goes to show just how many powerful people we lost during the last war. Damien shook his head and silenced his thoughts. He was just using them to entertain himself, but the time for that had passed. After all, he was currently searching for something. He didn't know anything about the stages of divinity, nor did the demigods in the universe. Perhaps something like a true representation of their power in levels was only available in the heavenly world. The demigods who'd cut off their paths to ascension could only grow without knowing their endpoint and get stronger until they couldn't grow any further. Their only way to gauge their strength was to see the level of those around them. Damien was the same. As he flew past several tens of demigods, he took the time to observe each and every one and follow the estimate of his base instincts to make judgments. He wasn't looking for anything specific. He just wanted a sign, a reading that looked favorable, and he'd finally found it. Just moments ago, as he was passing over a mountain, he noticed a Nox demigod in meditation on its peak. From the looks of it, he hadn't engaged in battle at all since coming to this plane, and instead focused on increasing his strength in secret. This is Nox territory after all. Unless the situation is dire, they won't target their own. He must have assumed he was safe. Damien grinned. What a stupid mistake to make on the battlefield. He was the first demigod thus far. The first one his instincts called weak. Damien was hidden in a separated dimension several hundred meters in the sky above that Nox demigod. He raised his arms silently. His concealment was perfect. His position wouldn't be given away unless he wanted it to be. As long as I prepare carefully. He'd already been observing for several days. This demigod only moved once a day to secure the area before returning to his meditative state. That time had already passed today. He wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Damien's mana entered reality without a single fluctuation. It was far darker than usual. Its blackness was deeper than anything he could produce before, making it clear that the ratio between void energy and mana in his veins was starting to change. Elemental and samsara. These two laws have been tethered, and their energies could now interact despite not fully fusing. Damien summoned a ball of mana on his palm and compressed it thinner and sharper until it formed a needle. He then injected this needle with the energies of the two laws. It was both black and white and rainbow-colored at the same time. The sharp contrast between the two energies caused spiritual chaos that spread through the needle and almost shattered it, but Damien quickly used the void to stabilize them, albeit for a short moment. This was it. The new power he'd gained, the new mana he'd gained, the new soul he'd gained, they all came together for one purpose. With this, I'll take your head. Damien descended in an instant and landed behind the Nox demigod. Before his fluctuations could leak in the slightest, he flicked the needle at high speeds, allowing it to directly pierce the enemy's neck. He realized as he watched it fly. He realized as he watched it expand and turn into something he never intended. The power he just used was far beyond his comprehension. Boom! Chapter 1233, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1233, Ancient Battlefield 4, Boom. The explosion directly incinerated half of the mountain before slowly tearing away the rest of its body. The Nox demigod whom it originally targeted vanished completely in its light. One could only imagine what he was going through in the very center of those rampaging laws. In fact, his life fluctuations vanished within the first few seconds, indicating his death far before the force could even reach its peak. Damien truly didn't understand what he'd achieved when he tethered elemental and samsara. Because the process came so easily to him, he couldn't grasp how amazing his accomplishment was. As mentioned before, the tethering of these two represented Damien gaining control over the material aspect of the concept of existence. This sentence was both simple and extremely intuitive at the same time. The concept of existence, it was far grander than anything else Damien even considered understanding in the past. Universal law, the fundamental laws, divinity, everything that could be manifested in reality was under the umbrella of existence. Elemental and samsara were perhaps only a single part of the many factors involved in the gargantuan concept, but they held far more value than any others. This was because they created the backbone of all things. Without these concepts, nothing would be able to exist to grow and define the rest of those material concepts. Therefore, when they were combined, Damien's power became something immeasurable. As long as it existed in the physical plane, Damien could exert influence over it. The only thing holding him back from sovereignty was his own power and league. And going by his current standing, well, maybe they were the weakest of their kind, but even some demigods couldn't withstand his force with their bodies. Of course, the problem was that if they had a single opportunity, they could also kill him in a flash. This was why Damien made thorough preparations and stayed as concealed as possible when he attacked this time. And as he watched the explosion, he gradually rationalized his new state of existence. If what I'm thinking is true, then even though he killed that demigod just now, he hadn't truly killed him. Damien frowned. He looked at the explosive cloud that was still growing by the second and pushed his hand out. Devour. He didn't know what he was aiming for, but if anything still existed in that cloud, he would devour it. Energy flowed into his body. It came from the mana in the atmosphere and the earth that made up the ancient battlefield, but nothing more. At least, not at first. In just a few seconds, Damien noticed a change. A strange energy he couldn't perceive properly flowed into his body through Devour, and in his mind, agonizing screams resounded and bounced around. He felt something inside him growing. He wasn't directly conscious of it, but after his experience in non-existence, he could at least somewhat understand its existence. His soul was growing. As I thought, I can't completely eliminate them with just force. Demigods were entities above the logic he knew. Not only did their vessels have a new level of power, they had direct access to their souls and the ability to consciously affect their growth. This meant they could remain living without a true physical body. Their souls held far more of their identity than their vessels. It wasn't a definite thing, of course. The soul would remain an esoteric concept unless one spent an extensive amount of time studying it. Just because they could perceive it didn't mean every demigod had the ability to control it properly. But there were definitely demigods who could survive as soul bodies for a period of time. There were several problems with such a state as well, and it wasn't as easy as possessing a body to revive, but that was a conversation for another time. After all, Damien wasn't aware of any of this yet. All he knew was that his power was great. Great enough for him to survive in the ancient battlefield. If I keep killing like this, if I keep growing stronger through combat of this level, the barrier that separated him from divinity would become flimsy extremely quickly. First of all, let's get out of here. Damien confirmed the death of his target when he succeeded in devouring his soul, so there was no reason for him to stay here. The enemy will congregate here soon to find out what happened. In the worst-case scenario, I'll get ambushed again. Frankly, Damien wasn't completely okay. His experience in death gave him real trauma. It wasn't like when he was still growing, where his mentality would be completely ruined by it, but he had become quite paranoid and untrusting of his own strength. Because of this, he immediately fled. He traveled several dozens of millions of kilometers until he was so far away from the explosion that he couldn't see or sense it in the background. And then he continued moving. I have a goal. Instead of focusing on other things, I should move towards it as fast as possible. He calmed the excitement brewing in his heart. He kept a cool mind and rationally viewed the situation, disallowing himself from falling prey to overwhelming emotion. He had two things to do now. First and foremost, he needed to kill until he wasn't endangered by any and everything. And second, he had to find allies. Aside from Albius, I haven't seen anyone else from our side. I can't even tell if I'm moving deeper into enemy territory, since it's impossible to differentiate when the terrain is so uniform. The only thing he could do was keep moving forward. He would meet them eventually as long as he did so. And with that thought in mind, he moved. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Before he knew it, Damien had been in the ancient battlefield for over a year. That wasn't any time at all in the grand scheme of things. This battle would go on for decades, at the very least. The battlefield hadn't shrunk even once yet, which meant there were a considerable number of demigods still alive on both sides. However, for Damien personally, he grinned to himself as he gripped his fist. He just killed another one. This was his 10th assassination in the past year. The number wasn't very big, but when the subject was divinities, even 10 amounted to an uncountable number of lower existences that might have even exceeded Damien's current kill count. He was slowly getting used to the atmosphere here. He was slowly getting rid of his paranoia, and as his power grew, the need to be secretive also lessened to an extent. Just a few more, and I can start targeting stronger enemies. Damien was satisfied with his progress, but he still hadn't met an ally. It wasn't that he saw nobody from Grand Heaven's boundary, but he hadn't met a single person he could actually reveal his existence to. At least, that's how it was for the past year. As he teleported around to find his next target, he noticed a flash of color on the horizon, a rainbow mana that he'd only seen from one person before. A bright smile formed on his face. Finally, he saw traces of someone he could trust. Chapter 1234, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1234, Ancient Battlefield. 5. Damien rapidly made his way to the location. Demigod battles were never stationary. Since their steps could move them from star to star effortlessly, it was natural for them to move around a lot when they were battling with their full power. When Damien reached the flash he saw, there was nothing remaining but calming fluctuations of the once rampant mana. But the fact that it wasn't yet dispersed completely meant they hadn't moved far. He spread his awareness and focused on his perception. It's not always big explosions or fantastical scenes. When they need to concentrate their power, divinities strike more silently than anyone. His eyes were useless for something like this. He used his ears to feel the earth and listen for vibrations. He used his awareness to scout millions of kilometers in the distance. And he used his intuition to judge where all the factors would combine. He already sensed several pulses from the distance, but if he just followed them, he'd never catch up. What he needed to do was predict their movements. His mind traveled at light speed as he did several calculations. His eyes shot open as he plotted the route. There! His body vanished. He flashed through the surroundings until he was at least 5 stars away from his original position before concealing himself and lying in wait. And within the minute, the ground began to tremor, the force causing this change coming closer and closer by the second. Boom! It wasn't an explosion. A body tore through a nearby mountain and slammed into the ground only a few hundred kilometers away from Damien. He watched as the Nox demigod rapidly stood up and stabilized himself before glaring into the distance. Ah, unexpectedly, the enemy is also someone I know. This one should be the Blade Lord. If he wasn't mistaken, the Sword Lord was one of the Inhuman Emperor's followers, roughly on the same level as the Marionette Emperor. He was supposedly quite the gallant figure. Because he followed the path of the sword, his demeanor didn't match the rest of the Nox race, instead representing something like a master who severed his connection with all things but his sword. It was honestly respectable in a sense, if one ignored his true nature. But currently, he didn't look like his reputation in the slightest. He was battered and beaten, and after being thrown through the mountain, he seemed to have taken extreme internal damage, as black blood was constantly leaking from his mouth. As he stood strong and raised his sword, a figure appeared in the air. Beautiful, like a star lighting up the dreary atmosphere of the ancient battlefield. Irisia Luminous raised her arm like a graceful willow drifting in the wind. "This is the end," she said coldly, looking down at the enemy. "The end? Haha, that is not something for you to decide." The Sword Lord responded confidently, but his body betrayed his thoughts. He could hardly move anymore. It was certain he wouldn't survive another attack from her. Yet, he trusted his sword and raised it once more. Though she looked pristine, he was sure her internal condition wasn't great either after battling for so long. He was clearer than anyone about the type of damage he could do. So as long as he succeeded in this attack, he'd have a chance. As long as his sword followed. "You seem to be unaware of your situation." A voice appeared in his ear. He shuddered. Iris hadn't moved from her place in the sky. Yet, he looked down with a wry smile. Right. When he was facing her, the entire world became his enemy. The second he allowed himself to hit the ground, he lost. The earth around him clamped around his legs and refused to let him move. There were already spikes on his back, just moments away from impaling him. "It was a good battle," he said weakly. Clang! His sword dropped to the ground. He no longer had the strength to hold it. But he wasn't worthy of an honorable defeat. Perhaps to you, but to me, you are just another fodder. Please don't think of yourself too highly. Shick, along with Iris' words, the spikes impaled his chest and stomach, and rampaging mana destroyed the remains of his internal body. He melted into ink with an expression of unwillingness on his face, and another wave of rainbow mana appeared to make sure he would never revive. Death in both body and soul. The most terrifying outcome for a divinity. Iris landed on the ground before the corpse and flicked her wrist, picking the treasures he held out of his remains. "Good. As long as we continue like this." Her eyes suddenly shot to the side as a presence appeared in the void. She already raised her hand to attack, but in the split second her mana took to gather. Wait. Look before you shoot." A familiar voice graced her ears. Her eyes widened. "You." Damien landed next to her with a smile. "What? Weren't expecting to see me here." Iris' eyes widened even further. They were practically popping out of her skull. "Why are you here?" The presence of this man was completely incomprehensible, but she couldn't deny it. After all, she felt something strange from him that had never and could never be replicated. It was undeniable that this man was truly Damien Void and not some illusion created by the enemy. "Why can't I be here?" Damien asked back. "Do I need to answer that? Why and how are you? Wait, we don't have time for this." Iris quickly grabbed his arm and shot into the sky. A barrier of protection enveloped them as she used her full speed to shoot away from the area, flying for almost half an hour in complete silence before landing in a nondescript mountainous area like the one Damien spawned in. Damien tried to make conversation, But she didn't respond to his words as she dragged him to the ground and into a nearby cave. It was her personal hideout, the place she was using as a base while she attacked the Nox forces. After finally reaching this place and activating the numerous defense mechanisms that hid and protected it from the outside world, she finally turned around to face him. "Hugh!" She took a deep breath and closed her eyes before reopening again. This was her final confirmation, just her entertaining the needless thought that he was a fake. But seeing him standing there looking at her in confusion, she was forced to accept it. "All right, before anything else, explain." Damien raised his brow curiously. This was an interesting appearance from her. After all, he'd only encountered the playful Iris he knew. Seeing her act like a demigod on the battlefield was quite novel. But he also understood why she was so forceful. His appearance in the ancient battlefield was far more confusing for the demigods than it was to him. Damien smiled wryly. "So basically I died." He started his story off as such. He told the tales of his journey to Alcatraz, exploring the demon abyss, dying, and being reborn here. He told her how he'd been moving for the past year and protecting himself while growing and hiding, all the way until he reached the moment when they met. Iris' expression went through a myriad of changes, from shock at his decisions to extreme shock at the fact that he died. Actually, it seemed her expression just became more and more shocked as he kept talking. It was insane. It was a story that wouldn't have been believable in any other circumstance. But Damien was here, and his story also helped her understand why they'd been transported to the ancient battlefield in the first place. And because of Damien's unique identity. She sighed in resignation. There was only one thought in her mind. "You are truly insane." Chapter 1235, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1235, Ancient Battlefield, 6. Regardless of the rationality behind it, it was true that Damien was here and nothing would change that. Leaving the ancient battlefield before the war between demigods ended was not permitted. Many had tried to flee in the past, but things like circumstances and emotions didn't affect the rules of this place. "Really, what am I supposed to do with you?" Iris felt like she'd sighed more in the past few minutes than she had in her entire life. "What do you mean? I'd prefer if we worked together, but if you don't want to, I'm also fine going on my own," Damien responded casually. "On your own? Do you understand what that means?" "Why wouldn't I? I've been doing it for the past year, you know." "That's true, but still. If you met someone truly strong, could you guarantee your life?" Haha. Since the moment I found myself here, my life hasn't been guaranteed." Damien laughed heartily. The sentence had more meaning to him than Iris realized. After all, while he told her about his death because there was no way to explain his existence here otherwise, he didn't say too much about it. Iris was probably assuming he was exaggerating and didn't truly die. He likely reached the cusp of death and managed to survive through the same secret means he'd been hiding from her since their first meeting. If she ever realized he truly came back from the dead, she'd be swamped with a whole different wave of confusion. Damien's life wasn't guaranteed. It was something he'd come to terms with in the past year. In the lower universe, he never thought about it. No matter how close he got to death, he was always of the mind that he would not die. It was a stupid arrogance that he regretted, because when death truly came, it didn't give him any possible means for survival. Now, in this place surrounded by enemies who could kill him with a flick of the wrist, he came to realize just how meager his life was in the grand scheme of things. It was a motivator above all else. Iris stared at him strangely. "What is your plan if you move alone?" she asked, her tone becoming milder. Damien shrugged. "Kill and get stronger until I don't have to worry anymore." Can't you say something that puts my worries at ease?" "You're worried about me?" "I can't lie. I'm a little touched." "Now isn't the time to be joking." Damien smiled. Though her domineering attitude was fun to watch, he liked this Iris, the version he could converse with as an equal, better. Calling it a joke is a bit harsh. "You have to realize my circumstances. It's either I fight until I survive, or I die. There's no escape for me." Iris shook her head, unable to respond. It wasn't just for him, but for everyone on the ancient battlefield. The problem was that his chances of survival were so much more meager than anyone else's that she couldn't understand why he was so calm. Ah, you understand that moving with me will put you in more danger than moving alone, right? She said. Of course I do. But the more danger there is, the greater the opportunity to grow. I have to get stronger as fast as possible. So wouldn't it be better for me to ally with you? Iris frowned. Don't worry. If you're thinking I'd be a burden, that's simply not true anymore. Damien continued before she could speak. What? He wouldn't be a burden? Here? That had to be a joke. Rationally speaking, there was no reason for her to accept Damien's offer to ally. To someone as strong as her, he couldn't be anything but a burden. But she also couldn't bring herself to accept leaving him to his own devices. Putting aside the fact that him acting as he pleased got him into this situation in the first place, she had a personal relationship with him. She wasn't so heartless as to abandon a friend. No, the only true friend she'd ever had. She refused to do something so disgusting. And putting aside even her personal feelings, if one looked at Damien objectively, it was hard to deny his potential. While it would definitely be burdensome, protecting such a genius until he reached maturity would give her many more returns than abandoning him. Right now, the struggle in her mind was between rationale and emotion, and Damien understood it well. He wasn't so arrogant as to say he could hold his own, but to say he was a burden, maybe that was a bit extreme. Here, let's do this, he finally said. Pour your mana into my body. Iris looked at him like he was a madman. What? Damien smiled and grabbed her arm, placing her hand on his chest. Don't worry about it, and just go. If I was going to die, would I even ask you to do it at all? Iris furrowed her brows in hesitation, but she couldn't deny his reasoning. After traveling with him through the severed world, she was clear on his personality. Fine, but if you get hurt, I'm not helping you. Haha, I never expected it, but I know you would. TCH. Iris rolled her eyes and pushed divine energy through her palm, allowing it to flow into Damien's body. She controlled the flow well, but it didn't take much divine energy to kill a lower existence. No matter how much she controlled it, if she didn't stop after a single second, he would inevitably die. Or at least, that's what she thought. Ashu, she stammered as she suddenly felt the mana escaping her control. Like there was a black hole in Damien's body. Her divine energy was pulled beyond her will and sucked into his body. Stop right now. You'll really die. Damien grinned. It's nice to see you all flustered, but I'll have to disappoint you. He put his hand on the cave wall to his side and let the Anunta matrix do its job. As long as there was divine energy in his body, it had to be expunged. As long as it could be expunged, he wouldn't suffer damage. This was the skill he'd developed in the past year. Boom! A terrifying force tore through the cave and put a massive hole in the wall. If Damien didn't specifically aim so the blast would dig downward, it would have punctured the side of the mountain they were in. He turned back to Iris, happily enjoying her dumbstruck expression. What do you think? He asked. I'll be able to survive quite well, won't I? There was nothing she could say. An ability like this, did demigods even have an ability like this? If they could directly expunge the enemy's divine energy in the same form through which it entered, they'd be able to avoid leagues of damage that broke them down over long periods of fighting. If the Blade Lord could do this, he wouldn't have died to Iris strikes. I know you still have the issue of combat power to worry about, but I can demonstrate that when we get out of here. Damien continued as if what he'd done was nothing. But honesty, Iris didn't need to see his combat power. Just this ability alone was extremely useful, especially if he could use it on others. Combat power was just a bonus on top of the already delicious cake he'd just presented her. She sighed for the last time. All right, I concede. Let's go together. It wasn't a hasty decision, nor was a logical one, but it was the decision she wanted to make, so she didn't care about the nuances. But if she was going to ally herself with Damien, she needed more assurance than just this. Let's start from the top, she said. I'm sure you're still unaware of too many things. First things first, let me tell you about the overall situation of the ancient battlefield. Chapter 1236, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1236, Ancient Battlefield 7. Essentially, what Iris did was fill in the blanks for Damien. He had sufficient information about the ancient battlefield itself, but he was lacking in knowledge about the situation between the two forces. In short, it went something like this. The number of Nox demigods versus universal demigods started off at roughly 10,000 on each side. When traitors were counted, it changed into a battle of 13,000 against 7,000 or so. The two bases were stationed at the extreme poles of the battlefield, and thus it was almost impossible to come across the enemy base unless one was intentionally making their way there. On the universal side, at least 1,000 demigods needed to stay stationed at the base to guard it, and many of those 1,000 took backline roles to support those who were battling on the field. It was still a war. Intelligence gathering and other such tasks still held incredible importance, as the locations of those elusive enemy demigods and the Nox Emperors couldn't remain unknown if they wanted to win. Because the universe already had a numbers difference and the strength difference was also somewhat skewed against them, they needed to move with some coordination if they wanted to stand a proper chance. Though, not everyone was part of this. The demigods who worked as part of this systematic army were the majority, but some, like Iris herself, decided to move on their own instead, only staying in contact to receive information from the intelligence side. There were many reasons for this, but the main one was distrust. Iris and several of her allies already had a force of their own, and instead of submitting themselves to those in the base camp or creating problems with infighting because they refused to bow down, they decided to form their own camp that would act separately, yet still in tandem with the main base. In this group were those like Iris, Alucard, Commander Hua, and a majority of the demigods Damien had friendly relations with. It was a bit surprising seeing how they were all so connected, but at the same time, it made sense. After all, Damien had a type. He didn't like to associate himself with those who only sought benefits despite the seriousness of the situation. Nevertheless, the situation of the universal side was a bit torn, but for the most part, much more stable than it was in the lower universe. As for the Nox, well, they were much more individualistic and not just by nature. It seemed the Nox Emperors stopped exerting extreme control over their lords when they came to the ancient battlefield. According to the reports Iris received, the Emperors had completely abandoned the main war and were having some sort of battle amongst themselves. The Saint and Soul Emperors became more separated than ever, and surprisingly, the Saint Emperor's behavior had shifted in the past year. His subtlety and mysteriousness had disappeared to an extent, and his mood seemed to change far too often, like he was snapping. Funnily enough, it was completely Damien's fault. The Saint Emperor risked everything to kill him and get the so-called Dark God seed that was in his body, but obviously he'd failed. The 3 seeds the Nox were obsessed with were not seeds at all, but more similar to body constitutions. The Empyrean God seed that Yeoman possessed was what gave him control over the Abyss. The Yin-Yang Heaven seed was within Zara and Aaliyah, and only manifested when they combined after the Beast Emperor Star War and Damien's Dark God seed. Well, it was the Nox's mistake from the beginning. It didn't even exist. It was just the void that they didn't even realize they were worshipping. It was quite funny when one thought about it, especially when that person was Damien. He felt great pleasure thinking of the Saint Emperor's expression when he realized he did all that for nothing. Aside from a situation with Zara and Aaliyah that he had no way of knowing, Damien was able to understand the rest after listening to Iris' explanations. He found a clue towards the final mystery, remaining about the Nox, the influence of the void in their evolution. Nevertheless, that was a minor fact at this point. Damien could focus on it once he was able to live safely in the ancient battlefield. It wasn't just those 2 Nox Emperors acting strangely. Through the deceased envoy and Damien's actions, a rift appeared between the karmic and inhuman emperors, who were already on bad terms due to the differences in their natures. However, since they were forced into the ancient battlefield, none of them were able to address their internal conflicts. If they did, they would give the enemy an opening to pierce through. The ancient battlefield wasn't a kind place. Only one side could leave this place, regardless of how the Nox felt about each other. If they wanted to survive and take revenge on those they despised, they needed to work together to fight the universe first. So, the situation became like this. Most Nox lords were acting on their own, while the ones who formed groups did so of their own volition. The Nox Emperors were currently just overseeing the situation since neither side was able to take the lead thus far, but it was certain they'd start acting soon. To see how the universe's side either came together or broke apart, time was needed, but overall, both sides were holding on to a flimsy balance until they found the chance to turn on each other. So for now, the only goal is to kill as much as possible before that happens. Iris ended her explanation and looked at Damien, who was deep in thought, waiting for his response. She wanted to see his tactical ability, because with his current power, he needed to move like a snake, relying on trickery and schemes to get by. This would be a great help to her, who wasn't a great planner. And more than anything else, the Godslayer operation basically fell apart because of the suddenness of our transportation, but if I can raise him into a proper demigod during this time, we might be able to bring it back to life. The original Operation Godslayer was simple in essence. It was a plan to slowly cull the Nox demigod population through a variety of means, including a few biological weapons that had been secretly developed by their forces. However, now that those hidden weapons were left in the lower universe and inaccessible, they needed a new plan to keep the momentum on their side. The current balance was too fragile to rely on, and though Damien didn't know anything about Operation Godslayer, he also understood the fragility of the situation. It would boil over the second one side gained an advantage. But Damien smiled to himself. This is a lot simpler than it used to be. He was quite happy. His thoughts were completely different from Iris in his opinion. They were overcomplicating things needlessly. Plans and schemes. They've gotten so used to using means like this without the ability to act on their own that they forgot who or where they are. This was the ancient battlefield. Plans, schemes, trickery. Perhaps Damien needed these elements to keep himself alive, but wasn't that just because he was weak? The purpose of this plane was simple. It wasn't war, but slaughter. The only thing they needed to do was kill. So what we should do now is kill until they realize that. Chapter 1237, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1237, Ancient Battlefield. Damien was also a victim of this mentality. As he got older, no matter how much he wanted to use power to force his way through everything, he found that intellect was necessary to do what he wanted. His enemies were too powerful and much smarter than him. Damien was never a genius in the literal sense. He started out at the bottom of the intelligence spectrum. Putting it lightly, the teenage him was a supreme idiot. So when he grew and started using his brain, he still didn't do it as well as others, which is what eventually led to his death. He was lucky enough to have the strength to compensate for his dullness. If it wasn't for that strength, he probably would have died several times. But he still tried his best. He still tried to strategize and put himself in a position where he could control events behind the scenes. Only this time, that was the wrong approach. He was tired of it. All the schemes and trickery disgusted him, because these people had the power to face each other directly, but refused. In a sense, it was cowardice. The only way to end this conflict was to kill, and in the ancient battlefield, there were no tools to use besides one's own strength. Therefore, what's the point? He muttered out loud. I'm sorry. Iris responded in confusion. What's the point of all this? In the current situation, why do we need to do so much? Iris smiled wryly. She didn't need him to say more to understand. After all, she'd had the same questions. There isn't one, she responded succinctly. Maybe it's hard for you to understand, but most people can't accept the easiest solution, because when it's that easy, it feels wrong. Oh, that's not it. If you were them, would you go out of your way and risk your life? Yes, I would. Even if I were them, that wouldn't change anything. Damien's response was surprisingly fast. It's common sense, isn't it? Either they risk their lives to protect their futures, or they betray us and risk their lives to protect their futures. No matter what the outcome is, they won't be able to reach it without facing death. Doesn't that make the current situation meaningless? Iris was silent for a moment. It wasn't like Damien said something wildly profound, nor did he display knowledge above his status. He said something that should have been common sense. But common sense wasn't that problem. Ha 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 ha. She couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't say anything. She felt stupid. But why was this so refreshing? Then, what do you think we should do? She asked in sheer curiosity. Do I even need to say that? We need to force those bitches out of their hidey holes, Damien responded with a grin. Ha 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 ha. Iris' laughter got freer. Right, that is indeed the solution. There wasn't anything wrong with the current situation. Even if it would take a long time, it would eventually balance itself out, and the people muddling the simplicity of it all would come to their senses. But it was clear Damien didn't want to do that. All right, Iris finally said, calming herself down. Her tone was a lot lighter now. Her stress evaporated like it never existed in the first place. When a situation is simple, just take it simply, She liked it. She liked it a lot. She had similar thoughts, but every time she did, she fell into a hole of bad choices. Either she and her people succumbed to the situation and followed the lead of those demigods in the base camp, or stood against their allies and tried to reform the universe's forces with their own hands. Those were the options she saw, because when one was so deeply involved in events, it was hard to see the third route. It was hard to realize that the option to break the board and ruin their games even existed. And even if it did exist, how did one go about accomplishing it? Didn't it take a great deal of planning and perfect execution? But no, not at all. Maybe in any other circumstance it would be that complicated, but as Damien said, it wasn't like that this time. If they moved against their own people, they'd be labeled traitors and become the common enemy of the people they were trying to control, so the cowards in their turtle shells couldn't move in the dark. There were no consequences to acting on one's own accord. If they were, would Damien have even met Iris here? Let's do it then, she said, feeling like she'd been struck by enlightenment. There were no consequences, so why hesitate? Damien smiled. Okay, let's do it. He didn't really understand why Iris was acting like he said something genius, but he didn't care. It seemed her doubts about traveling with him disappeared, and if she accepted his decision, he didn't have anything to be unhappy about. Iris didn't waste any time. She felt like she'd been reborn with a mentality that was free and unrestrained. She immediately contacted the intelligence division and found the coordinates of every Nox lord they were tracking, and then contacted her allies to fill them in on the new course of action. Obviously, some people responded like she was crazy. This wasn't an Arizia luminous thought process at all, but made them feel just as refreshed as she did, because they also remembered who they were. They were demigods. They were divinities. They weren't snakes or foxes. They were people who didn't need to stay bound by conventional ideologies. What was the point of having power if they limited themselves to the games set up by others? A subtle change appeared in the universe's forces at that moment, a change in mindset that would slowly become more physical with time. But for now, it was still subtle and had nothing to do with Damien and Iris. The duo began plotting their routes soon enough. With Iris' power and Damien's support, they only needed to stay wary of a small portion of the enemy's forces, a number no more than a few hundred. So, they started to move soon enough. Iris was naturally the main attacker. She approached enemies alone and started battles like she'd been doing until now. But Damien's presence was far more impactful than she ever expected it to be. He couldn't kill them, but he could give the Nox Lords fatal damage that made the battles easier for her. He could help her expel divine energy, or use himself as a shield to absorb and redirect hostile mana. And he could act as an all-round support using his laws to control the battlefield and give her the advantage. Slowly but surely, the fame of this duo would rise to new heights, and they would become the start of a revolution in the ancient battlefield. But that was a story for the future. At this point in time, they were still in the process of perfecting their synergy, and as they moved, they conversed about many things. Through this, more than just the overall situation, Damien learned some specifics about the war. And some of this information was extremely shocking. Chapter 1238, Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 1238, Ancient Battlefield 9. It was about death, but the conversation didn't start that way. One day, while they were resting in their hideout and deciding who to target next, Damien suddenly had a thought. What happened to Orion? I forgot about it earlier, but I was thinking it was surprising you guys weren't together. Ancestor, Iris responded wryly. You're right, We were traveling together, but he had some things to take care of, so he left just a few days before I met you. Things to take care of? Iris' eyes were tinged with sorrow. She told Damien all about the living, but she purposefully avoided talking about the dead. She didn't want to see him bogged down by their sacrifices. But it couldn't and shouldn't be avoided. They were just as important as the living, because their heroism was what created the relatively stable situation they were currently in. As they spoke, Damien's expression didn't change much. Most of those who died were killed in battle, and he respected them for it. But since he didn't know him, their deaths didn't hold much weight in his heart. They just made him realize his responsibility. However, among the various names that he'd only heard in passing was one he was familiar with. The drunken old immortal, a man whom he didn't know well, but owed a favor to, a man who helped him plenty in the unnamed world despite their lack of connection. His position in Damien's heart was similar to Albius. But from what Iris said, he died proudly. Just like Albius, he decided to end his own life, taking 4 Nox lords with him. Damien couldn't even mourn him, because the feeling in his heart was also pride. That casual man who drunk to the point where it became his power, he wouldn't have wanted anyone putting themselves down because of his passing. Once again, Damien felt the weight of the burden on his shoulders to carry the torch he inherited from his seniors. And then the last big incident that made the ancestor move personally. Iris continued. The 3rd and 4th primal sovereigns fell, and the ancient sovereign appeared in the ancient battlefield. Damien's eyes widened as he tuned back in her words. The primal sovereigns are also included in this, he exclaimed. Yes, but also no, Iris responded. The primal sovereigns stand equal to the universe, so they aren't subjected to its restrictions the same way everyone else is, but their ability is quite unique. Perhaps among all entities in our lower universe, they're the only ones who can come and go from this plane as they wish. Damien nodded in understanding. As she said, because the primal sovereigns were born with the universe and not from it, he felt it was unnatural for them to be transported to the ancient battlefield with the rest of the divinities. But it made sense if it was intentional. After all, the primal sovereigns were essentially manifestations of spatial law. It wasn't surprising for them to be able to go anywhere they pleased at any time without restrictions. At least, that was the case for the first 5 primal sovereigns, since the rest weren't divine. Ancestor, as well as the 3rd and 4th primal sovereigns, are our allies, so they chose to aid us here. However, those 2 were ambushed by a group of powerful lords and the Karmic Emperor, and they lost the battle in the end. Iris sighed. According to Ancestor, the ancient sovereign appeared in that place and slaughtered the Nox lords who killed them, but the Karmic sovereign clearly escaped. He left to meet the ancient sovereign and find out the nuances of the situation. Damien nodded again. Orion's decision made sense, and the ancient sovereign's presence was also natural. After all, there were only 2 of them left. The 5th, 4th, and 3rd had all died at this point, so if he didn't show his face, Damien would have had to question whether he truly existed or not. Where are they now? We don't know, Iris answered, shaking her head. I can feel the ancestors' existence, so they're still in the ancient battlefield, but nobody has been able to track them. I don't even know if Ancestor met the ancient sovereign or not. Damien furrowed his brows. He and Iris have been doing good so far. Along with the rest of their allies who followed their actions and started a full frontal attack on the Nox forces, they'd successfully started the revolution they had in mind. The war was becoming fiercer by the day, and the number of lords they encountered and battled on a daily basis increased from just 2 or 3 to a whopping 10 or even 20. If they kept moving like this, Damien was confident in tethering space-time to his elemental samsara connection within the year. However, I want to meet him. He also wanted to see the ancient sovereign, the entity who stood equivalent to spatial law in a literal sense. He was the first. His knowledge was vast, and his power was vaster. Damien's power had changed into something completely different now, but he was originally a spatial practitioner, and he still held the law in his heart. So he wanted to meet the one who understood it more than anyone else. Plus, his intuition was blaring. Deep in his soul, he felt a voice telling him that meeting the ancient sovereign would bring him unexpected benefits. "It's not a selfish wish," Iris said with a shrug. "I also want to meet him, likely for different reasons than you, but we can't. I can't even track ancestor through our bloodline connection, so finding him is even more impossible. And if we could, then don't even think about abandoning me. I won't let you do something like that without me." Watch your words. If you keep talking like that, I might fall for you. If you wish. You have to get in line if you want a chance with me. Oh, but I don't think the line is so long, though. It's very long. What are you implying? I'm not implying anything. It's just, the most beautiful woman in our universe isn't very friendly, is she? I doubt anyone actually has a chance. He hit her where it hurt. Erizia Luminous. The woman hailed as the greatest beauty in the entire universe, had no friends or close relationships that weren't business-related. Anyway, we can't find the ancient sovereign, so let's just focus on what's in front of us. What a graceful way to change the subject. Damien smiled. Iris was definitely an interesting character. They'd been together for a few months now, and he'd seen both sides of her personality. It was like there were two versions of her. No, there were. Damien still saw the beautiful goddess with the eccentric appearance and the simple brown-haired woman who overlapped whenever he looked at her. It felt like the goddess version of her appeared whenever she was in serious situations, and the simple side only ever showed itself when they were in this cave hideout. He still didn't know why he saw her like this, but he didn't feel like the situation was similar to other cases he'd seen like Lily and May. It was more like she didn't accept that both sides were herself. It made him want to see what would happen if these two sides combined into one. He was certain she would only find her true potential once she was able to do that. But, again, that was beside the point. She says it's impossible, but I don't believe it. This ability hurts like crazy, but for something like this, it's worth it. Damien put his hand on the rocky ground and spread his awareness into it. "What are you doing?" Iris asked. "I'm doing the impossible," Damien responded with a grin. Iris harumphed in annoyance at his corny words, but ignored him. She got used to his cheesiness in these months. Damien returned his focus to the task, refusing to acknowledge the embarrassment in his heart. He'd never done this before, but he realized it was possible almost a year ago. Absolute perception. He was a man who controlled material existence. His body was the only thing holding him back from using this power in its true form. So, as long as he was willing to endure some pain, he could do it. His mind became one with the earth. His body became the earth itself. Anything the earth could see, he could too. He saw both the Nox and Grand Heaven's boundaries base camps. He saw Alucard and the rest. He saw the enemies he'd face in the future. And he saw the Saint Emperor. KHH. He couldn't focus on that man right now. His hatred would only be detrimental. Instead, he focused on the second primal sovereign, or Ion Luminous, who'd subordinated himself to him. Since they already had a connection, he'd be much easier to find. The Earth responded to Damien's call, and his vision blurred as his perception traveled hundreds of millions, almost 1 billion kilometers in an instant. And suddenly, he saw Orion. He was standing with another man whose visage was blurred strangely. Found him. Damien instantly recognized his identity. That was the one he was looking for. The only man who could hide himself from a perceptive ability of this level. Cook. Damien coughed strangely, forcing the blood pooling in his mouth down his throat. Without waiting a second, he memorized their coordinates in relation to his current position. And as he went to deactivate the ability and heal himself, a voice entered his ear. "There's no need to worry. I shall wait for your arrival." Damien's eyes widened. His mind returned to his body. And once again, he experienced excruciating pain. Chapter 1239, Plague Lord. Chapter 1239, Plague Lord 1. It didn't need a wordy explanation. Damien suffered for several moments from the pain of his internal organs rupturing one after the other, to the point where it caused Iris to panic and nurse him to health, a process that was supported heavily by his regenerative abilities, convincing her that he truly found the ancient sovereign wasn't that difficult. The random damage he'd just taken was proof he used an ability beyond his league, and since Damien was always showing her impossible things like they were nothing, she easily accepted that he did something nobody else was able to do. Iris was a direct descendant of the second primal sovereign, which made the ancient sovereign her uncle. It was natural for her to want to meet him out of curiosity, but, well, to put it simply, she had her own questions to ask him. Therefore, the two set out without wasting much time. The distance separating them from their destination was roughly 800 million kilometers. Considering they needed to take breaks to rest and would be delayed by enemies, the journey was bound to be a long one. Nevertheless, they'd only set out recently. It had only been a month since they disassembled and abandoned their cave hideout, and though they'd had conflict in the past month and faced several tens of demigods, they'd only now come across a truly strong opponent. The Plague Lord. He had actually appeared once before in the universe. Back in the battle for Eden, he was fended off by Priscilla Adelaire and a force of experts. However, that was evidently not his true body, but an avatar that was mistaken for his true body. Otherwise, wouldn't the restriction have been triggered far earlier? The man Damien sensed on the horizon was his main body. He'd heard of that lord's terrifying abilities from the stories about that battle, and considering that he was now in his complete form, his control over disease was likely much higher, to the point where it could affect divinities. Damien frowned and immediately went into hiding, a move that alerted Iris to the presence of a nearby enemy. Unlike their usual battles, though, Damien identified the opponent clearly and spoke to her through mental transmission. The Plague Lord is approaching. How's your resistance? Not great, but not bad. We just have to kill him before he can kill us. If that happens, you can cure me, right? Huh, your attitude has changed so much. I don't know how to feel about it. So I'm just going to say I must be that reliable. Anyway, yeah, I can bring you back as long as it isn't fatal. Then that's all. How much do you know about him? Just a bit. Then I'll fill you in. Damien and Iris exchanged a myriad of words in the span of a single second. Battle strategy wasn't necessary anymore, so it was just in the realm of information. And by the time they were done, the enemy was already in front of them. New prey, strong prey. The Plague Lord spoke in broken sentences, and his gaze was dull. His body looked like sludge that had been rotted away by countless diseases, but the vitality emanating from him was great. Prey? It's a bit too early to be saying something like that. Iris responded aggressively. New prey, talkative. Right, I do not make conversation with irrelevant people either. Boom! Iris didn't charge in, but instead made distance. She flicked her arm forward, and the worldly forces came together. The earth rose to form a dense cage around him, while the air trapped in the cave compressed and exploded. Divine energy laced the interaction, and under Iris' control, it dug into the Plague Lord's body, dissecting him. Fun, good fight. Muttered words echoed through the atmosphere. Bang! The rock cage exploded into bits as the air pressure became too strong, and splotches of green sludge flew in all directions. As the sludge landed on the ground, it separated into a variety of different disease carriers who died on the spot and spit fumes into the air. Iris frowned. Not good. As his name suggested, the Plague Lord wasn't a direct combatant. He would torture his enemy to death by infecting them with countless viruses that would eat away at not only their life force, but their soul. His usual strategies had already been recorded. These seemingly harmless plague bearers would become the foundation of the death trap that would eventually encapsulate his enemies. They couldn't be left alone. However, despite her knowledge, Iris ignored them. The key to killing him is attrition. His body is not conventional, so conventional means will not work. I have to make sure he uses everything he can and exposes his true body. That will be the moment to strike. In fact, the sludge-like appearance the Plague Lord held was due to his power. His true body had never been seen, but was rumored that he was nothing more than a frail old man underneath all those protective layers. So her job was to strip them away. Iris kept her eyes on the Plague Lord to make sure he couldn't get closer and exerted her will over the environment. In the air behind her, metals constantly materialized and formed weapon constructs that she shot at him without mercy. The ground turned into a living entity, something like a kraken whose every tentacle weighed 10,000 pounds. For now, these were her two main methods of attack. Though, the Plague Lord wasn't idle either. His speech patterns did not represent his cognitive ability. There was no way he wouldn't know that information on his habits had been spread through the enemy forces. After all, information about them had spread among the Nox too. Prismatic Master, Universal Law, not good in Ancient Plane, no. You do not need to concern yourself with my matters. It is more than enough to slaughter you. The Plague Lord grinned disgustingly and moved his arm. From the gap of his shoulder, a swarm of locusts appeared and formed a thick shield before him. Shio! 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 Iris material constructs swept through the air, piercing into the locust wall and destroying thousands of them with every impact. The earthen tentacles attacked at the same time, attempting to make their way past his defenses and strike him directly. The Plague Lord grinned. His lower body melted, turning into a true river of sludge that formed its own tentacles and countered the earth. They didn't have nearly as much destructive power, but they were extremely corrosive. Boom! 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 The force the earth carried was reduced by half by the time it reached the Plague Lord, but that force was still substantial. Bang! The side of his torso blew open as he moved to dodge the traveling force, spraying toxins into the air. Bang! 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 There were several thousand tentacles. He avoided most of them, but without powerful agility, he couldn't get past all of them. A layer of protection left his body with each hit, and the atmosphere was slowly being dyed a disgusting green color. Iris could have considered it a small victory, but it was not one. After all, despite losing layers of protection, the Plague Lord's body didn't seem to have decreased in size by more than a few centimeters. And on top of that, the corrosive force of his tentacles was truly terrifying. Instead of Iris Earth whips being something that constantly barraged and cornered him, they became one-time use items that burned away on first contact. Iris frowned as she continued her current strategy, using the same tactic to buy herself time to think without revealing her strength. This won't be easy. This guy is troublesome. Their battle hadn't been going on for more than 30 seconds, but the amount of corruption in the atmosphere was already reaching severe levels. Iris wouldn't be able to protect herself from being invaded by these plagues for much longer, and the second she was infected, it became a true battle of time. I might have to reveal more. It was too early to make assumptions, but she predicted the flow, so she wouldn't be forced to act without preparation later in the battle. For now, I'll pressure him and strip away as much as possible before my protection wears off. Iris did exactly that. She expanded her abilities and used more elements than just earth and metal, mobilizing the air and even water that spawned from nowhere to her advantage. While she only used basic elements, her control was flawless, and the depths of her law comprehension allowed her to inflict serious damage with the most common abilities. The Plague Lord's body was being peeled away layer by layer, but he didn't show signs of worry. After all, this was how it always went. They always thought they could kill him first, but it was simply never true. He smiled, the same disgusting smile that would make people die from sheer abhorrence. Once again, he'd found a specimen that would promote him to greater heights. Chapter 1240 Plague Lord. Chapter 1240 Plague Lord 2 Boom. 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 Countless explosions lit up the air. The clouds that formed from them were not made of dust, debris, or natural elements, but of pure infected air that would cause one to rot on contact. But Damien wasn't paying too much attention to it, only enough to confirm Iris' state and progress in wearing down the Plague Lord. His job was easier, but only because of who he was. Fighting him head-on is definitely a pain in the ass, but the scene down here, I can only say it's a real blessing that he wasn't too involved in the universe. This man's power affected the entirety of his surroundings whether he desired it or not. If a scene like what he was seeing happened in Grand Heaven's boundary, countless innocent mortals would have been massacred. What a terrifying power. Iris couldn't see it because of her position. To her, the green fog was prominent, but it wasn't all-encompassing. But the ground below was completely different. When Damien landed, he quite literally could not see anything but fog. He had to rely on his awareness to see, since the all-seeing eyes couldn't help him with this. I have to be as quiet as possible, at least until I've cleared this up a bit. If he notices me at this point, I won't be able to react in time. It was insane. It was like the entire world was filled with rotting abscesses. The ground was impossible to see under the piles of rot that manifested at a time unknown. It's crazy to think just a few plague bearers could multiply into this in such a short span of time. Damien completely concealed his bodily fluctuations. Because of his new soul, as long as he could hide his body properly, he was free from all perception. Therefore, when he stepped out of his secure dimension, the Plague Lord, who was already occupied by the battle above, didn't sense his existence. Good. Now, Damien took a deep breath. He could feel the tiny infected particles entering his system and instantly attempting to corrode him. But a power that had disappeared for a very long time returned at this time. Swoosh! Streams of pitch-black energy flowed through his internal body and devoured the infected particles, turning them into energy that was devoured by his soul. Nice! It had been a very long time since Damien encountered a mana-based poison. The Void Physique's very first benefit was its ability to completely conquer hostile foreign energies, and it seemed it was done testing him for now. Since he'd unlocked a portion of its true form, it was obediently listening to him. Damien's body entered a cycle of being infected and cured constantly, which not only built up his systems, but provided him a surplus of divine energy to repurpose. As he affirmed his safety, he began to move. For now, only Iris could properly fight the Plague Lord. He was too strong for Damien to interfere, but the Plague Lord didn't have much real attack power. The rotting abscesses Damien was standing on were the source of his power, a cumulative effect that couldn't be stopped unless they were destroyed. But if you try to destroy them, they'll explode and infect you further. It's a lose-lose scenario for anyone but me. Numbers, strength, none of it mattered as long as the Plague Lord had time. And that fucker is tricky. His escapability is unprecedented. Damien paused for a second. Well, second to mine, of course. With a smile, he knelt down and touched one of the abscesses. He has a mana connection with them. He'll sense it when I start, so I have to finish quickly. Devour. Damien spread his mana, similarly to when he used absolute perception to create a net that encompassed the entire infected ground area. Like flames on oil, void mana traveled through the net and pushed into the ground, consuming not just the abscesses, but the infected ground under them. It was a strategy to cut the weeds and pull the roots. You should have noticed me by now. Boom. Yup. An explosion tore through the fog above Damien's head, but he didn't move. As expected, a multicolored ethereal barrier formed, forcing the force to redirect into the air and explode away from anything relevant. As expected of her. Perhaps Iris looked like she was struggling, but Damien knew better. That woman would not fall so easily. She's still hiding so much, after all. He smiled and focused on his task. Time for Phase 2. Devour worked fast, but with this much rot to plow through, it would take a few minutes to finish. While that was ongoing, Damien raised his other arm into the air and gave commands. Separate. Entrap. Banish. Space bent to his will. The void formed walls that pushed different plague strands away from each other to defuse their cumulative effects. Space acted in tandem, trapping the infectious mana in separate dimensions before time showed its face, combining with space to banish the mana from existence completely. Phew, what a tiring process. Unfortunately, because mana was of the ethereal plane, Damien's control over material existence couldn't be exerted here, but this was good enough. That power could be saved for a better moment. Luckily, it's just mana. After getting used to divine energy over time, it isn't the same inviolable force that it once was. He just needed to do his job. It felt easy, but he was a sitting duck. The second Iris made a mistake, his life would be over. But Iris, she wasn't so careless. Unbeknownst to Damien, the battle had already moved a few million kilometers away from him. Though it was still within the infected area, as Iris didn't want its radius to get bigger than it already was. They were far enough for both Damien and Iris to have sufficient time to react if the Plague Lord decided to aim for him. That is, if he had the chance to target Damien in the first place. Boom! It wasn't an explosion, but a footstep. As Iris drove the Plague Lord into a corner, she dug her mana into a nearby mountain and did several complex procedures in secret. The Plague Lord was able to gain an advantage in that time. Because her attention was split, the protection around her body failed, and his rot started to corrupt her. I have 10 minutes. Once Damien finishes, that time will be doubled. It was more than enough. For a battle of demigods, 10 minutes was an eternity. So as she endured the damage she received and used her remaining attention to keep the enemy occupied, she completed her hidden maneuver. And the mountain stood up. Rocks and debris crumbled and tore off its side, creating a landslide that fell to the ground and destroyed several abscesses unintentionally. By the time the mountain fully stood up, it was already a man, a stone giant almost 1,000 kilometers tall, completely under Iris' control. Go! Useless resistance. Boom! The mountain swung its massive fist. The Plague Lord was fast enough to dodge the relatively slow attack, but despite his confident words, the air pressure assaulted him from below and directly blew up the corrosive tentacles extending from his lower body. The stone giant stepped forward over and over again. Without the exhaustion or worry for infection of a living being, it pressured the Plague Lord and disallowed him from gaining the advantage. Iris finally had time, and she found a strategy that worked. Against inanimate objects, what could someone who controlled plagues do? Her power wasn't limited to mountains, after all. As long as she had time, as long as she had energy, she could make an army with the sole purpose of slaughtering the Plague Lord. Chapter 1241 Plague Lord. Chapter 1241 Plague Lord 3. The minutes inched forward. Everything about the Plague Lord was disgusting, including his mana. As it latched onto Iris' body and corroded her insides, she not only felt pain, but discomfort so severe it genuinely restricted her movements. Not good. She sensed its every movement. She sensed it as it dug into her chest and disappeared into the ethereal plane, corrupting her soul. Damn it, it was happening much faster than she expected. The Plague Lord certainly understood what Damien was doing on the surface. Since he would be at a disadvantage once his abscesses were removed, he must have put far more power into the mana he used to attack her. If he could kill her, he could kill Damien. Otherwise, he would lose. This was the situation they'd come to. I have at most 5 minutes remaining. She couldn't see Damien's progress directly, but the fog in the atmosphere cleared considerably, and it didn't feel like she was being continually damaged with nearly as much rapidity as before. This was good. After all, just as the Plague Lord put her in a bad situation, she'd done the same for him. There were thousands of rock golems flying in the sky, being controlled by her divine energy, attacking the Plague Lord without an ounce of humanity. They were not living beings. Whether he uses locusts or plagues, he couldn't destroy them. He had corrosive tentacles, of course, but as the battle progressed, Iris realized that only his lower body could transform in such a way. As long as the rock giants controlled the situation and made sure those tentacles couldn't form, he was defenseless. The Plague Lord was already gritting his teeth. He had to trust the mana he already spread into the atmosphere to corrode Iris, only attacking her intermittently. Though he put a great deal of his divine energy into those attacks, he had to focus most of his attention on her army. They weren't powerful individually. Aside from the rock giants, the rest had mediocre power, but they were not made to attack. They threw themselves on his body and allowed themselves to be struck by him. It didn't matter if they were broken, because each time they touched him, they exploded into bursts of divine energy that tore away several layers of his sludge. He wouldn't mind much in a usual battle. His sludge falling would only exacerbate the situation for his enemy. But the presence he couldn't sense that was on the surface right now was destroying his abscesses and sludge as they fell. No, it wasn't destruction, but complete annihilation. They didn't even have the chance to accomplish their tasks before disappearing from existence. That person was a far greater threat to him than Iris. If Damien was a divinity, the Plague Lord would have died instantly because of how bad their matchup was. And though the Plague Lord didn't know, he was still a lower existence. The fact that someone with such an advantage wasn't participating in a direct confrontation meant they were weak. He would prefer to target that person, but Iris was getting in the way. She was too troublesome for him to ignore, and the person on the ground was useless without her. So he had no choice but to keep his attention on her. "Grah!" he roared. He was annoyed, and he was panicking just slightly. His body seemed infinitely layered, but it wasn't. Now that hundreds or thousands of layers had already been peeled off, he only had half his original amount. If this continued, it became a true battle of attrition. A battle of whether Iris golems could strip him first, or if she would die before accomplishing it. Neither side was actively attacking with as much force anymore, since Iris had to use mana to control the golems and load them with mana to fuel their explosion. She couldn't waste what she had remaining on anything other than protecting herself. And the Plague Lord situation was already clear. Instead of main fighters, the two in the air became generals watching over their armies. And Damien, well, he was blocking the flood caused by the enemy force, making sure it couldn't sweep their side into its midst. KHHH. Iris gritted her teeth in pain. It was truly agonizing. The Plague Lord's energy was extremely complex. He never just used a single strain of plague mana. As a demigod, could easily understand its components in a few seconds and counter it. He used complex combinations of countless plagues of his own creation, ones that hadn't been encountered by others before, and made their structures so intricately packed that it was impossible to understand them before they killed the target. Iris was currently experiencing the effects of such a complex infection. Her blood was boiling so hot that it could be used to smelt metal. Just this alone was enough to cause severe pain, but blood was only a single factor. Her veins were touched by a separate nerve venom that froze her movements and made her feel agony throughout her entire body. Her bones were calcifying, her muscles were atrophying, and her skin was filled with warts that compressed and enhanced the deadly viruses before injecting them back into her body. To make matters worse, it felt like every organ was being targeted by a specific plague designed to cause the most pain possible. Her body was already in a state that would drive a normal person insane. Not to mention her soul, which was also being corroded and causing pain that trumped everything she received from her body. But despite all the things that should have broken her, Iris continued exerting precise control over her golems. Boom! 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 Grawa! The consistent and uniform explosions were helping her keep her mind stable. The Plague Lord's roars were like music to her ears, easing her pain. They were proof that she wasn't the only one suffering. In the minutes it took for her to reach a critical state, the Plague Lord was ruined beyond belief as well. His head and portions of his extremities were still covered by sludge, but as the rumors suggested, a malnourished, ash-colored body revealed itself in his torso and thighs. His sludge was the source of his power. While he had divine energy, he had to use it to protect the exposed areas of his body, or else even the explosions of the rock golems would be able to kill him. That was the opportunity she'd been looking for. Iris was able to barely crack her eyes open and see it, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. GHHHHH. She groaned as she tried her best, but the combination of bodily pain and restrictions and soul corrosion made it completely impossible. In fact, if the Plague Lord didn't die and she wasn't treated in the next few minutes, she would die without being able to do anything. They were both on their final straws. A single move from either of them would completely uproot the situation. However, with neither of them able to make that move, Iris' eyes widened as if she didn't have problems opening them in the first place. It was barely visible, and it traveled so fast it didn't make a single sound, but she saw it clearly. An extremely thin and extremely sharp needle stabbing into the Plague Lord's chest and exploding. Chapter 1242 Progression. Chapter 1242 Progression. 1. Damien saw it from the ground. Once he managed to clear the majority of the infectious fog in the air, he was able to perceive it much more clearly, and despite seeing Iris' condition become worse and worse, he wasn't able to move instantly. He had to first get rid of the plague abscesses on the ground, a task he'd almost finished at this point. The Plague Lord couldn't control them anymore, so he didn't face as much resistance as he worked. And with his layers being mostly stripped away, Damien's workload stopped increasing as well. He eventually finished, and when he returned his attention to the battle, he saw that situation. Iris and the Plague Lord were standing several tens of millions of kilometers away from him, but his vision had improved during his stay in the ancient battlefield, allowing him to see them. This situation was at a standstill, but this kind of standstill was disadvantageous in every way. Because the second Iris lost the ability to control her puppets, she'd lose. After all, unlike her, the Plague Lord didn't have to consciously control the spread of his plagues in her body. Damien didn't hesitate to move. Now that the man's true body was exposed, he wasn't nearly as terrifying. Once again, he formed a needle out of elemental samsara and shot it into the air. Boom! A massive explosion rang out, and the Plague Lord's body shot backward like a comet. Yet, Damien didn't stop with just that. He's protecting his body with divine energy. I have to kill him before he can retaliate. He teleported like a madman until he surpassed the Plague Lord's falling speed and arrived in his path. 3 more elemental samsara needles appeared in his hand, shooting out in tandem. They curved in different directions, creating strange, swirling patterns in the air as their flight paths became untraceable before they struck the Plague Lord from the back and both sides and exploded. Boom! 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 There was so much mana clouding the air that Damien could barely see whether or not the enemy was actually damaged, but he didn't care to know. Once again, he teleported and arrived in the midst of the explosive force. He spread his awareness and found the first trace of nearby divine energy before instantly making his way there. The target was right in front of him. Damien extended his hand, pushing it against the Plague Lord's exposed torso and coming in contact with the thinning layer of divine energy around his body. A grin formed on his face. "You're done." Boom! A pulse of void mana exited his palm. Perhaps he couldn't use it as an all-powerful force yet, but that was its identity. Once it came in contact with divine energy within Damien's jurisdiction, it dissolved it into nothingness and exposed the Plague Lord's body. The Plague Lord's eyes widened in horror. He realized what was happening to him. He realized that he was facing a supreme. He realized he could survive if he just attacked once. But he also realized it was far too late. Damien's palm shot forward and closed the centimeter gap that separated it from his skin. And instead of needles, the compressed force of elemental samsara directly pushed into his body and ravaged his systems. He didn't have a single chance anymore. After all, his true body was incredibly weak. And no, he managed to get one final word out, and Damien responded in kind. With a smile, he flared his mana. Bye-bye. Boom. Elemental samsara exploded through his body until it could no longer be contained, and the Plague Lord's physical form imploded, sending bits of ink flying in all directions. At the same time, the elusive energy of the void broke into his soul space and began its devouring. The Plague Lord died before he realized what was happening. Damien felt the rewards of his kill flooding his body, but he didn't have time to pay attention to them. He rapidly made his way back to Iris and held her in his arms, teleporting until he found the nearest cave to form a new hideout. Luckily, caves were quite common in the ancient battlefield. It was likely an intentional mechanic since the rest of the environment was so bland. After setting up several walls of material defense and separating them into an isolated dimension, Damien carefully sat down, gently laying Iris' body on the ground and resting her head on his thigh. NNGH. Iris groaned in pain. She could roughly understand what was happening, but her internal systems were too messed up for her to speak or open her eyes. She endured the pain as silently as possible, and Damien made it easier on her with his subtle movements. But her body touching the hard rock was enough to send spikes of agony through her body, eliciting a verbal response. "It'll be okay," Damien reassured softly. He didn't have to imagine what kind of immeasurable pain she was experiencing. He'd felt something similar himself, so he knew how important it was for her to endure with everything she could. He didn't try talking more, knowing exciting her emotions would only exacerbate her situation, and placed his hand on her forehead. Just relax. I'll have you good as new in no time. His words were calm and warm, just like the energy that flowed into her body. Heal and void mana worked in tandem, snaking through her and treating her similarly to how Damien removed the infectious fog. He first separated the plague strains with void mana and eliminated their combined effects. Afterward, he devoured what he could and used heal to fix the parts that were too far damaged. Once the effects of his healing ability had worked for a while and separated the plague from her organs and blood enough, the void mana was able to take a second sweep and devour what was left. It was a repetitive and simple process, but it was incredibly intuitive since a single wrong move could shatter Iris' internal balance. Nevertheless, this kind of precise control was a specialty of Damien's, so he didn't encounter much of a problem. Once her body was healed, Iris' visible condition improved considerably. She opened her eyes and looked at him and tried to talk as well, but Damien shushed her before she could. It's not over yet. The most important part is what comes next. She nodded slowly. She tried to hide it, but the pain in her eyes was obvious to him. To a demigod, the soul was more precious than anything else. Perhaps she regained her faculties when Damien treated her body, but the majority of her pain was still actively assaulting her. Damien looked down at her with a bit of awkwardness. This next part, well, I'll just apologize in advance, but I don't really have a choice. A reddish hue appeared on Iris' face as she realized what he was talking about, but she just closed her eyes and turned her head. Damien steadied his breathing. I'm a good man. I'm a good man. I'm a good man. He repeated the phrase over and over again in his mind. His hand trailed down off Iris' forehead to a new location. I'm a good man. I'm a good. It's over for me. As his hand pressed forward, his fingers pushed into a pillowy softness like no other. After all, the gateway to the soul was located in one's chest. Chapter 1243, Progression. Chapter 1243, Progression 2. It was quite the comedic situation from an outsider's perspective. Both of them were doing their best to act unbothered. But did either truly succeed? Iris' case was relatively simple. She was a woman who'd lived for over 10,000 years, but her lifetime being so long was precisely the reason why it was impossible for her to control herself now. She'd never been in a situation like this before. She was raised by women, and once the responsibility of Prismatic Sun Holy Land was passed to her, even those people became less frequent in her life until they disappeared altogether. The concept of relationships between men and women was probably the only thing in the universe she was completely clueless about, because the men who chased her were never sincere. They either wanted the status of the man who conquered the universe's most beautiful woman, or the husband of the Prismatic Sun Holy Master. Hidden intentions could never be hidden in her eyes, so she saw their inner darkness clearly. That was why she never made contact with men in this fashion before. Not only had one never touched her outside of battle, where the specific area Damien was touching had never come into play, but she had never felt anything positive toward the man in her life. Adding on top of the fact that she was a lonely existence, a person without friends and only business partners and allies, she truly could not fathom the current circumstances. The faint hue on her face wasn't so faint anymore. She was bright red, but she kept her eyes closed and her head turned, hoping Damien couldn't see it. But how could he not? Her breathing was so erratic that her chest forcefully made itself pronounced in his grasp. Her heart was practically a supercar in its own right, and each pulse was felt viscerally by him. So her state was extremely evident to him, and it only made him more conscious of what was happening. Stay focused, Damien. You're a good man. You're a good man. He continued chanting the mantra to fight back his intrusive thoughts. It was strange for him. As someone who hadn't thought about other women for several decades, it was incredibly strange to feel this flustered. But he couldn't focus on that, because despite the awkward tension softening the situation, Damien was extremely aware of Iris' pain. If he wanted to enjoy her expressions and explore this novel and long-forgotten feeling, he had to make sure she was in a position to do it with him. Right? Hugh. Damien took a deep breath, finally clearing away his useless thoughts. He put his senses into his mana, losing feeling in his hand as his mind traveled in her body and escaped the physical plane, arriving at her soul. Damien frowned. He had no ability to view the soul properly, so Iris' soul space manifested as a sort of symbolism of its true state. He saw countless plague bearers in a kingdom of clouds, slowly corroding its purity and blackening its light. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and allowed void mana to run rampant. The target was set. Only the plague bearers could be touched. That was the first step of the process. In reality, Iris' eyes widened as she felt the changes. She also temporarily ignored the situation, focusing her attention on the mysterious energy flowing through her soul. It wasn't targeting her soul at all. Instead, it was directly targeting the spread of the plague. Slowly but surely, like a wave of fog rolling over a city, her soul was cocooned by the mysterious energy, and the plague stopped spreading. Good. Now, there were no plague bearers remaining, so the next step was purification. Damien didn't quite know how to proceed, but it didn't matter. As he discovered long ago, not knowing was not enough to stop him. As long as he gave the command and had sufficient qualifications, the void would enact his will. Purify. He gave a command and waited. The rolling cloud of void mana didn't do anything at first, but after a few seconds, it submerged itself into the cloud kingdom and died a different shade of black. Iris' pain was reduced immensely in that single move, and with the passing of just a few more seconds, she felt the miraculous changes taking place. Her soul was being purified, but that was really only one factor of what was happening. She was being strengthened by something she couldn't sense. It was magical. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the feeling, like a calming massage surpassing all others. She became aware of what was happening in the real plane again, but she didn't reject it. When those two sensations came together, they gave her warmth and comfort she'd never experienced before. All her worries faded away as she quietly enjoyed the feeling. Damien's mind returned to reality at some point. The process ended as well. He retracted his hand from her chest, ignoring the unwillingness in his heart, and quietly sat back. The two remained in silence for a long time, not moving an inch. It would be a long while before they finally returned to their journey. From there, over a year passed. Damien and Iris started moving towards the ancient sovereign again at some point, and while neither said a word about what happened in the cave, their relationship dynamic had gone through a subtle change. They didn't feel strange or awkward expressing physical closeness, like a wall between them was broken down, and that change affected them in more ways than one. Their synergy in battle rose to a state of perfection. They could essentially read each other's thoughts in battle, allowing them to take down enemies with ultimate efficiency. And the number of battles they went through in that year was not slight. In total, they'd eliminated over 300 enemies, with over 15 of them being on the same level as the Plague Lord. But through all these battles, neither of them received more than surface-level injuries. After all, Damien didn't stay stagnant. The more they killed, the more strength he gained, and the more support he could provide. It got to a point where Damien no longer needed to hide and wait for the perfect moment, because he could directly enter battle with Iris and take down the enemy with his power. Plus, divine energy's effect on his body became less significant with his growth. Currently, they were already nearing their final destination, the ancient sovereign's location. But they had to make a stop. Damien stood over a river of ink. It was the remains of the enemy he'd just slaughtered. That man, he was even stronger than the Plague Lord. It took him and Iris using everything they had to finally take him down. His title was the Void Lord, and he was a Nox demigod who practiced space to a greater level than anyone else. Killing that man held more significance than either of them expected, because the second he achieved victory, Damien felt something expand in his mind and soul. The time had come. He understood the path. With this victory, he finally found the tethering point between elemental samsara and space-time. Chapter 1244 Progression. Chapter 1244 Progression via cave hideout didn't seem a secure enough location for a task like this, but they didn't have much choice since there wasn't anywhere else to hide. Unfortunately for Damien, the ancient battlefield's restriction of entry and exit applied to more than just the lower universe. Actually, it should have been granted. If it could block the connection to the lower universe, it could definitely block travel to other universes as well, including the sanctuary. The ground was too solid and didn't have a subterranean world, so there was no point in digging down. The only option was to find a relatively hidden cave and set up substantial defenses to protect themselves. And that's what they did. While Iris stood guard, Damien sat down and focused on his soul, repeating the process he completed when he first entered the ancient battlefield. It was easy to make a single connection, but Damien had a choice to make here. The connection between elemental and samsara was definite. It had a clear start and end point, which were connected by a tether. Now that it came time to add a third force to that connection, a question arose. Should he simply tether space-time to samsara and create a one-directional connection between the three forces, or was he supposed to connect space-time to both fundamental laws individually to create a closed circuit? Both had their own advantages and disadvantages, but it was obvious that a closed circuit would allow him to use more power. Yet, that didn't matter. It wasn't about where he would find power, but what was the correct path. It wasn't time to close off all other paths yet. He could definitely become a great entity if he did it, but if he closed off other routes, he was only limiting himself. After all, he wasn't done yet. Creation and destruction still needed to be discovered, combined, and tethered for him to reach the fusion point. One could argue that this was a simple problem. He could just cut the closed circuit when the time came to add those laws, or he could connect their fusion to all of the other three individually like he'd done when he added space-time. But it doesn't feel right. It was intuition without any real backing. Damien felt in his chest that following that path was wrong. He didn't know why. He needed to reach greater heights to know why. But he understood that if he sacrificed the short-term boost, he'd gain immense benefits in the long term. Though sacrifice might be a bit strong, Damien was going to trust his intuition. Disregarding the importance of a practitioner's intuition, his was backed by the void itself, so it couldn't be wrong in matters relating to it. He didn't hesitate any longer. Just as before, the process was extremely simple for Damien, but extremely complicated in reality. The tether point within samsara in that secluded soul space extended and formed a new thread that shot into space-time's territory and stabbed into its figure. How did that work? Unlike the others, space-time was colorless and formless. It didn't particularly have a middle point or anywhere for a tether to attach. It wasn't because the tether was ethereal. It was because there truly was a tether point. In a sense, the tethering of these forces could be considered a reflection of the universe itself. In reality, they maintained a similar relationship. They were connected, but did not interfere with each other's processes. Therefore, somewhere within that formless mass, there was a point waiting to be discovered to create this very connection. Damien just didn't realize it until he tried. His body and soul went through a change. His league increased yet again. Damien, I feel like I can proudly stand on the ancient battlefield now. He had been fighting directly for several months already, but he had to be extremely careful about how he moved and which opponents he decided to show himself before. That was different now, at least for the majority of demigods here. I feel like I can take them. Not with Iris as a shield, but with his own power. It wasn't anywhere near complete. There was still a decent amount of time before the transformation ended and Damien could properly use this power. But he was already excited. The possibilities in his mind, not just for fighting, but for utilization of his power in every sense, were limitless. And he couldn't wait to test it all out. Damien and Iris were really acting independently during their stay on the ancient battlefield, but their efforts definitely had an impact on the overall situation. After all, when there were only a few thousand total enemies. Killing 300 was a feat, though. It did take a considerable amount of time due to their spread. Nevertheless, they weren't the only ones working. Alucard, Priscilla Adelaire, and the rest of the demigods on Iris' side were following their lead and killing as much as possible. Because there were a few hundred of them, their efforts were the ones truly making a difference. They didn't get as many individual kills as the two, but the number they'd killed was over 2,000 already, including traitors from their own side. It was startling compared to the progress made in the first year of war, to the point where it could not be ignored. As Damien predicted, the demigods in the universal home base were not able to exert control over those acting outside their jurisdiction unless they wished to lose the support of those following them. After all, Alucard and the rest were the ones actually making a difference. So, as their forces began to follow the other camps' lead and fight on the front lines, they had no choice but to support it. The Nox, of course, responded as well. They became somewhat more organized, mostly traveling in groups when they reached the border between territories. They also became aggressive, actively searching for enemies to slaughter and presenting their heads as trophies of war to taunt the enemy. Of the Nox emperors, the Karmic Emperor started to move seriously, and the Inhuman Emperor followed, as if he was refusing to be overshadowed. While the other two remained vague in their actions, the entrance of two emperors already put immense pressure on the universe. And more than anything, an event that shattered the unity of the grand heaven's boundary side took place. Immortal Blood Azura chose his allegiance, killing tens of friendly demigods as he joined the Karmic Emperor on his tirade. It was unprecedented, for some of his power to betray the universe was totally unexpected. After all, by the time the lower universe confirmed Blood Azura, Holy Land's betrayal, the demigods had already been transported to the ancient battlefield. It was definitely a huge blow to their morale, and since the strongest of them, aside from those on Iris' side, were hiding in the base camp, there didn't seem to be a way to fix this problem immediately. A change from the outside was necessary, something that wouldn't just force the strongest and most cowardly allied demigods to act, but also dealt a huge blow to the Nox, something like the death of a Nox emperor. But who could do it? Though they didn't know it at that time, the answers to their questions and hopes would appear before their eyes soon enough. Chapter 1245, Ancient Sovereign. Chapter 1245, Ancient Sovereign 1. The rest of the journey was quite unspectacular. The Ancient Sovereign promised Damien he wouldn't move, and after checking a second, third, fourth, and fifth time, Damien became sure that he wasn't lying. And so, considering that their distance from the original location was only a few tens of millions of kilometers from the place they stopped for Damien to finish his comprehension, they arrived in just another day. The only unfortunate part was the lack of enemies. Since it was the Ancient Sovereign's vicinity, it made sense that nobody dared to invade it, but Damien was thirsting to try out his new power. Nevertheless, he put aside his desires as he felt Orion from the distance, and with Iris by his side, he touched down to meet the man he'd been looking for. The Ancient Sovereign. He was standing right there next to Orion, looking off into the distance, as if he could see something nobody else could. For several moments after landing, Damien was speechless. The appearance of this man was confusing. He clearly existed right there in front of him, but it felt like he didn't. His visage wasn't covered in a mosaic anymore, but Damien felt like he still couldn't see the man's true face. It just didn't make sense. He was a man. That much could be felt, but other than that, his features, his physique, all of it was strangely blurred between several different possibilities, as if he's existing in several realities at once. Damien's mind experienced a rush of emotions. He felt like his understanding of universal truth was expanding and crumbling at the same time purely due to this man's existence. But he didn't allow this state to consume him. It took a minute, but he managed to stabilize himself. Well, that wasn't quite right. He managed to push down his confusion and regain his focus by ignoring the problem, because it was impossible for him to understand and overcome it at his current level. This is also not wrong. It is admirable to possess an understanding of one's limits. The Ancient Sovereign spoke, clearly understanding Damien's actions. Damien cupped his fists and gave a respectful salute. "My name is Damien Void. It is a pleasure to meet you, ancient sovereign," he said as he bowed. This one is aware of thy existence. Mother has never paid such attention to a human." Damien's eyes widened just slightly. This mother, the ancient sovereign referred to, could be none other than the Void. It was clear his view on the esoteric concept and all things in general was far above what even someone like Orion, his closest relative in age, could see. "Then, I'm sure you are also aware of my purpose in visiting you now," Damien said, putting away his thoughts. At the same time, he quietly placed his hand on Iris' back and channeled void mana into her body, allowing it to circulate. She gave a slight exclamation as she snapped out of her confusion. Unlike Damien, who had the void to give him slight understanding of the ancient sovereign's existence, which allowed him to rid himself of the state, Iris was still trapped in the confusion his presence placed on anyone who saw him for the first time. Though, if she wasn't Orion's descendant, someone unique, even if one looked at all of existence, she likely wouldn't have been able to extricate herself regardless of Damien's help. She quickly gathered herself and gave Damien a grateful look before repeating his previous actions and greeting the ancient sovereign. It was an awkward meeting, but it didn't have a chance to be anything else. The ancient sovereign was too enigmatic for anyone to have a normal conversation with him. Perhaps only Orion could see his true self enough to have a close relationship with him. The ancient sovereign looked between his two juniors. They couldn't see his eyes moving, but they felt his gaze travel between them. "You, child, come with this one. Orion, this one shall meet your descendant in the future." Orion made a strange expression. "Yes, I understand. Go easy on him. He has only recently gained the qualifications. This one is very clear on his situation. Your worry is unfounded." "Haha, but when you say that, I truly cannot trust it." The ancient sovereign glanced at Orion before turning around and walking away. Damien tilted his head in confusion. "Am I supposed to follow him?" Orion nodded wryly. "He is always like this. Do not mind it and attempt to understand the nuances within his words." "Well, you could say he is far separated from the reality we all experience." Damien hummed strangely and glanced at Iris, who smiled and nodded at him. He gave her a warm look before taking his first steps to follow the ancient sovereign on his trek. As the two disappeared into the distance, Orion and Iris were left alone. When he said future, "Does the ancient sovereign not wish to meet me now?" Orion shook his head. "It is not like that, child. As I said, his perception is strange. The past, present, and future hold no meaning to him. When he says future, it is only to tell us he will return to speak with you. Perhaps, to him, that conversation is already long underway." Iris furrowed her brows, trying to understand it. "Then, there is no need to say it." Orion cut her off. "He can be considered my elder brother if one looks at it objectively, but the distance between our births is extreme. He was born when time did not exist, but if one had to date his birth in relation to mine, he is perhaps trillions of years older." Iris' eyes widened. The ancient sovereign was an entity with much fame in the universe, not because he had accomplished wondrous deeds, but because of the length of his existence. But nobody could have assumed this. Trillions of years. Even the strongest of demigods could never imagine such a time span. Even the Saint Emperor, who'd been living for at least hundreds of millions of years, could never understand what life meant to a man like the ancient sovereign. Iris' eyes held a slight hint of worry. Such an existence was currently guiding Damien to places unknown, to speak about topics she still did not have the qualifications to learn. Damien's secret, the one he hid from her since their first meeting, she had seen hints of it several times since they met in the ancient battlefield. She'd even felt that energy in her body and soul. The fact that she still didn't have an inkling of understanding of its nature was concerning. For some reason, she couldn't get rid of her worry. Her expression didn't visibly change, but Orion could perceive the turmoil in her heart clearly. "Oh ho!" he muttered. Iris looked over curiously when she heard it, and Orion had to try his best to contain his smile so she didn't realize anything. He didn't expect it. This descendant of his, the woman he viewed as a granddaughter, he'd been with her long enough to understand her thoughts. Had she ever had a moment like this? It was interesting, very interesting. And frankly, as someone who didn't want to see his future generations cut off by the loneliness of this descendant, he truly couldn't hold back his smile. I am quite excited to see this develop. Chapter 1246, Ancient Sovereign. Chapter 1246, Ancient Sovereign. Orion and Iris were surrounded by a light-hearted atmosphere, but Damien didn't experience the same with the Ancient Sovereign. He hadn't said a word since they started walking. Instead, he pulled Damien into a strange space-time without him even realizing it. The two were moving at a normal pace, but they covered millions of kilometers with every step. It wasn't high speed at all. Space-time was squinching around them, changing the worth of their steps, even though the steps themselves didn't change at all. The Ancient Sovereign wasn't helping Damien either. He was ambling as if he didn't even realize Damien was following him. Damn, this technique is something I learned a long time ago, but that doesn't make it easier to follow him. The concept of distance was something Damien paid a lot of attention to in the past when he was researching Horizon Break, so he understood how to compress space to change his movements. However, adding time as a factor changed it entirely. The compressing of space-time meant not only their position in space was changing, but they were truly walking through time, as if the past, present, and future were nothing more than futile concepts that could not affect their existence. Beads of sweat trailed down Damien's face, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After tethering space-time, he didn't expect to find an opportunity to utilize its power so soon. And he wasn't just utilizing the power, but increasing his understanding. As he let go of the known concepts of time for the sake of copying the Ancient Sovereign's movements, he realized just how relative space-time truly was. To him, nothing had changed. But the second he allowed his perception to leave the bounds of this strange, ethereal corridor the two of them were traversing, he noticed how insanity-inducing their journey was. The seconds and minutes flew by like comets in one moment, and in the next, Damien would realize he was far beyond them, and those same seconds were leagues behind him. They weren't moving forward or backward, nor were they stationary. They were pacing back and forth through time as if it was nothing, and with their movement in space being completely linear, perceiving the world outside the corridor became a mind-breaking learning experience for Damien. It was a beautiful phenomenon he never expected to experience by just following someone, but perhaps this was how the Ancient Sovereign always perceived existence. Perhaps the time he'd lived was nothing more than the blink of an eye to him, or perhaps he was experiencing the full extent of that time every second of every day, as if every second held trillions of years in its mysteries. This one is thoroughly impressed. Mother's choice cannot be questioned. However, this one was still curious about what kind of human could bond with her in such a way. The Ancient Sovereign finally spoke, halting in his tracks. Damien stopped behind him, and in that moment, the full extent of their journey struck him. It was like everything in existence slingshot back to its proper position. The world curved and stretched, wobbling strangely before finally stabilizing. Damien couldn't contain his wonder at all, but he had to take this opportunity to converse with a man who rarely spoke. "Do you see it as a bond?" he asked vaguely. The Ancient Sovereign turned around to face him. "This one cannot speak on Mother's actions. However, this one does feel something greater from you that also cannot be explained." Damien nodded, somewhat understanding his thoughts. "I guess I'm not there yet, but that is the end goal. In a sense, your mother and I are one and the same." Damien looked at the man, trying to gauge his response, but he didn't receive anything but silence. "Thy most pressing questions do not have answers. This one can only aid you in areas you might find inconsequential." "I don't care about that," Damien said, shaking his head. "I want the answers you can give me. The rest, I will naturally find myself." "Very well." The Ancient Sovereign turned around, his attention once again focused on an unknown something that only he could see. Mother has always been lonely. His start was not something Damien expected. Mother was not always an entity, yet Mother has always existed, existing before existence. The concept of existence was birthed from Mother, and to define her existence before existence, non-existence was also born. Immediately, he started speaking nonsensical words, but Damien didn't interrupt. Instead, as Orion said, he tried his best to understand the nuances within those words. Mother is existence, yet Mother is also non-existence. Mother wishes to be existence, yet Mother cannot exist. When Mother influences order, chaos is born, and from chaos, order is born. Damien frowned. In terms of universal truth, he couldn't understand Orion's words at all. But if he tried to apply those words to things he did know, since we're in the ancient battlefield, let's start with the Nox. The history of the Nox was inconsequential to him now that he was in the ancient battlefield and had to slaughter them to extinction. But as the ancient sovereign said, perhaps the only information he'd learned was inconsequential things like this. Still, knowing these facts that were useless in the present could help him in the future. Otherwise, the ancient sovereign, who didn't perceive these concepts, wouldn't be mentioning them. The void wishes to interfere in existence, but its interference only creates chaos. Chaos creates order, which is also another form of the void's interference in existence. His own thoughts were making less sense, but because they belonged to him, he could define them clearly. The Nox are agents of chaos. If the void's interference in this case refers to the creation of the concepts that led to them, or maybe even the abyss, then order would be its direct influence. The abyss was created through the destruction of existence, but it was still existence. Yet, it was a piece of existence closest to the void. Perhaps the void is able to interfere in the abyss because it is already fragmented away from the regular concept of existence. That interference spread through the abyss and turned it into what it is today. And when the Nox were born from it by the design of their creators, the Nox were naturally influenced by the void. Mother cannot act willfully, yet Mother's every action is willful. Cause and effect are only created if Mother interferes. Yet Mother's intentions cannot be perceived by us who were birthed from her thoughts. Right? Nobody could understand the void's intentions. Even when Damien first unlocked the potential of his physique in the first dungeon, he only saw a single facet of its power, the primal urge to consume. The Nox's nature was originally skewed towards evil, because that was their original purpose. However, their original purpose was supposed to be beneficial to one party. Rather than the urge to consume, they were supposed to experience the urge to obey and destroy. Yet, at some point, the Nox's mentality changed. They did not act as their creators wished, and desired to devour everything for themselves instead. This was the void's influence, but it wasn't the only thing the void did. After all, it was far more complex than just that. If it wasn't for the void permeating through the abyss, the Nox would have never gained the potential to evolve. The corrupted foreign material Damien saw in the demon abyss was meant to be a control center created by the currently termed demon race whose bloodline he possessed. However, when it was fed the energy of the universe, it acted as a catalyst for their growth away from their original purpose. It was never meant to do so. That was also the void's influence. It was the void that turned the Nox into a race that could be saved. Yet, it was also because of the void that they were beyond saving. The void's identity, Damien sighed. His heart was filled with immense pity that he didn't know the origin of. It was just, the more I think about the void, the further I picture it as a sentient entity, the more I cannot fathom its existence, and the more I feel its existence is torturous. He felt immense sorrow, and at the same time, he started to understand the terrifying loneliness that stood at the end of his path. Unknown to him, his spiritual world and physical body were both experiencing strange changes that couldn't be explained, so subtle that they had no real effect on his existence. But his conversation with the ancient sovereign was only just beginning. It was truly unknown. Whether or not Damien would still be the man he thought he was when this conversation ended, he couldn't even begin to know. Chapter 1247, Ancient Sovereign. Chapter 1247 Ancient Sovereign 3 Damien and the Ancient Sovereign walked through a single second, and they conversed. Their conversation didn't have a true direction, just like their steps, but every word held profound meaning. About the universe, about truth, about life, and about purpose. The Ancient Sovereign was a man who stood above all these concepts. To him, they were all inconsequential. So the perspective he offered was one that couldn't be found anywhere else. There wasn't a single entity like him. He was a being born before the universe was created, albeit just slightly. If one looked at the entirety of existence, including the heavenly world Damien had never seen, one would never find another being like him. Damien understood that intuitively. That's why he wanted to meet this man badly enough to spend a year traveling to speak with him. And the gains he made were real. As had been mentioned several times, it was all inconsequential. Regardless of what they spoke of, Damien didn't discover anything that had to do with his past, present, or future. These truths, these profundities, encapsulated the fundamentals of life and existence. Damien's mind expanded. His worldview changed. From the point where he started, unable to understand what the Ancient Sovereign was saying or why he said it, he reached a point where he could sympathize with this man's opinions and glimpse the world he saw. It was bland. Nothing held value to him, because he couldn't see the value in those things that normal people held dear. He stood above those concepts and could only observe them indifferently. Damien felt some pity for the man, but he also respected him immensely. After all, the Ancient Sovereign wasn't missing anything. The things Damien valued meant nothing to him, so even if he experienced them, he wouldn't understand them. It was better for him to live the life he was living, disconnected from all things, a mere observer drifting through reality. This was precisely the standpoint that made him worthy of respect. And to Damien, he was a senior in more ways than one. This conversation helped him grow imperceptibly. It helped him view the world differently and understand things from the standpoint of an observer. This allowed him to understand his actions in greater depth and create a more stable plan for the future. It was a bit comedic. The being who experienced time as an outsider allowed Damien to define his own time. But perhaps there was nobody else who could do it. As he'd learned through countless experiences, someone directly involved in a situation could never see it from the unbiased perspective of a bystander. He followed the Ancient Sovereign through space and time, and his questions slowly changed. He asked purely out of curiosity, his goals and intentions disappearing. He just wanted to see how this entity responded, and how he viewed things Damien already had a stubborn standpoint on. It was fun. It was intriguing like no other conversation could be. And without realizing it, Damien spent a year going back and forth with him. A year that lasted a single second, or a single second that lasted a year. In the outside world, time had essentially come to a stop, yet it was still crawling forward. And somehow a year still passed, as if they were truly disconnected from the concept of space-time. Damien didn't realize it, but the ancient battlefield already shrunk several times. The plain was compacted, and it was no longer rare to find the enemy when one was randomly perusing. Battle became more prominent, to the point where nobody could avoid their duties, and that final moment came. The final chance for those indecisive individuals to choose their allegiance. Unaware of the outside world's change, Damien followed the Ancient Sovereign until they returned to their starting point, where Orion and Iris were waiting. They stood in the strange space-time corridor, imperceptible to the two, and just before they exited, the Ancient Sovereign turned around. His eyes were different. No, they could finally be seen. They were clouded over like a blind man's, but they were filled with deep knowledge that couldn't be touched. For a single second, those cloudy eyes cleared, and they stared directly into Damien's soul. And for the first time, his words became clear. "Live well, child. Your future will be filled with difficulty. However, it only holds as much weight as you give it. If you one day become worthy of your post, this one will become your staunchest supporter. But if you fail, this one will personally find you to strip you of your post." Damien nodded without question. "You don't have to worry about me. As long as the path exists, I will follow it to the end. And if the path disappears..." Damien smiled. Then I'll create it myself. The ancient sovereign nodded. His mentality was good enough. His words sounded arrogant, but he was clearly aware of his position. At least for now, he could trust that Damien would become the man he was supposed to be. And perhaps, he shook his head. Go, child. I shall now meet Orion's descendant. Damien nodded and bowed once more. Yes, and thank you. I know it's inconsequential to you, but this conversation was extremely valuable to me. I won't forget this favor. As Damien stepped forward and exited the space-time corridor, he could have sworn he saw it. The slight curve in the ancient sovereign's lips, a hint of a smile. Nah, I must be imagining things. He shook his head and watched as the world around him once again rebounded, wobbling back and forth before stabilizing into the current reality. Iris stood up from her meditative position when she sensed him rushing over. How was it? She asked curiously. She didn't make it known, but Damien could see the worry in her eyes. Well, she might not have realized it, but he could clearly feel her scanning his body for any injuries. It was nice. As expected, the ancient sovereign is an extremely profound man. Iris nodded and looked at him strangely, not knowing whether she should ask what they spoke about or not. Damien just smiled and brushed it off. If you're so curious, then go find out. It's your turn now. My turn? Well, you better follow him quickly. That guy isn't easy to track. Iris finally realized that the ancient sovereign's figure was already disappearing into the distance. Right, she had much to ask as well. About her purpose, about the strange blessing she received in the severed world, about universal law, and my true affinity. I must learn how to use it to its full potential. Damien watched her disappear in pursuit of the ancient entity, just like she'd watched him. He was also curious about the questions she had, but he didn't ask. After all, that was her business. They'd become much closer now, but it wasn't his right to pry into the secrets she'd hidden from the world. Eventually, she'd tell him as well. And when she did it of her own accord, it would be much more fulfilling than if he pressed for it. What are you staring at? She's already gone, you know. Orion's voice woke him up from his trance. Haha, what's with you today? Did you notice something? That I did. Orion responded with a sly grin. You brat. What are you planning to do? Damien raised his brow slightly. From Orion's usual character, this was a far cry. But, imagining him as a concerned grandfather, he could understand the change. Unfortunately, he couldn't provide the answer he wanted. He sat down and leaned against the wall, shrugging. I don't know. I'll let fate take me where it wants. You? What? You want me to do something? KHHH. Orion gnashed his teeth in annoyance. Did he want him to do something? As the grandfather in question, the answer was the most frustrating mixture of yes and no that he'd ever experienced. Though, Damien's answer wasn't bad either. From his demeanor, he didn't seem to reject the idea at all. Putting that aside, what did you talk about? Orion couldn't contain his curiosity. He was in a position where he couldn't gain anything from the ancient sovereign. They knew each other too well for his profundity to still be profound. However, what about the most talented kid he'd ever seen? What would such a character gain? Damien looked up at the sky, his eyes clouding over somewhat. Well, he thought about it. What did they talk about? What did he gain? Let's just say I gained everything and nothing at all. Orion looked at Damien's mysteriously smiling face incredulously. This man is... You're just spouting nonsense to act like him, aren't you? You caught me. Absolutely insufferable. I have to get him away from my precious granddaughter as fast as possible. It'd be a while before the ancient sovereign returned with Iris. Damien wanted to use that time to internalize everything he'd gained in the past year like second. Because, for some reason, after he came out of the space-time corridor, the air felt different. Dark clouds were gathering, and they would soon converge on his head. Chapter 1248, Ancient Sovereign. Chapter 1248, Ancient Sovereign 4. She couldn't follow him. No matter how much she tried, she couldn't trace his steps. His back was so far away that she thought he'd disappear from her grasp. But he always stayed on the edge of her perception, just far enough ahead to make her painfully aware of the distance between them. It wasn't her fault, but she didn't know that. She simply didn't have the faculties to fall into his rhythm. Eventually, she stopped and watched him walk. His steps were unbelievably light, but each one took him an unreasonable distance away, while her steps could only carry her as far as her body allowed. It didn't mean much. The reality was just a difference in affinities. Without understanding space-time, it was impossible for her to trace his movements. But the feeling it gave was more inherent. This was the difference felt by many. The difference between a practitioner who could only rely on hard work and one who had sufficient talent to support it. Iris was always the latter. She was always leagues above her peers. Despite her age being over 10,000 years, the time she'd taken to reach divinity was less than half of that. During the rest of the time, she'd risen from a nameless demigod to someone who stood above all else, one of the strongest divinities in grand heaven's boundary. She never felt the gap caused by her talent. No, she never had anyone around her to be affected by that gap, so she didn't understand its pain. Trying to follow his steps made her experience it, and her mind flashed back to the man she's been traveling with for the past 2.5 years. It was hard to think of him as a mere lower existence watching him fight, but the facts didn't change. He was still a supreme who hadn't stepped on the road of divinity yet. Strangely enough, she never felt the weight of that. Perhaps due to the special relationship they shared, his immense talent didn't frighten her, but empowered her. The thought of him surpassing her never even came to mind, and now that it was, frankly, she didn't feel concerned about it. If it happened, she would just work harder to keep up. But that feeling was half due to her conjectures, and half due to the extent of Damien's talent. Some talents cause people to feel envy and hopelessness, but when talent reached such a disproportionate level, one could only feel admiration. Damien was at that level. Now that she was here, Iris started to feel what she'd missed because of his extremity. It was suffocating. With everything she had, no matter how much she tried, it was impossible for her to even see his back. Was that the future in store for her? She couldn't accept it. She didn't come here thinking about Damien. She came here to get answers from the ancient sovereign. She couldn't stop their backs from overlapping. And for some reason, the overlap spurred her thoughts. What was her talent? In truth, only Damien glimpsed it. Erizia Luminous had always been a mystery to both comrades and foes, a person whose laws and affinities could not be understood. The main reason was that she never used her true affinity. She comprehended universal law based on its nature, but while she did progress it in secret, she never used it openly. Iris never reached her full potential because of this. No matter how much she could comprehend on her own time, unless she applied those comprehensions to real-life situations, how could she properly understand them? It was just too esoteric. The force that nobody else had comprehended, the force above all others that provided her the talent she held, she couldn't seem to grasp it, just like she couldn't grasp the ancient sovereign. Indecisive. A single word. It boomed in her ear. She looked up, startled, but the ancient sovereign was still in the same place, just close enough that she could glimpse his back. Indecisive. Was that the case? Was she hesitating? What reason did she have to do so? Orion's descendant. You are a paper boat in a vast ocean. Your mind does not match your stature. He spoke again. Iris felt it in his words. He's looking down on me. In most cases, she would have taken insult from those words, but the man who spoke them wasn't someone who spoke without reason. She learned much about the ancient sovereign from Orion before this moment, so she knew just how profound his every action was. For him to directly tell her something like that, she had to look inside herself and reflect. My mind was like a paper boat in a vast ocean. She reiterated his words. She tried to internalize and rationalize them, and she eventually realized their truth. While she objectively accepted her position, considering herself one of the strongest demigods in the universe, that was nothing but an objective view. Her mind was truly immature. The underdevelopment of her mind, due to the lack of pure relationships in her life, was already known. Adding to that the immense responsibility on her shoulders and many other factors, she realized that she undervalued herself to an extreme. You cannot find the answers you seek. He spoke as if it was definite, but Iris knew it wasn't. In her current state, It was impossible to pursue what she sought. It was a matter of mindset. The law she wanted to start pursuing was far too great for her to tackle with her current mindset. Unless she could put herself in the same position as that law or stand above it, how could she ever wish to reach it? But how? How was she to change? Over 10,000 years she'd lived. It was an immense span of time, and something developed through was not easy to alter. There is no how, and there is no what. There is no question, there's only an answer. That answer will not come from external sources, and it cannot come from inside. It does not exist. Iris wasn't used to the ancient sovereign's strangeness, but, just like Damien, she tried her best to understand it. There is no question, and there is no answer. It will not come from the outside, but it cannot come from the inside. Was he saying that she was limiting herself? But if that was the extent of it, was there a point in him speaking? Iris felt like a child again, listening to her elders speak about the mysteries of fourth class, completely unable to follow their words. However, despite what the ancient sovereign said, she felt there was an answer. There was an answer somewhere, she just didn't have the faculties to reach it. She refused to allow this. If the problem was internal, then she could fix it. If she didn't know how, then she just needed to create a how and make it work. Iris never forced her way through a problem before. She was always a rational thinker. Instead of using power where power wasn't necessary, she'd always use a roundabout method to achieve the most ideal results. This was also the reason she became so accustomed to using universal law. In the lower universe, that power was absolute. It put her in a position without competitors. But in this place, it was useless. It barely held any weight. After all, this was not the lower universe. The ancient battlefield was a fragment that broke off the heavenly world. That was why it could accommodate divinities so easily. She realized the need for growth that had long eluded her once again when she came here, and though she'd grown somewhat, it wasn't nearly what she wanted. In her heart, a long-forgotten ambition sparked again, the desire to see the heavenly world and enter the grand stage. If she wanted to do it, she couldn't stay the same. At least this much she'd understood clearly. Chapter 1249 Ancient Sovereign. Chapter 1249 Ancient Sovereign 5. What was Iris searching for? The problem was that even she didn't know. Unlike Damien, who had a definite goal for meeting the ancient sovereign and used their conversation to take steps towards it, Iris was just looking for an answer. Unfortunately, the ancient sovereign wasn't a man who would just give people what they sought. He would guide them there in his own special way, and whether or not they could gain anything was up to them. So Iris struggled. As someone who didn't know what she wanted, she struggled. The conversation she had with the wizened entity wasn't nearly as profound and long as Damien's, but had its own value. The ancient sovereign refused to give her what she wanted, but that was good for her. Because, for Iris, who always tried to find the best yet most complex solution to every problem, had to learn how to take things at face value and accept them. Who was she? What did she want? What did she represent? And why did she want or represent those things? These were questions she had to answer for herself before she could even begin to answer the most pressing concern in her mind. Just as the ancient sovereign said, her identity was not nearly defined enough for her to even begin to understand what she wanted to. It sounded strange for a demigod to encounter these problems, but it was actually relatively common. After coming in contact with one's soul and establishing one's divinity, a practitioner would become far more aware of themselves than ever before. This would cement most beliefs they held beforehand, but it also gave rise to new questions that couldn't be easily answered, because they would realize that perhaps those fundamental thoughts they'd held since the start of their journey to power were flawed. Those things they regarded as immutable facts might have been the very things holding them back. And as they discovered and explored those changes, they'd grow into more complete existences. This growth couldn't be rushed. The ancient sovereign didn't entertain her the same way he did Damien. He barely spoke, and allowed her to form conclusions based on nonverbal clues more than anything else. But for Iris, this was necessary. She was Orion's descendant. While he looked down on her for keeping such an immature mentality after everything she'd experienced, he didn't condemn her, because he understood that sentient beings were complex. Everyone had their own path, and the discovery of their paths would take time regardless of how talented or intelligent they were. Whether or not Iris could understand what he wanted to teach her was unknown, because she didn't understand it during their conversation. However, with the ideas planted in her mind, it only took a single spark to ignite them and send her into a state of enlightenment where everything clicked. He believed she could do it, but she needed to face the harshness of reality first. Despite the briefness of their conversation, it still continued for over a month. And now that she was leaving, his gaze returned to that unknown place. Past, present, and future. These concepts held no meaning to him. He understood them, but he did not experience them. To him, they all took place at the same time. Time was not linear in his eyes, so he could see it. What would happen in the future, what happened in the past, and how the present was defined by and defined those instances. Perhaps Iris didn't think she gained much. He saw the uncertainty in her eyes, but he could not say anything to calm it. Instead, the opportunity to do so was just around the corner. The only question was whether it was right or wrong to let her experience it. An observer. He thought back to what Damien called him. A mere observer. The least significant, yet most significant individual in the universe. If that was his role, then so be it. Whatever happened would happen. His only job was to watch over it, like a living record of all things. Perhaps one day, as he lived such a life, he'd see that place with his own eyes. The place he'd been, gazing at for eternity. Iris returned to Damien and Orion with a frown on her face. She was much quieter than her usual self, but Damien didn't say anything about it. She must have learned something incomprehensible. I'll just have to wait for her to properly internalize it. It was an experience he'd had several times in the past. While Iris was a demigod and an experienced human in her own right, in front of the ancient sovereign, she was nothing but a fleck in the expanse of all things. Whatever she'd learned from him definitely held deep importance to her, so it was only natural for her to have such an expression. "How are you feeling?" he asked, trying to bring her attention back to reality. "Hugh." Iris took a deep breath and shook her head listlessly. "Confused." "Haha. That'll happen," Damien responded, not pressing for more. "Should we wait a bit before heading back out?" Iris looked at him gratefully. She wasn't going to suggest it since she felt bad for holding them back, but she truly couldn't fight to her full potential with her current state of mind. She needed to sit down and process everything. She needed to gain an understanding of herself. Though she wanted to express her intent, the look in Damien's eyes made her realize she didn't need to. After hesitating for a moment, she sat down nearby and closed her eyes, sinking her mind inward. Damien glanced at her before turning to Orion. "So, what do you plan to do?" he asked. "Me?" Orion replied strangely. "Who else?" "Haha. Are you truly asking me to join you right now?" "What? You have a problem with that?" "Not necessarily, but I assumed you would." "Haha, you're funny." "What does that mean?" Nothing at all." Damien shrugged non-committally, aggravating Orion to the extreme, but the man sighed wryly and dropped the matter. "I will stay with my elder brother. Now that 3 of us are gone, there is much for the 2 of us to do." Damien nodded in understanding. "All right, but don't hide your location like before. It's annoying trying to find you without a point of reference." "That makes me want to do it even more, though. Just wait until I become a demigod. I'm going to beat your ass." "Haha. I wholeheartedly accept that challenge. Even if I have given you my loyalty as a grandfather, it is my duty to put you in your place at least once. If you think you can, then go ahead and try." Damien and Orion glared at each other with eyes full of fighting spirit before shaking hands and bidding farewell. With Orion following the ancient sovereign to places unknown, Damien and Iris were left alone again. It would be several months before they started acting again, and the situation would go through a myriad of changes in that time as the fighting between 2 sides became more severe, but that didn't have much to do with them. After all, they were far separated from any of the main battlegrounds. Yet, as Iris focused on meditation and Damien rested nearby, they failed to notice the dark clouds above gathering in full. Trouble was not just near, it was already upon them. The only question that remained was if they were capable of facing it. Chapter 12, 50 Ambush. Chapter 12, 50 Ambush. It took some time for Iris to gather herself after experiencing such an existential crisis, but she eventually got her act together. Experience was key here. If it weren't for the countless turmoils she'd been through as she grew to her current level, she probably would have faced much more difficulty accepting the current circumstances. No, it was still difficult to recognize something so deeply ingrained in her as a problem. How could it be something she could do easily? It wasn't as simple as the ancient sovereign made it sound. This problem was deeply related to her reason for refusing ascension, the decision she was most sure of yet most regretful of at the same time. However, she was eventually able to understand her faults and make a flimsy plan for the future, which would become more defined as she learned if the path she was following was the right one. With both Damien and Iris well-rested and in peak condition, they returned to the battlefield soon enough, but found something curious. The ancient battlefield's considerable shrinking meant they should have encountered several enemies in the half-hour since they started moving, especially since the ancient sovereign moved away from this area, but they hadn't met even one. At first, they assumed it was just unfortunate positioning. They were near the edge of the battlefield, and if most of the battles were focused near the center, it made sense that they couldn't see anyone. But Damien frowned. It's too quiet. In fact, it was extremely quiet. Eerily so. Stay on guard, Damien said solemnly as he glanced around. He couldn't see anything around them, nor did his perception pick up an enemy, but he felt the strangeness in the air viscerally. Iris nodded silently, slowly prepping herself for battle as she also noticed the oddity. This environment, they were surrounded on all sides by mountains. Only the valley through which they came existed as an entrance and exit to this place. It was not ideal for battle at all, but it also wasn't a place where people could hide easily. Damien frowned. There's definitely something wrong. There should be shit. Damien grabbed Iris' wrist and instantly teleported several hundred kilometers away. Boom! An explosion rocked the space soon after. A massive ballista bolt landed on their previous position and launched a tsunami of debris in every direction. Judging by the divine energy in that bolt, it would have instantly incapacitated at least one of them on impact. Damien and Iris flew into the air and flared their mana. If the enemy continues to use assassination tactics, Damien's worry was unfounded. By the time the dust cleared, they'd already revealed themselves. After all, they weren't someone who liked to hide. Hey, you remember me? The familiar, disgusting voice entered Damien's ears and instantly turned his expression ugly. A character whose gender was unknown and held a relatively unsettling appearance that constantly shifted between countless mismatched body parts revealed themselves confidently, waving with a smile. Marionette Lord. Damien hadn't seen them since their last encounter on Beast Emperor's Star, but this was one of the demigods he least wanted to meet. Their power relied on control, and as someone who despised being controlled, he held a natural repulsion for them. Hey, what's with that expression? I was hoping you'd miss me. The Marionette Lord continued to speak casually, as if they weren't worried about Damien and Iris in the slightest. They're supposed to be someone weakened by the ancient battlefield since their personal combat power is assumed to be low, but the Marionette Lord was the Marionette Lord after all. They stood with 4 demigods in front of them, clearly puppets being controlled by their strings. An ambush. They must have spotted us before we met the ancient sovereign. If it's that person, it isn't strange for them to wait so long for the sole purpose of killing us. Damien glanced at Iris, who was equally solemn, but the two of them were confident in their combined abilities. The Marionette Lord was a tough opponent, especially with those demigod puppets protecting them, but they weren't impossible to defeat. Are you thinking you can beat me? But I didn't come alone, though. Boom. Damien rapidly teleported away. This attack was specifically aimed at him, ignoring Iris completely. Before he could regain his senses, he felt a force approaching from behind. He turned around and raised his arms just in time to, boom, crack, cook. His forearm shattered, but he was able to mitigate most of the damage with that. When he regained his balance, he finally saw the man in front of him, as well as the two behind. These guys. Damien knew their identities well. The Strength Lord, Bowel Lord, and Venom Lord. The first was one of the strongest under the Inhuman Emperor, a total beast who used his fists alone to stand above all others. The second was the one who shot the ballista from earlier, while the third was someone similar to the Poison and Plague Lords. However, he exclusively used venoms extracted from different beasts, which he could reproduce after experiencing once. They were not mana-based, but secreted naturally by his body, so Damien couldn't get rid of them easily with a void physique. A close combat fighter to keep me occupied, a poison master to wear me down, and a ranged combatant for control and piercing attacks. They really came prepared. Did we drop our guard when we were with the ancient sovereign? No, I even used absolute perception several times to be sure. The marionette lord must have used some kind of trick, or there's a terrifying treasure in their hands. Damien's eyes were narrowed to the extreme as he silently faced the three surrounding him. But it wasn't over yet. By the marionette lord's side, a man with a black cloak appeared as well. His cloak seemed to flutter in the wind, but if one looked closely, it wasn't fluttering at all. No, it was a massive swarm of microscopic bugs, so densely packed that they created a black garment. The Insect Lord, a fully equipped squad from the Inhuman Emperor's faction. Do you like my gift? The marionette lord said with a teasing smile. I prepared it just for you. Damien glared at them before looking back at Iris. Can you take them? He asked through mental transmission. Unknown, but it should be manageable. You. Damien's frown deepened. Same. We don't have any choice but to fight, but this number is good. If it was any greater, it'd be impossible. Iris nodded. They couldn't fight together this time, not until one of them finished the enemies on their side. It seemed the marionette lord did a sufficient amount of research before confronting them. Since their tandem techniques allowed them to win against any number of opponents, they disallowed them from even trying. It was unfortunate, but it was reality. Oh, why the long faces? Are you so sad that the battle hasn't started? Well then, the marionette lord smiled again. It was cruel and gruesome, as expected of the Inhuman Emperor's favorite underling. They raised their arm in the air with great gusto, as if everything was just entertainment, a performance, as their smile turned into a wide grin. Let the battle begin. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.